Hot Cocoa Kisses by Tyler Walker.
She needs a quiet Christmas with her family.
He needs her back in his arms.
Leah lit up Adrian's life for one magical weekend.
Then she disappeared, leaving him with nothing but the memory of her laugh and the feel of her lips.
Until fate throws her back into his world.
And this time, he's not letting her go.
But if you want the dirty details, you'll have to get them from TylerWalker.com, because this platform can't handle that kind of heat.
Take a moment to like this video, and don't forget to leave a comment to let us know what you think.
Subscribe to the channel to show your support, because that's what keeps these free full audiobooks coming.
This is Tyler Walker's Hot Cocoa Kisses. Chapter 1. Leah. I smooth down the front of my red dress, tilting my head as I study my reflection in the mirror. The fabric hugs my curves in all the right places, the neckline dipping just low enough to be elegant without crossing into inappropriate territory for a work event. Come on, girl, you look fierce. I adjust one of my small gold hoop earrings, trying to pump myself up. The dress pops against my brown skin, making a statement without screaming for attention. Exactly what I need for tonight's holiday party. My coily hair is styled in a sleek bun, not a strand out of place. I've learned the hard way that Chicago winters and natural hair don't mix, especially not at formal events. The last thing I need is to show up looking like I stuck my finger in an electrical socket. Running my hands down the dress one more time, I catch myself second-guessing the bold choice. Maybe I should have gone with the safe black number hanging in my closet. Red is so noticeable. Stop it, Leah. I straighten my spine, squaring my shoulders. The view from my high-rise apartment reflects behind me in the mirror, city lights twinkling against the dark sky. This is my moment to shine at Echo Marketing. After landing that major account last month, I've earned some attention. My phone buzzes on the dresser. Probably Monica from accounting, asking if we're still sharing an Uber to the venue. The thought of arriving alone makes my stomach twist, even though I know it's ridiculous. I'm a successful, independent woman, but something about these corporate events always brings out my insecurities. I take one final look in the mirror, smoothing an imaginary wrinkle from the dress. The woman staring back at me looks polished, professional, ready to command a room. If only I felt as confident as I looked. My fingers trace the hem of my dress, picking at an invisible thread. The fabric is perfect, not a stitch out of place, but I can't stop my hands from moving, searching for imperfections that aren't there, just like I do with everything else in my life. Get it together, I whisper. But my fingers keep dancing along the edge of the dress, up and down, back and forth, a nervous habit I thought I'd kicked years ago. The Rogers account sits prominently on my desk, the final presentation materials ready for Monday morning. Landing that deal was huge, the kind of win that puts you on the fast track. My boss's words echo in my head. This is game-changing, Leah. You're going places. But tonight, standing in my perfectly decorated apartment, all I can think about is how empty it feels. The pristine white walls, the carefully curated artwork, the spotless kitchen where I rarely cook for anyone but myself. Success tastes different when there's no one to share it with. My phone buzzes again. I ignore it, knowing it's probably another group text about tonight's festivities. Everyone is pairing up, making plans. Sandra and her husband, Marcus and his new girlfriend. Even Janet from IT found someone to bring as her +1. My chest tightens as I think about walking into that party alone. Again, another year of polite smiles and focusing on my career when well-meaning coworkers ask about my love life. The irony isn't lost on me. I can close million-dollar deals. But the thought of another night of solo small talk makes my stomach churn. My mother's voice drifts through my mind, clear as if she were standing right here in my bedroom. Baby girl, all those achievements won't keep you warm at night. I sink onto the edge of my couch, careful not to wrinkle my dress. Mom's been dropping these little nuggets of wisdom since I moved to Chicago 3 years ago. Every Sunday call includes some variation of, "When are you going to start living your life?" Or, "There's more to success than that corner office." I am living my life, I mutter to the empty room. The words sound hollow, even to me. Dad's different. He gets it, or at least he pretends to. "Chase those dreams, princess," he always says. "Just don't forget to chase your happiness, too." My fingers trace the frame of the family photo on my nightstand. It's from last Christmas. Mom and Dad flanking me on their worn leather couch back in Rockford. Their smiles genuine while mine looks practiced, professional. The kind I've perfected for client meetings and company headshots. "Your father and I met at a community fundraiser," Mom told me last week during our weekly FaceTime call. Sometimes the best things happen when you're not buried in work. The judgment in her voice was subtle but clear, the same tone she uses whenever she, not so casually, mentions her friend's single son or forwards me dating app success stories. I stand up, pacing the length of my living room. The space feels too big, too quiet, like it's mocking my solitude. Sure, I filled it with all the right things. Designer furniture, abstract art, Egyptian cotton sheets that cost more than my first month's rent. But it's missing the warmth of my parents' home, the lived-in feeling that comes from sharing your life with someone. No amount of West Elm catalogs or Pinterest boards can replicate that. Focus on building your empire, I remind myself, straightening my shoulders like I do before every client presentation at Echo Marketing. That's what I'm good at. That's what makes sense. But my parents' words keep echoing, mixing with the hollow sound of my heels clicking against hardwood floors. Each step feels like another reminder of the path I've chosen. Successful, ambitious, and utterly alone. The truth sits heavy in my chest. They're right. I've mastered the art of climbing the corporate ladder, but I've forgotten how to build bridges to other people. My calendar is full of meetings and deadlines, but the spaces in between are empty. I reach for my signature MAC Ruby Woo lipstick, the one splurge that always makes me feel like I can take on the world. The bold red matches my dress perfectly. A power move my marketing brain appreciates. Whatever, stop stressing. Time to own this night. I lean closer to the mirror, carefully outlining my full lips. The familiar ritual steadies my hands, grounds me in the moment. One smooth stroke, then another. My phone buzzes for the third time. I swipe it open. Monica's sent another text. "Car's 5 minutes away. You better be ready to slay, queen." A smile tugs at my lips as I blot them together, ensuring even coverage. Monica's enthusiasm is infectious, even through text. Maybe that's what I need tonight, to channel some of that carefree energy instead of overthinking everything. I cap the lipstick, pressing my lips together one final time. The woman in the mirror looks ready to command attention, to close deals and break hearts. That's the version of Leah Joyce I need tonight, not the one who was just wallowing in self-pity. "You've got this." I grab my clutch from the bed, checking its contents: phone, cards, keys, and my emergency lipstick touch-up kit. My heels click against the hardwood as I head for the door, each step building my resolve. I snag my black wool coat from the rack, the cashmere soft against my fingers. Chicago winters don't mess around, and I've learned the hard way that style means nothing if you're shivering. The coat's length matches my dress perfectly. Another detail I obsessed over when building my winter wardrobe. My purse dangles from my wrist as I wrap a silk scarf around my neck, tucking the ends neatly into my coat. The fabric barrier will protect my hair from the wind, which has a nasty habit of undoing hours of careful styling in seconds. Keys, phone, lipstick. I rummage through my purse yet again, running through my mental checklist. Everything's in place, just like always. My hand hovers over the doorknob, and I catch my reflection one last time in the entryway mirror. The coat's tailored silhouette gives nothing away about my internal dialogue from moments ago. Good. That's exactly how I want it. Professional. Put together? Perfect. I inhale deeply, letting the air fill my lungs. The familiar scent of my Joe Malone perfume grounds me, reminding me of countless other nights I've conquered. Time to shine. My voice sounds stronger now, more certain. I straighten my spine, lift my chin, and open the door. The hallway's bright lights bounce off the polished floor, creating a runway effect that feels almost prophetic. This is my moment, and I've learned to own these moments. My heels echo against the marble as I stride toward the elevator, each step building my confidence. The coat swishes around my legs, and I can feel the evening stretching out before me, full of possibility rather than obligation. I've spent too many nights thinking about what I should be doing instead of embracing what I want to do. In the elevator, I straighten my spine, letting the confidence of my appearance wash over me. The solitude can wait for another night. Right now, I'm just a boss in a killer red dress, ready to work the room like I work my client presentations. God knows I've closed enough deals to know exactly how to command attention when I need to. The doors open to the lobby, and I stride out, my lipstick like war paint, my dress like armor. Sometimes the best defense against loneliness is a good offense, and tonight, I'm playing to win. Chicago's elite won't know what hit them. These networking events are my playground, and I've mastered the game of making every conversation count, every connection matter.
Chapter 2. Adrian. The crackling fireplace behind me fills the living room with dancing shadows, but my attention stays fixed on the frost-covered window. Outside, snow blankets the quiet streets of Rockford in pristine white. The stark branches of bare trees reach toward a steel-gray sky, their limbs weighted with fresh powder. I wrap my hands around a coffee mug that's gone cold, much like the emptiness that's settled in my chest these past months. The divorce papers sit in my desk drawer upstairs, signed and filed away. But their presence still haunts this house. Every corner holds memories of a life I thought would last forever. Sunday morning pancakes, movie nights on the couch, arguments over paint colors and furniture arrangements. The grandfather clock in the hallway ticks away, each sound echoing through rooms that feel too big now. Sarah took half the furniture when she left, but somehow the spaces seem larger without her presence. 15 years of marriage packed away in cardboard boxes and loaded into a moving truck on a Tuesday afternoon. My reflection stares back at me in the window glass, the touches of gray at my temples more pronounced than ever. The business keeps me busy during the day, gives me purpose, but these quiet moments, these are the hardest. When the phone doesn't ring, when there's no one to share the little moments with, when dinner for one becomes the norm instead of the exception. A cardinal lands on the bird feeder outside, its red feathers a splash of vibrant color against the monochrome landscape. I used to think I had it all figured out. The successful business, the marriage, the life in this small town where everyone knows your name. Now at 42, I'm learning there's a difference between being alone and being lonely. The first I can handle. The second, that's the void I can't seem to fill. The cardinal takes flight, disappearing into the swirling snow, and my mind drifts back. Memories hit like a sucker punch to the gut. Sarah's laugh echoing through these halls, the way her eyes would light up when I brought home takeout from her favorite Chinese place. Those lazy Sunday afternoons when we'd talk about everything and nothing. "You're working too much," she'd say. But it wasn't just the hours at the business. Something had shifted, cracked, splintered. The silence between us grew longer, heavier, till words became weapons we wielded with precise aim. I push away from the window, my boots heavy on the hardwood floors as I climb the stairs to the attic. The pull-cord light illuminates stacks of boxes, and there in the corner, the Christmas decorations we'd collected over 15 years. Each ornament, every strand of lights holds a story I'm not sure I want to remember. My hands find the box marked Holiday, fragile in Sarah's neat handwriting. Inside, tissue paper cradles the crystal angel she'd insisted we buy on our honeymoon. "It'll be perfect for our first Christmas," she'd said, eyes bright with possibilities. Now it sits cold in my palm, catching the dim attic light. "Damn it," I mutter, carefully wrapping it back up. The box next to it holds our stockings, hers and mine, embroidered with our names. I'd packed them away last January before everything fell apart, when I still believed we'd hang them again this December. The memories play like a highlight reel of what we lost. That Christmas 5 years ago when we hosted both families, the kitchen overflowing with food and laughter. The year we got snowed in and spent 3 days watching old movies and drinking spiked hot chocolate. The tradition of opening one gift on Christmas Eve, always pretending to be surprised, even though we'd gotten worse at hiding presents as the years went on. I close the box but can't bring myself to tape it shut. These aren't just decorations. They're artifacts of a life I thought I understood. Each ornament, every festive dish towel and seasonal candle holder marks time like rings in a tree trunk. 15 circles of memories packed away in cardboard and dust. The next box holds photos, and my throat tightens as I pull out a silver frame. Sarah and I beam at the camera, her head tucked against my chest as we stand in front of our first Christmas tree. The ornaments behind us are mismatched. A mix of dollar store finds and family heirlooms, but our smiles are genuine. Young. Hopeful. "Look at us," I whisper, thumb brushing over the glass. "Thought we had forever figured out, didn't we? Just 2 kids playing house, thinking love was enough." The words taste bitter, like day-old coffee. The frame feels heavier than it should as I set it back in the box. Tom and Mike have been pushing me to get out of Rockford, even if just for a weekend. "Come to Chicago," they keep saying. "Get away from all this for a while." They mean well, but they don't get it. Can't get it unless you've watched 15 years of your life get packed into cardboard boxes. Maybe they're right, though. These walls hold too many echoes, too many whispers of what used to be. Every room feels like a museum of failed promises. The business runs itself most days, perks of having a solid team. And Chicago. Chicago means new faces, new energy, streets where memories don't lurk around every corner, where I won't have to dodge concerned looks from neighbors who watched our marriage crumble. I pull my phone from my pocket, scrolling through recent messages. 3 texts from Tom about some new jazz club downtown, promises of showing me the city's best whiskey bars. "Time to live again, man," his last message reads. My thumb hovers over the reply button. What the hell? Maybe a change of scenery is exactly what I need. The coat closet creaks as I grab my winter jacket, and for the first time in months, something stirs in my chest. Not the dull ache of loss, but something lighter. Possibility, maybe. Or just the relief of making a decision that's entirely my own. "Time to shake things up," I mutter, typing a quick response to Tom. The city lights of Chicago flash through my mind, bright, alive, untainted by 15 years of shared history. Sarah and I had never spent much time there together, which makes it the perfect escape. Rummaging through my closet, I find a bag that is nicely suited for a 3-day trip to the city. I zip it open, tossing in a few casual button-downs and my favorite pair of dark jeans. The familiar weight of routine and responsibility lifts from my shoulders with each item I pack. Running my business from my phone for a few days won't kill anyone, and God knows my team can handle things without me micromanaging their every move. Forget it, I say to the empty room. Time to remember what fun feels like. The words echo off the walls of the house that suddenly feels too big, too quiet. My phone screen illuminates as I scroll through hotel options in downtown Chicago. The Drake catches my eye. Classic upscale, right on Michigan Avenue. Not my usual style, but that's the point. New city, new energy, new Adrian. If I'm going to do this, might as well do it right. No more playing it safe, no more predictable choices. Those days ended with the divorce papers. Booked, I mutter, hitting confirm on the reservation. 2 nights in the city. No business calls, no paperwork, no walking past the empty side of the bed every morning. No more ghosting through my own damn house like some kind of bachelor phantom. I add my toiletry bag and a pair of Italian leather dress shoes to the weekend bag. The cologne I haven't worn in months goes in last. The one Sarah always said was too strong, too masculine. Funny how everything I liked was always too much for her toward the end. My wallet feels heavier with the credit cards I rarely use anymore, living my simple small-town life. These days, most places in Rockford know me well enough to just keep a tab. Tom's response lights up my phone. Hell yeah, brother. About damn time. I want you to enjoy yourself. God knows you need it. I'll pick you up at your hotel once you get there. Good old Tom. Always ready to drag me out of my comfort zone when I need it most. He's been my wingman since college, back when we both thought Jaeger bombs were the height of sophistication. A grin spreads across my face as I type back. Just don't take me to any hipster nonsense bars. The last thing I need is some 20-something with a handlebar mustache lecturing me about craft beer while I try to remember how to be social again. I've earned my right to drink whatever I want without some kid in suspenders giving me side-eye over my choice of bourbon. The familiar weight of my watch slides onto my wrist, the one splurge I allowed myself when the business first took off. Its face catches the light, reminding me of all I've built on my own. 7 figures in revenue last year, and I did it without anybody's help. The man in the mirror looks different somehow. Younger. Ready. Like maybe the world's got something waiting for me beyond the same 4 walls I've been haunting since Sarah left. I grab my keys from the hook by the door, my boots echoing on the hardwood as I head for the garage. Chicago's waiting, and for the first time in months, I'm actually looking forward to something.
Chapter 3. Leah. The heavy wooden door swings open, releasing a wave of warmth and holiday cheer that hits me square in the face. Fairy lights twinkle across the exposed brick walls of Murphy's bar, casting a soft glow over the packed venue. The scent of mulled wine mingles with cologne and perfume as bodies press together in the cramped space. I adjust my dress and step inside, my heels clicking against the hardwood floor. Bass-heavy Christmas remixes pulse through the speakers, competing with the swarm of voices and laughter. Leah, over here. I spot Linda waving from near the bar, her Santa hat slightly askew, and tinsel garland wrapped haphazardly around her neck. I raise my hand in acknowledgment, my lips curving into the perfect mix of professional warmth and enthusiasm. A smile I've perfected over countless networking events and client presentations. You made it! Timothy from marketing appears at my elbow, drink in hand, his ugly Christmas sweater lighting up with tiny LEDs. We were taking bets on whether you'd skip out for a client meeting. I just lost $20 to accounting. Miss the holiday party? Never. I navigate through the crowd, dodging elbows and narrowly avoiding a collision with a tray of festive-looking shots that smell strongly of cinnamon. The truth is, I'd rather be home reviewing Q1 projections, but attendance at these things is practically mandatory. Besides, my boss made it clear that team bonding should be one of my priorities this quarter. I make my way to the bar, nodding at familiar faces. There's Jessica from HR, already looking tipsy. Dimitri from IT, telling what appears to be an animated story to a group of interns. Everyone seems caught up in the holiday spirit, sharing inside jokes and seasonal cheer. White wine, please, I tell the bartender, fishing out my wallet. The familiar weight of being the observer settles over me. Sure, I know these people, share office space with them, exchange pleasantries in the break room. But watching them now, with their easy laughter and genuine connections, I feel like I'm watching a movie through a window, present but somehow separate from the real action. I take my wine and lean against the bar, surveying the room. Time to make the rounds, shake the right hands, laugh at the right jokes. Just another night of being Leah Joyce, marketing whiz and professional people pleaser. The Miller account is looking promising for next quarter. Linda approaches me as she sips on her cocktail, the candy cane garnish clicking against her teeth. She adjusts the Santa hat on her head. Though honestly, their brand guidelines need a complete overhaul. I nod, making appropriate sounds of agreement, while my attention drifts to a couple by the window. His hand rests on the small of her back as she laughs, head tilted toward him like a flower seeking sunlight. The intimacy of the gesture catches in my chest. Earth to Leah. Linda waves her hand in front of my face, nearly knocking the candy cane out of her drink. Did you hear what I said about the budget meeting? Sorry, I gesture vaguely with my wine glass, watching the deep red liquid swirl. It's a bit loud in here. The bass from the party playlist thumps through the floor, mixing with the laughter and boisterous talk of tipsy coworkers sharing holiday gossip. Across the room, Timothy wraps his arms around his wife, a kindergarten teacher who brings homemade cookies to every office party and somehow manages to remember everyone's favorite flavors. She melts into him, their matching sweaters creating a tableau of domestic bliss that makes my wine taste more bitter than it should. They're that couple everyone wants to hate but can't because they're just so damn nice. Speaking of loud, Linda continues, oblivious to my wandering attention, straightening her Santa hat for the 100th time tonight. Did you hear about the new client presentation format? She leans in closer, ready to dish out the latest office protocol drama as if it's the most fascinating thing in the world. The words wash over me as I watch Jessica pull her girlfriend onto the makeshift dance floor. They move together with the easy synchronicity of people who know each other's rhythms by heart. Around them, other couples join in, creating their own private bubbles of joy in the crowded space. 3 years in Chicago, and the city still feels like a collection of strangers. Sure, I've mastered the professional small talk, perfected the art of LinkedIn networking, but nights like these throw into sharp relief what's missing. That spark of recognition when someone really sees you. The comfort of belonging somewhere beyond the office walls. I should probably make my rounds. I cut into Linda's monologue about email protocols. Need to touch base with the digital team before they get too deep into the holiday spirits. But instead of moving through the crowd, I find myself rooted to this spot, watching as moments of connection unfold around me like scenes from a life I'm not living. The holiday party swirls around me in a blur of tinsel and twinkling lights. A group near the buffet table erupts in laughter, their shoulders bumping as they share what must be an inside joke. Mark from sales wraps his arms around his husband, pressing a quick kiss to his temple. Even the new intern has found her tribe, surrounded by other fresh faces who lean in close to hear her words over the music. I take another sip of wine, letting the crisp liquid linger on my tongue. The plate of appetizers in front of me grows more tempting with each passing minute. I grab a stuffed mushroom, then another. The food gives me something to focus on besides the ache in my chest. Girl, you're stress eating. Jolene slides onto the bar stool next to me, her sequined dress catching the light and throwing tiny sparkles across the bar top. And you've got that look. What look? I pop another mushroom in my mouth, savoring the rich garlicky filling as if it might somehow fill the emptiness inside. The one where you're calculating how many more minutes you need to stay to be polite before you can escape to your apartment and your Netflix queue. She steals a mushroom from my plate, ignoring my half-hearted swat at her hand. When's the last time you went on a date? I've been busy with work, you know that. I try to deflect, but she cuts me off before I can launch into my usual list of excuses about client meetings and project deadlines. Leah Joyce, you cannot hide behind work forever. Jolene's perfectly manicured nail points at me accusingly, and I resist the urge to lean away from her knowing stare. 3 years in Chicago, and your closest relationship is with your DoorDash driver. Hell, you probably know his kids' names by now. That's not true. And my DoorDash driver is a nice guy. Don't talk bad about him. I drain my wine glass, savoring the last drop of wine. I have lots of relationships, professional ones, important ones. Just last week I had coffee with that marketing exec from Thompson and Burke. Honey, your LinkedIn profile doesn't count as a social life. Her voice softens, and I can hear the genuine concern beneath her teasing. I see you, standing on the edges, watching everyone else live while you're just existing. Going to work, coming home, ordering takeout, repeat. That's not living, that's surviving. The truth of her words hits harder than the wine, settling like a stone in my stomach. I stare at my empty glass, fighting the pressure building behind my eyes. My fingers trace the rim, desperate for something to focus on besides the ache in my chest. I just haven't found my place here yet, I whisper, more to myself than to her. The words sound hollow even to my own ears, the same excuse I've been making since I first unpacked my boxes in the city. Honey, it's been years since you got here, she replies gently, putting a hand on my shoulder. You need to let loose a little bit. When's the last time you did? I don't even know, I whisper, shaking my head. But she's right, like always. Go on there then, socialize, make some new friends. Hell, have some laughs with the people you already know. Another drink first, I tell Jolene, waving down the bartender. Liquid courage and all that. Now that's what I'm talking about. She beams, sliding her empty glass forward too. 2 Cabernets, please. Make them doubles. The bartender returns with generous pours of deep red wine. I take a long sip, letting the warmth spread through my chest. The fairy lights seem to twinkle brighter now. The music's beat more inviting. You know what your problem is? Jolene leans in close, her sequins catching the light. You think too much. Analysis paralysis. Sometimes you just gotta jump in. I take another substantial sip. Easy for you to say. You could strike up a conversation with a wall. And that wall would probably ask for my number. She winks. Come on, what's the worst that could happen? You have an awkward conversation, at least you tried. The wine hits my system, softening the edges of my anxiety. The room feels warmer, more welcoming. Maybe she's right. Maybe I've been hiding behind spreadsheets and client presentations for too long. Fine. I straighten my shoulders, squaring them like I do before important meetings. I'm going to go talk to someone. Anyone? That's my girl. Jolene raises her glass. To making connections. I clink my glass against hers and drain half of it in one go. The Cabernet dances on my tongue, bringing a pleasant buzz that makes the prospect of mingling seem less daunting. My usual sharp focus blurs slightly at the edges, replaced by a gentle warmth that makes me want to smile for no reason. Okay. I push away from the bar, wobbling slightly on my heels. I'm doing this. I'm being social. I'm putting myself out there. That's the spirit, Jolene calls after me as I make my way into the crowd, my wine glass held high like a shield. The room spins ever so slightly, but in a way that makes everything feel more possible, more magical. Like maybe, just maybe, I could find my place in this sea of faces after all.
Chapter 4. Adrian. The Chicago skyline unfolds before me, a glittering maze of steel and glass piercing the winter sky. My rental car purrs through the evening traffic as holiday lights dance across the hood, casting red and green shadows that remind me why December in the city hits different. Your destination is on the right, my GPS chirps. I pull into the hotel's circular drive, tossing my keys to the valet with a practiced flick of my wrist. The cold air bites at my face as I step out. But there's an energy here that makes me forget the chill. Christmas music drifts from somewhere nearby, mixing with the constant hum of the city. A group of tourists huddles near the entrance, their laughter carrying across the pristine courtyard as doormen usher them inside. In my hotel room, I toss my duffel on the king-sized bed and pull out my phone. Tom's last message glares at me. "Let me know when you're in the city, my man. I'll show you around." The guy means well, but sometimes his enthusiasm is exhausting as hell. My thumb hovers over the reply button. After being stuck in meetings all day throughout the week, the last thing I need is another planned schedule. The city calls to me through the floor-to-ceiling windows, its lights like 1,000 beckoning fingers. Something about tonight feels different, like maybe I should let fate take the wheel for once. God knows my usual controlled approach to life hasn't exactly worked wonders lately. 5 minutes later, I'm back on the street. The sidewalks buzz with life, couples wrapped in scarves, groups of friends laughing their way between bars, street vendors hawking roasted nuts and hot pretzels. A massive Christmas tree towers in a nearby plaza, its lights reflecting off the windows of surrounding buildings. I dodge a group of tourists stopping for selfies and turn down a side street where strings of white lights crisscross overhead. The scent of coffee and fresh-baked goods wafts from a corner cafe. My steps slow as I pass the window, watching people inside cup their hands around steaming mugs. This spontaneous wandering feels right. No itinerary, no business calls, no ex-wife's lawyer leaving voicemails about property division. Just me in a city that doesn't know my name or my story. The city's pulse matches my stride as I weave through the crowd. A street musician's saxophone cuts through the night air, its melody wrapping around lampposts and between buildings. The sound draws me in, and I drop a 20 in his case. His eyes crinkle at the corners as he nods, never missing a beat. Languages I don't understand float past. Mandarin, Spanish, Arabic, creating a symphony of human connection. A family crosses the street ahead, their little girl bouncing between her father's hands while wearing light-up shoes that paint the sidewalk in tiny starbursts. "Higher, Papa!" She squeals as they lift her over a puddle. My chest tightens, but not with the usual weight. There's something freeing about being anonymous here, surrounded by millions of stories that have nothing to do with mine. No one knows about the divorce papers sitting in my desk drawer back home or the empty rooms I haven't redecorated since Sarah moved out. A massive department store window stops me in my tracks. They've created an entire miniature village with tiny ice skaters spinning on a mirror lake and a train that winds through snow-capped mountains. Children press their faces against the glass, pointing at mechanical elves that hammer away in Santa's workshop. "Look at the train, Mom!" A boy tugs his mother's sleeve, bouncing on his toes with that pure excitement only kids can muster. "Can we go inside?" "Of course, baby, it's Christmas." The simple exchange hits me differently than I expect. Instead of that familiar ache that's been my constant companion, I feel something else. Something lighter, like the first breath after breaking through the surface of water. The city sparkles around me, strung with thousands of white lights that turn every tree into a magical creature. Couples stroll past holding cups of hot chocolate, sharing scarves and secret smiles. A street musician plays Silver Bells on his saxophone, the melody floating through the crisp evening air. For the first time in months, possibility fills my lungs instead of regret. My shoulders feel looser, my steps lighter. Maybe Tom was right. Maybe this trip to Chicago is exactly what I needed. A chance to remember there's a whole world out there, beyond the walls of my office and the memories haunting my empty house, full of new beginnings and unexpected turns. Hell, maybe it's time I started believing in a little Christmas magic myself. As I keep walking down the street, a weathered wooden sign catches my eye. Murphy's Bar. The place looks like it's been here since Chicago first sprouted from the prairie, all exposed brick and foggy windows glowing amber from within. Not one of those pretentious spots where they serve cocktails with names longer than my business contracts. My feet stop on the sidewalk, boots crunching on the thin layer of snow. The last time I was in a bar alone was... hell, I can't even remember. Sarah and I always did the wine and dine routine at those uppity restaurants where the portions wouldn't feed a bird, where she'd spend half the meal critiquing the wine list and the other half checking her phone under the table. A burst of laughter spills out as someone opens the door, along with the sweet smell of whiskey and the familiar twang of classic Christmas songs. Bing Crosby's smooth voice drifts into the night, along with the clinking of glasses and the joyous murmur of conversation. The warmth beckons like a siren song against the December chill, promising something real and unpretentious for a change. I'm tired of second-guessing every damn decision. I've wasted enough time living by other people's rules, trying to fit into some stupid mold of what everyone else wanted me to be. I push through the heavy wooden door. The place hits all the right notes. Long mahogany bar polished by countless elbows, tin ceiling tiles stamped with intricate patterns, walls covered in vintage signs and local memorabilia. Christmas lights are strung haphazardly above the bar, reflecting off bottles and giving everything a soft glow. What's your poison? The bartender, a guy with salt and pepper hair and forearms like tree trunks, gives me a nod. Woodford Reserve, neat. He slides the drink over with practiced precision. The first sip burns just right, warming my chest and loosening the knot that's lived between my shoulders since the divorce papers landed on my desk. The crowd's a mix, mostly suits and dresses, locals in flannel and jeans, a group of friends celebrating something at a corner table. No one's glued to their phones or trying to impress anyone, just people being people. I settle onto a bar stool, content to let the bourbon do its work while classic holiday songs play overhead. Maybe I'll strike up a conversation, maybe I won't. For now, it's enough to just be here, part of this slice of Chicago life that feels more real than anything I've experienced in months. I take another sip of bourbon, letting the warmth spread through my chest as White Christmas fades into Let It Snow. A group near the jukebox breaks into an impromptu sing-along, their joy infectious. My fingers tap against the glass in rhythm. First time at Murphy's? The guy next to me raises his beer in greeting, his Chicago Bears cap tipped back on his head. That obvious, huh? I run my finger along the rim of my glass, amused at being pegged as a newcomer. Nah, just never seen you around. Mike. He extends his hand, weathered from what I'm guessing is construction work. We shake. Adrian. You picked a good night. Echo Marketing's party is starting up. The party always starts getting wilder as the night goes on. Who knew a bunch of white-collar workers could get down like that? Last year, their CEO ended up dancing on the pool table. He chuckles, taking another pull from his beer. As if on cue, a waitress appears with platters of sliders and wings, setting them along the bar. The aroma of garlic and spices mingles with pine from the decorated tree in the corner. My stomach growls, reminding me I skipped dinner in favor of bourbon. Maybe some food wouldn't be a bad idea after all. Help yourself, she says with a wink. I grab a slider, realizing I haven't eaten since I left Rockford all those hours ago. The first bite hits perfectly juicy, seasoned just right. Not the fancy small plates Sarah always insisted on, but real food that satisfies something deeper than hunger. The thought of Sarah doesn't sting like it used to. Maybe it's the bourbon, or maybe it's this place, this moment, where everything feels authentic and uncomplicated. The wall of memories I've been carrying starts to feel lighter, less like a fortress and more like pages ready to turn. More people stream in, filling the bar with laughter and conversation. Someone starts telling a story about their worst Christmas gift ever, and soon everyone's chiming in. I find myself laughing at a tale involving 3 identical sweaters and a very confused family gathering. The energy is contagious. These strangers sharing stories, buying rounds for people they just met, singing off-key to holiday classics. They're all just living in the moment, no pretense or expectations. And for the first time in longer than I can remember, so am I.
Chapter 5. Leah. I squeeze between 2 groups of people, finally making it to the bar counter. The bartender catches my eye with a nod, and I hold up my empty glass. Christmas lights twinkle overhead, casting a warm glow across Murphy's usually dim interior. The music pulses through the floor, not too loud to prevent conversation, but enough to feel the beat in my chest. Another Moscow Mule? The bartender's already reaching for the copper mug. You know it? I drum my fingers on the polished wood, enjoying this brief moment of anonymity in the crowd. The vodka-ginger combination has given me just enough liquid courage to actually enjoy myself tonight. 3 hours ago, I'd been dreading another corporate function where I'd have to make small talk with Karen about her cats or listen to Steve from sales brag about his golf game. But I've surprised myself. I've had genuine conversations with people I usually just wave to in the hallway. Turns out Melissa from HR does stand-up comedy on weekends, and that quiet guy from IT has the most fascinating stories about growing up in Nepal. The bartender slides my drink over. The copper mug feels cool against my palm, and I take a slow sip, savoring the spicy kick of ginger beer. From my spot at the bar, I watch my coworkers let loose, ties loosened, heels kicked off under tables, real laughter replacing the polite chuckles of office hours. The buzz from my previous drinks hums pleasantly through my body, not enough to make me sloppy, but just right to keep me relaxed. It's nice seeing everyone outside the fluorescent lights and cubicle walls. Our CEO is now on the dance floor, attempting what looks like a very questionable robot dance. I lean back against the bar, content to observe for a moment. The cute, festive decor of Murphy's creates the perfect backdrop for our holiday celebrations. Exposed brick walls, vintage signs, and those strings of lights that make everything feel a bit magical. Suddenly, a strange sensation prickles at the back of my neck. The music fades to a distant thrum as my attention shifts, drawn by some invisible force across the room. My breath catches. Through the sea of faces, I lock eyes with a stranger leaning against the far wall. He stands apart from the crowd, commanding the space around him without effort. The sleeves of his black button-down are rolled to his elbows, exposing strong forearms. His jawline could cut glass, and he's got the beginnings of gray peppering amidst his hair strands. The copper mug grows cold in my hand. I forget about my drink entirely. Those piercing blue eyes hold mine with an intensity that roots me to the spot. The playful holiday atmosphere evaporates, replaced by something electric, dangerous. He doesn't smile, doesn't wave, or make any gesture of acknowledgement, just maintains that steady, burning gaze that makes my skin tingle. The space between us crackles with unspoken possibility. The crowd continues to move around us, but they might as well be shadows. Background noise dims to silence. Every instinct tells me to look away, break whatever spell has fallen over this moment. I don't. I can't. My heart pounds against my ribs. 1 second stretches into eternity as we remain locked in this silent exchange. The rest of Murphy's fades to a blur of color and motion, insignificant compared to the magnetic pull between us. I've never felt anything like this. This instant visceral connection that bypasses all reason. Like recognizing something I've been searching for without knowing I was looking. Something shifts in his stance. He pushes off from the wall with casual grace, each step purposeful as he cuts through the crowd. My pulse quickens. The distance between us shrinks. 50 feet, 30, 20. I straighten, gripping my drink tighter. He moves like he owns the room, commanding space without effort. That black shirt stretches across broad shoulders, and up close, I catch the subtle scent of cedar and something incredibly masculine. Damn, it's enough to make my knees buckle. The crowd parts around him naturally, like water around a rock. His presence radiates authority, but there's something playful in those blue eyes now. A hint of mischief that softens his intimidating aura. The way people unconsciously make space for him reminds me of a lion prowling through the savannah. Pure, effortless dominance. 10 feet. 5. He stops close enough that I have to tilt my chin up to maintain eye contact. This near, I notice the slight crinkles at the corners of his eyes, the way his sandy blonde hair falls just so across his forehead. Everything about him screams confidence and control. His jaw is strong, a slight shadow of stubble adding to his raw masculinity. I catch myself wanting to reach out and touch it, to feel if it's as rough as it looks. That's an interesting choice of drink. His voice is deep, with a rough edge that sends shivers down my spine. The words rumble through me like thunder, and I have to grip my glass tighter to keep my hand steady. Standing this close, his height advantage is obvious. I'm not short, but he towers over me in a way that makes my stomach flip. I glance at my copper mug, suddenly hyper-aware of every movement. Moscow Mule, classic but bold. The words come out steadier than I feel, though my pulse quickens as his eyes follow my fingers tracing the rim of the cup. Bold. He tests the word, and his lips curve into a half smile that makes my stomach flip. Seems fitting. The way he says it, like he's already figured me out, sends a rush of heat through my body. The way he looks at me like I'm the only person in this packed bar makes the air feel electric. His presence is magnetic, drawing me in despite my usual guardedness around strangers. There's something different about him, something that makes me want to lean closer, to unravel the mystery behind those intense eyes. The usual Friday night chaos of clinking glasses and loud conversations fades into background noise. I should be intimidated. Instead, I find myself matching his energy, lifting my chin with a confidence that surprises even me. The attraction crackles between us, immediate and undeniable. My marketing presentations to rooms full of executives have nothing on the intensity of this moment, this connection that seems to bypass all my carefully constructed walls. I'm Leah. My name slips out before I even think about it, drawn from me by the magnetic pull between us. A part of me I thought was locked away stirs to life under his gaze. Adrian Morrison. His hand engulfs mine in a firm handshake that lingers just a moment too long. The contact sends electricity racing up my arm. His palm is warm and slightly calloused. Definitely not the smooth hands I'm used to from the business types who usually frequent this bar. So Adrian, what brings you to Murphy's tonight? You don't look like you're part of our corporate crowd. The shirt and well-worn jeans are a dead giveaway, but they suit him in a way no designer suit could match. I'm coming from a small town. I wanted to come to Chicago for the weekend and let loose for a while. He leans one elbow on the bar, angling his body toward mine. But I'd say the evening just got considerably more interesting. The way he says it, deep and deliberate, makes my stomach do a slow flip. His blue eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that makes the rest of the bar seem to fade even further away. The directness of his gaze should make me uncomfortable, but instead it ignites something deep in my core. I take another sip of my drink to hide my reaction. Tell me what you do, Leah. The way he says my name, like he's savoring each syllable, makes my skin tingle. His voice carries that perfect mix of curiosity and command that has me wanting to tell him everything, as if I've known this man for my entire life. Director at Echo Marketing. We're celebrating closing a major account tonight. I lift my glass in a small toast, proud of the accomplishment but trying not to sound like I'm bragging. And how old are you? 26. I meet his gaze steadily, used to this question and the assumptions that often follow. Impressive. His eyes spark with genuine interest, and I notice how the dim bar lighting makes the blue even more striking. Young for a director position? Age is just a number when you know what you want and aren't afraid to go after it. I take another sip of my drink, letting the statement hang between us with all its possible implications. A slow smile spreads across his face, the kind that suggests he's thinking about far more than my career ambitions. Now that's an attitude I can appreciate. His voice drops lower, sending a shiver down my spine that has nothing to do with the bar's air conditioning. Our conversation flows effortlessly, like we've known each other for years instead of minutes. He tells me about his company, and I find myself hanging on every word. The way he speaks about his work reveals both ambition and passion, a combination I find irresistible. Adrian radiates confidence without arrogance, power without pretense. When he laughs at something I say, the sound is rich and genuine, sending warmth spreading through my chest. I can't remember the last time I felt this kind of instant connection with someone. The rest of Murphy's fades to background noise as we talk, creating our own private bubble in the crowded bar. Every shared smile, every accidental brush of hands as we gesture, builds the electricity between us. His presence is intoxicating, more potent than any drink I could order.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylerWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 6. Adrian. I catch the bartender's eye and motion him over, never breaking my smile as I lean against the polished wood bar. Another Manhattan for the lady. I turn to Leah, taking in how the warm lighting catches the highlights in her coily hair. And considering the madness outside, I'd say we both deserve a moment of peace from the holiday insanity. Make it a double, Leah adds, her dark eyes dancing with amusement. A knowing smirk plays at the corners of her full lips. Yeah, the traffic today was like Black Friday meets the Hunger Games. And don't even get me started on what I saw at the mall today. That bad? I shift closer, drawn to the way her laugh fills the space between us. The scent of her perfume, something warm and spicy, teases my senses. We've been trading glances and witty remarks for the past hour, and each moment pulls me in deeper. There's something magnetic about her presence that makes the rest of the crowded bar fade away. Worse, I saw two grown women fighting over the last cashmere scarf like it was made of solid gold. She accepts the fresh drink, her fingers brushing the glass stem. The way she holds herself, confident and at ease, is sexy as hell. Though I have to admit, watching chaos unfold from this cozy spot is much more entertaining. She takes a sip, leaving a perfect impression of her lipstick on the rim of her glass. Especially with the right company. I take a sip of my whiskey, savoring both the burn and the way her eyes linger on mine. The Christmas lights strung across Murphy's bar cast a soft glow across her skin, and I find myself wondering how someone can look so damn elegant perched on a basic wooden bar stool. Smooth, she teases, but her smile widens, showing perfect white teeth against that deep red lipstick. You've been working that charm since you walked in. Is it working? I raise an eyebrow, enjoying our back and forth. The usual crowd at Murphy's fades into background noise. The clinking glasses, the Christmas music from the speakers, the loud conversation at the pool tables. And all I can focus on is the way she tilts her head, considering me with those expressive eyes. Damn, but she's got me hooked with just a look. I'm still here, aren't I? She leans forward slightly, the move subtle but deliberate. The scent of her perfume drifts between us, something expensive and intoxicating. Though I usually make guys work harder for my attention. Lucky me, then. I flash her my signature grin, the one that's opened more doors than I can count, and shift closer until our knees almost touch. Or maybe you just recognize quality when you see it. My voice drops lower, meant just for her ears in the crowded bar. The connection between us is electric, impossible to ignore. She traces the rim of her glass, her laugh carrying over the bar's noise. The way her fingers move, deliberate and graceful, has me mesmerized for a second too long. Quality, huh? Let me guess. You're one of those guys who can fix anything? Cook a mean steak and still look good in a suit? 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I wink, enjoying how her eyes light up at our back and forth. The suit thing's debatable. Last time I wore one, my sister said I looked like a bouncer trying to blend in at the opera. No! Her shoulders shake with laughter. And damn if it isn't the most genuine sound I've heard all night. The way she leans in closer, like she's drawn to me despite herself, sends a shot of satisfaction through my chest. Please tell me there's photographic evidence. Buried deep where no one will ever find it. I take another sip of whiskey, letting the amber liquid warm my throat while I study her over the rim of my glass. The bar lights catch the highlights in her hair, making her look like some kind of goddess. Your turn. Most embarrassing moment. And don't hold back. I shared my suit shame with you. Oh, God. She covers her face with one hand, and I can tell this is going to be good. Last month, I was giving this huge presentation to potential clients. Super important stuff. I'm talking Fortune 500 company, whole executive board watching. And right in the middle, my stomach decides to unleash the loudest growl known to mankind. Like we're talking earthquake levels of rumbling. You're kidding. I lean forward, completely invested in her story. The way she tells it with both mortification and humor has me hooked. I wish. Dead silence in that room. Then someone goes, "Sounds like we should break for lunch." I wanted the floor to open up and swallow me whole right then and there. We both crack up, and I notice how her whole face lights up when she laughs. The sound is infectious, pulling a deeper chuckle from my chest. There's something genuine about her that cuts through all the usual first meeting craziness. Most women I meet in bars are trying too hard, playing some kind of game, but Leah, she's refreshingly real. Her expression shifts slightly as she glances at her phone. Speaking of work, God, I shouldn't even be here right now. I've got this massive campaign launch next week, and my inbox is probably exploding. But I needed a break. Been pulling 60-hour weeks trying to prove myself. She sighs, running a finger along the stem of her glass. Sometimes feels like I'm living at my desk. My mom keeps asking when I'm going to settle down, her words, but between the deadlines and client meetings, she shakes her head. Dating's kind of taken a back seat. Sounds lonely. The words slip out before I can stop them. More honest than I intended. Yeah. She meets my eyes, and for a moment, that confident facade cracks just slightly. It really is. I trace the rim of my glass, considering how much to share. I know something about loneliness myself. Fresh off a divorce that felt like getting hit by a freight train. The whiskey burns less than the admission. Spent 15 years building what I thought was the perfect life, only to watch it crumble. I'm sorry. Her voice carries genuine warmth, no hint of pity. That must have been rough. It was. Still is some days. I straighten my shoulders, meeting her gaze. But you know what? Sometimes things fall apart so better things can come together. She nods, understanding lighting her eyes. Like when I turned down that cushy corporate job in New York to come to Chicago instead. Everyone thought I was crazy, but something about it felt wrong. Now I'm running campaigns I actually believe in. Taking risks. Following your gut. that takes balls. The corner of my mouth lifts. Most people just stick to what's safe. Safe is overrated. She leans closer, her knee brushing mine. The contact sends electricity through my veins. Besides, look where playing it safe gets you. Stuck in a job you hate or... She trails off, catching herself. Or a marriage that's more habit than happiness. I finish for her. Damn straight. The usual bar noise fades further into the background. Christmas lights twinkle overhead, casting a soft glow across her features. The way she looks at me, really looks at me, makes my breath catch. No judgment, no expectations, just pure connection. You know what's weird? She twirls her glass between her fingers. I've told you more in the past hour than I've told most people I've known for years. Not weird at all. My voice drops lower, meant just for her. Sometimes you just click with someone. Can't explain it. Her smile reaches her eyes, creating tiny crinkles at the corners. Yeah, exactly like that. The heat between us builds, comfortable yet charged with possibility. Every small movement, every shared glance adds another layer to this unexpected connection we found. The winter chill from outside can't touch the warmth blooming in my chest. The bartender slides past, collecting empty glasses, and I catch the knowing look he throws our way. Can't blame him. The chemistry between Leah and me is electric enough to power half of Chicago. You know, I lean in closer, my voice dropping to that intimate register that makes her eyes darken. I've got a suite at a hotel nearby. Great view of the city lights, especially at night. Her fingers pause on her glass, and those expressive eyes meet mine. The corner of her mouth curves up, confident and sexy as hell. Is that so? Mm-hmm. I rest my arm on the bar, close enough that my sleeve brushes against her bare skin. Seems a shame to let that view go to waste. She takes a slow sip of her drink, leaving another perfect lipstick print on the glass. When she sets it down, her knee presses deliberately against mine. You're right. It would be a shame. That a yes? My heart pounds harder than it has in years. There's something about her that gets under my skin in the best possible way. Leah stands, gathering her purse with deliberate grace. Her eyes never leave mine as she steps closer, close enough that I catch that intoxicating scent of her perfume again. That's a yes. I throw some bills on the bar, more than enough to cover our tab, and then some. The electricity between us has built to something undeniable, something that makes every nerve-ending spark with anticipation. After you, I rest my hand on the small of her back as we head toward the door, and even that simple touch feels charged with promise.
Chapter 7. Leah. The hotel room offers a stunning view of Chicago's sprawling skyline. I walk over to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the twinkling lights and the distant glow of Lake Michigan. There's something magical about the city from this height, a serene beauty that almost makes me forget I'm not alone. Beautiful, isn't it? Adrian's voice, deep and resonant, breaks the silence. I turn to respond, but before I can utter a word, he's right there. His hands cup my face, and his lips crash down onto mine. It's intense, urgent, and surprisingly welcome. I've been feeling this building between us all night, a boiling heat that's been begging for release. And now, here it is, exploding in a flurry of sensation that has my heart pounding and my body aching for more. His kiss is dominant, demanding, and I find myself matching his fervor. My arms wrap around his neck, pulling him closer. He tastes like whiskey and sin, a combination that sends a shiver down my spine. His hands move from my face, sliding down my back, pulling me flush against him. I can feel every hard line of his body, and it's intoxicating. A moan escapes my lips as his hands grip my waist, his fingers digging into my skin. He pulls back slightly, just enough to look into my eyes. His gaze is intense, smoldering with desire that mirrors my own. "You have no idea how badly I've wanted to do that," he murmurs, his voice rough with need. I smirk, my hand still locked behind his neck. "I think I have an idea." He chuckles, a low rumble in his chest, before leaning in to kiss me again. This time it's slower, more deliberate. He takes his time, exploring my mouth as if it were a territory he plans to conquer. And God, do I want him to. He steps back, starting to undress himself, revealing a physique that's nothing short of impressive. His shirt comes off first, and my breath catches at the sight of his broad chest and rippling muscles. Despite his age, he's in peak condition, every line of his body defined and powerful. "Like what you see?" he asks, a smirk playing on his lips as he catches me staring. I don't bother hiding my admiration. "Very much." He chuckles as he continues to undress. His pants come off, followed by his boxers, and I can't help but appreciate the full view. He's a work of art, masculine and strong, and my body responds eagerly to the sight of him. He steps closer, his hands reaching out to cup my face again. His eyes search mine, intense and commanding. "You're driving me crazy, Leah." I smile, my voice barely above a whisper. "Good, because you're doing the same to me." Adrian's mouth is demanding, his tongue clashing with mine in a dance that sends electric jolts through my body. He guides us toward the bed, an overwhelming sense of urgency in his touch. I let him lead, my body craving more of this intoxicating sensation. But as we reach the edge of the mattress, a surge of boldness courses through me. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Did I really just do that? I did. I really did. And I don't feel myself regretting it at all.
Chapter 8. Adrian. Laughter pulls me from sleep, a sound so bright it rivals the sunlight streaming through the hotel windows. My eyes crack open, adjusting to the golden glow filling the room. Look who's finally joining the land of the living. Leah's voice carries that playful edge I've grown addicted to. She's perched at the small table by the window, already dressed in a cream bathrobe that makes her skin glow. I was starting to think you'd sleep through the whole damn morning. I prop myself up on my elbows, sheets pooling around my waist. What time is it? Late enough that I ordered us breakfast. She gestures to the spread on the table. Fresh fruit, pastries, coffee that smells strong enough to wake the dead. A stack of golden waffles catches my eye, dripping with maple syrup. Some alpha male you are, getting outmaneuvered by a morning person. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, running a hand through my hair. The mattress creaks under my weight as I shift. I was just giving you a head start. Wouldn't want to intimidate you with my superior breakfast-ordering skills. My voice comes out gravelly with sleep, but I can see the way she reacts to it. Is that what we're calling it? Her laugh fills the room again, rich and warm like honey. She takes a deliberate sip of her coffee, those dark eyes dancing with amusement over the rim of her cup. Because from where I'm sitting, You were dead to the world and snoring. I don't snore. I stand up, stretching my arms above my head, well aware of how her gaze tracks the movement. Sure, and I'm the Queen of England. She picks up a strawberry, takes a delicate bite. The morning light catches the angles of her face, highlighting every perfect feature. You're something all right. I stand, stretching my arms above my head. My shoulders pop, a reminder that hotel mattresses aren't getting any better with age. At least I can function before noon. She raises her coffee cup in a mock toast, unlike some people who need their beauty sleep. The smell of coffee draws me to the table. I drop into the chair across from her, reaching for the other cup. Keep it up, Leah. We'll see who's laughing when I'm fully caffeinated. The coffee hits my system as Leah slides a plate of waffles in front of me. Come on, slowpoke, we've got places to be. The golden stack is perfectly done, dripping with butter and syrup. Exactly what I need after last night. Places? I arch an eyebrow, cutting into the stack. Steam rises from the fluffy interior as I separate a bite. You planning our day already? Someone has to. She leans forward, stealing a bite from my plate with lightning-quick precision. Her fork moves so fast I barely have time to protest. And since you were busy catching up on your beauty rest, I took the initiative. Thief! I pull my plate closer, shielding it with my arm, but can't help grinning at her satisfied expression. The way she savors that stolen bite is almost worth the loss of precious breakfast. What happened to the room service you ordered? Already finished. Unlike some people, I don't need an hour to wake up and another to eat. She taps her watch with a perfectly manicured nail, eyes sparkling with mischief. Clock's ticking, Morrison. And trust me, you don't want to miss what I've got planned. I take another sip of coffee, deliberately slow. You know, rushing a man's breakfast is cruel and unusual punishment. You'll survive. She reaches across the table, nudging my arm. Now hurry up. The city's waiting, and I've got plans that don't involve watching you savor every bite like it's your last meal. The playful sparkle in her eyes sends a jolt through my chest. It's been years since anyone's looked at me like that, like they can't wait to share their world with me. The thought of my ex-wife's cold stares fades away, replaced by Leah's warmth. Fine. I shovel in another forkful of waffle, savoring the sweet maple syrup and buttery goodness. But I'm not promising to rush. Good food deserves respect. My grandmother taught me that, and she made the best damn waffles in 3 counties. Oh my God. She rolls her eyes, but her smile grows wider, showing off those perfect white teeth. You're impossible. Has anyone ever told you that? Part of my charm. I wink at her, enjoying how easy this feels, how natural. Is that what we're calling it? She steals another piece of waffle from my plate, dodging my mock swat with a dancer's grace. Come on, the day's perfect, and you're missing it. Look at that sunshine. Look at that snow. It's like the weather gods are begging us to get out there. The excitement in her voice is contagious, hitting me right in the chest. I feel lighter than I have in months, maybe years. The weight of divorce papers and lonely nights dissipates in the morning sun, in her laughter, in the promise of adventures ahead. Somehow, this woman, who crashed into my life like a hurricane, is making me forget all the things I've been carrying around. Leah's eyes light up as she spreads her hands, painting pictures in the air. There's this amazing outdoor rink near Millennium Park. The whole place sparkles with Christmas lights, and you can see the skyline while you skate. I take another bite of waffle, content to watch her enthusiasm unfold. The morning sun catches the angles of her face, highlighting every animated expression. Then we can grab hot cocoa from this little cafe I know. They make it with real Belgian chocolate and these tiny homemade marshmallows that melt in your mouth. She pauses, fork hovering over her plate. And the holiday market! God, you haven't lived until you've seen the Christkindl market. All these little wooden stalls with ornaments and gifts and the most amazing German food. Sounds like you've got it all mapped out. I reach for my coffee, hiding my smile behind the rim. Her excitement is infectious, making me feel decades younger. Well, someone had to make plans while you were busy drooling into your pillow. I told you I don't... The protest dies on my lips as she arches an eyebrow. Fine. Maybe a little drool. She stands, stretching like a cat in the sunlight. I should get ready, though. She glances down at her dress from last night, draped over a chair. I'm not exactly equipped for ice skating in this. We'll fix that. I push back from the table, crossing to where she stands. First stop. Shopping. Can't have you freezing in evening wear. Adrian, you don't have to. I want to. My hand finds the small of her back, just a light touch. Besides, what kind of gentleman would I be if I let you tackle Chicago winter in stilettos? She looks up at me through those long lashes, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The kind who sleeps through breakfast? Keep it up, smartass. I grab my sweater from the weekend bag, tossing it to her. Here. This'll keep you warm until we find you something more suitable. She catches it against her chest, bringing the fabric to her nose for a quick inhale when she thinks I'm not looking. The gesture sends warmth spreading through my chest. Give me 5 minutes to change. She gathers her dress and heads for the bathroom, pausing in the doorway. And Adrian? Thanks. I polish off the last few bites of waffle, savoring the sweetness while listening to Leah humming in the bathroom. The sound of running water and her quiet melody mix with the city noise filtering through the windows. After clearing our breakfast dishes, I grab fresh clothes from my bag, dark jeans, a navy sweater, and my favorite leather boots. Simple but put together, perfect for a day of whatever Leah's got planned. Bathroom's all yours! Leah emerges in a swirl of steam, wearing my sweater like it was made for her, along with some dark leggings. The sleeves fall past her hands, and she's rolled them up to her elbows. My breath catches at the sight. I duck into the bathroom before she catches me staring. The mirror is still fogged from her shower, and her perfume lingers in the warm air. I take my time getting ready, trimming my stubble and running a hand through my hair. 10 minutes later, we're heading for the elevator. Leah's practically bouncing on her toes, that infectious energy of hers making me feel like a teenager again. Ready for this? She bumps her shoulder against my arm as we step into the elevator. Born ready. I press the lobby button, watching her reflection in the mirrored walls. Though I've got to warn you, I haven't been ice skating since high school. Don't worry, old man. I'll catch you if you fall. The doors open to the lobby and we step out into the crisp Chicago morning. The air hits my lungs like a shot of pure energy. Snow blankets the sidewalks, pristine and white, while holiday decorations twinkle from every storefront. Leah links her arm through mine, pulling me toward Michigan Avenue. This way to the shops. Her smile lights up her whole face. Can't have you showing me up in your winter gear while I'm drowning in borrowed clothes. The easy way she fits against my side, the warmth of her through the fabric of my sweater. It feels right in a way I hadn't expected, like puzzle pieces clicking into place.
Chapter 9. Leah. The cold air hits my face as I step onto the ice, my skates gliding smoothly across the pristine surface. A laugh bubbles up from my chest, pure, uninhibited joy that I haven't felt in ages. The rink sparkles under the afternoon sun, and I push forward, finding my balance with each stroke. Show me what you got, city girl. Adrian's voice carries across the ice behind me, deep and challenging in a way that sends a shiver down my spine. I glance over my shoulder to see him matching my pace, his muscular frame moving with surprising grace for someone his size. At 42, he's 16 years my senior, but right now he's acting like a teenager, trying to impress his crush. His sky blue eyes sparkle with mischief as he gains on me, and damn if it isn't working. "You sure you can keep up, old man?" I tease, picking up speed. The cold wind whips against my face as I lean forward, trying to maintain my lead. "Old man?" He accelerates, cutting a clean path around me in one fluid motion that showcases years of experience on the ice. "I'll show you old." The competitive edge in his voice makes my heart race faster than our skating does, and I can't help but admire how his broad shoulders flex as he moves. The wind whips through my hair as I chase after him. If someone had told me last week I'd be spending my Saturday afternoon ice skating with a small-town business owner who makes my heart race every time he smiles, I would have laughed them out of Chicago. But here I am, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Adrian executes a perfect hockey stop, sending a spray of ice in my direction. "Getting tired yet?" His cocky grin makes my stomach do a little flip that has nothing to do with skating. "In your dreams?" I curve around him, remembering the figure skating lessons from my childhood. My body remembers more than I expected, and I pull off a small spin. The cold air stings my cheeks, but the rush of adrenaline makes me feel alive. "Damn." Adrian whistles, his eyes tracking my every movement. "Now you're just showing off." His deep voice carries across the ice, sending shivers down my spine that have nothing to do with the temperature. The competitive glint in his blue eyes sparks something in me, and I find myself skating backward, arms spread wide. What can I say? Some of us have natural talent. I throw in an extra twirl just to prove my point, loving how his jaw clenches at the challenge. The way his muscles tighten sends a thrill through me. He's not used to being shown up, and I'm enjoying every second of it. "Race you to the other end," I call out, already pushing forward with determined strokes. The ice whispers beneath my blades as I accelerate, my heart pounding with excitement. Wind whips at my hair, and I feel unstoppable. Adrian matches my pace effortlessly, his powerful form gliding alongside me. "Winner gets to pick dinner?" His voice carries that cocky edge that makes me want to knock him down a peg. "You're on." My competitive spirit kicks in as we speed down the length of the rink. Other skaters clear a path, some stopping to watch our impromptu race. I catch glimpses of their amused faces as we zip past. Adrian pulls ahead slightly, but I dig deep and push harder, refusing to let him win. My thighs burn with the effort as I stretch my stride longer, gaining ground. We cross the finish line, a crack in the ice we'd designated earlier, in what feels like a tie, both of us breathing hard from the exertion. "Photo finish," someone calls from the sidelines. A small crowd has gathered, entertained by our antics. Their scattered applause makes me laugh, especially when Adrian takes an exaggerated bow. "Let's settle this with style points instead." Adrian circles back, skating backward with perfect form, his movements fluid and controlled. "Best spin takes it all." His confident smirk makes my competitive spirit flare to life. I accept his challenge with a flourish, launching into a combination spin that draws appreciative whoops from our audience. The world blurs around me as muscle memory takes over from years of childhood skating lessons, and I end with a graceful finish, arms extended in a dancer's pose. "Not bad, Joyce." Adrian's eyes lock with mine, intense and playful, sending an unexpected shiver down my spine. He launches into his own spin, less technical but powerful, showcasing his athletic build. The crowd cheers louder, and I can't help but admire how his strength translates into grace on the ice. We continue trying to outdo each other. Crossovers, spirals, even attempted jumps that make us both laugh at our rusty execution. Each move brings us closer together, our bodies in sync as we glide across the ice. His hand occasionally brushes mine as we pass, and the contact, though brief, leaves my skin tingling. There's something magnetic about the way we mirror each other's movements, like we're performing an impromptu ice dance that neither of us planned, but both instinctively know the steps to. My breath catches when Adrian grabs my hand, pulling me into a synchronized spiral. His palm is warm against mine despite the cold, and electricity shoots through my arm at his touch. We move as one unit, and I can't remember the last time I felt this connected to someone. The reality of my situation hits me mid-spin. I'm falling for someone who lives hours away from Chicago, my whole life. This perfect afternoon is just that. One perfect afternoon. My heart constricts, but I push the thought away, focusing instead on the way Adrian's eyes crinkle when he smiles, how his laugh echoes across the ice, how right his hand feels in mine. For now, I'll let myself have this moment. I'll worry about tomorrow when it comes. The skating crowd disperses, leaving us in a more intimate bubble as twilight approaches. The festive lights strung above the outdoor rink flicker to life, casting a warm glow across the ice. Adrian's hand finds mine again, and we slow our pace to lazy figure eights. "You're full of surprises," he says, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. The simple touch sends sparks through my entire body. I focus on our synchronized movements, trying to steady my racing heart. Good surprises, I hope. The best kind. His voice drops lower, more intimate. The lights above reflect in his eyes, making them sparkle like stars on a winter night. We glide in comfortable silence, and I can't help but marvel at how natural this feels. His hand in mine, our bodies moving in perfect harmony. The string lights create halos around us, transforming the rink into something magical, almost dreamlike. But reality nags at the edges of my consciousness. This is only temporary, just a weekend away from the hustle and bustle of my usual life. The distance between our worlds feels both insurmountable and irrelevant in this moment. "Penny for your thoughts?" Adrian squeezes my hand gently, just thinking about how beautiful everything is. It's not a lie. The twinkling lights, the crisp evening air, the way his smile makes my chest tight with something that feels dangerously like falling. He pulls me closer, our skates perfectly in sync. "You know what's really beautiful?" His eyes lock with mine, and the intensity in them steals my breath. The way you light up when you nail a spin, how your laugh carries across the ice, that competitive fire when you think you're about to win. My heart hammers against my ribs. Every cell in my body screams to lean into this feeling, to let myself fall. But fear tangles with desire. Fear of distance, of complications, of how right this feels when it should feel wrong. Adrian's hand releases mine, only to settle on my waist as we slow to a stop beneath a cascade of twinkling lights. The warmth of his touch seeps through my jacket, and I find myself leaning into him despite my reservations. "What do you say we check out that Christmas market you mentioned?" Adrian's voice breaks through my thoughts. "Some beautiful woman I know said they had the best hot chocolate." My heart leaps at the suggestion. "Yes." I try to play it cool, but fail miserably. "That would be amazing." Adrian's answering grin tells me he sees right through my attempt at casualness. He guides us toward the rink's exit, his hand still steady on my waist. The blade guards make a satisfying click as we step off the ice. "Someone's excited." He chuckles, the sound rich and warm. "Your whole face just lit up like those Christmas lights." I playfully bump his shoulder as we make our way to the benches. "Can you blame me? I'm a sucker for anything Christmas related. Plus, I haven't had decent hot chocolate since in a long time." My fingers fumble with my laces, partly from the cold and partly from the anticipation coursing through my veins. I feel like I'm 10 years old again, counting down the days until Christmas morning. Except instead of presents under a tree, I'm looking forward to wandering through festive stalls with this man who makes my stomach do backflips every time he looks at me. I've never felt this way for anyone before. Here, let me help with those. Adrian kneels down, his warm hands replacing mine on my skate laces. The gesture is so unexpectedly sweet that I forget to breathe for a moment. You know, he says, working the knots loose with practiced ease, I haven't seen anyone get this excited about Christmas since my niece was 5. Are you calling me childish, Morrison? Not childish. He looks up, those blue eyes twinkling. More like infectious. Makes me feel like a kid again, too.
Chapter 10. Adrian. The city transforms as night falls, strings of twinkling lights crisscrossing overhead between buildings. Chicago's got a different energy than back home. Faster, more electric. Leah walks beside me, her breath creating small clouds in the cold air. The Christmas market's just around the corner. She points ahead, where crowds of people mill about between wooden stalls, their laughter and chatter drifting toward us on the crisp night air. It's one of my favorite spots during the holidays. The market spreads out before us, packed with locals bundled up against the December chill. Strings of white lights drape between rustic wooden booths, and the scent of cinnamon and pine needles fills the air. Vendors call out to passing shoppers, steam rising from cups of hot chocolate and mulled wine. A group of carolers harmonizes nearby, their voices carrying over the buzz of conversation and the jingle of bells from a cart selling ornaments. This is amazing, I breathe, taking in the scene. The whole place feels magical, like something out of those Hallmark movies my ex used to watch. Back home, we've got nothing like this. Leah grins up at me, her eyes sparkling in the glow of the twinkling lights. Wait till you try the food. There's this German pretzel stand that'll blow your mind. The way she says it, like she's sharing a precious secret, makes me want to try everything this place has to offer. My attention catches on a small booth where steam rises from copper kettles, the rich scent of chocolate and spices making my mouth water. How about some hot chocolate first? Warm up a bit. The cold starting to seep through my jacket and something hot would hit the spot. God, yes. She leads the way through the crowd, her hand brushing against mine. The slight contact sends a jolt through me that has nothing to do with the December chill. The vendor, an older woman in a red knit cap, beams at us from behind her counter of steaming kettles and jars filled with marshmallows and candy canes. What'll it be, dears? 2 hot cocos, please. I pull out my wallet before Leah can reach for hers, shooting her a look that says don't even think about it. My treat. The woman hums a Christmas tune while she ladles the rich chocolate into ceramic mugs, decorated with painted snowflakes. The smell is incredible. Real chocolate, not that powdered stuff. The warmth seeps through my gloves as I hand one to Leah, our fingers touching briefly. That same spark hits me again, and I can't help but notice how her eyes light up when she wraps both hands around the steaming mug. Thanks. She cups the mug close, inhaling the steam. This is exactly what I needed. The wind off the lake gets brutal this time of year. The hot chocolate hits the spot, chasing away the chill that's been creeping in since sunset. Rich and smooth, with just a hint of something. Cinnamon, maybe? Way better than the powdered stuff I keep at home. We find an empty bench near a towering Christmas tree, its branches laden with oversized ornaments that catch and scatter the light. Leah sits close, our shoulders touching. The warmth from her body mingles with the steam from our cocoa, creating a cozy bubble that feels separate from the bustling market around us. This view is unreal. I gesture at the glowing scene before us. Families weave between stalls, kids darting ahead of their parents. The carolers have moved closer, their harmonies drifting over on the winter breeze. I love watching people here. Leah takes another sip of her cocoa, leaving a tiny chocolate mustache that she quickly wipes away. Everyone's got their own little Christmas story playing out. What's yours? The question slips out before I can stop it. She turns toward me, tucking one leg under herself. I want to build something meaningful, you know? Not just climb the corporate ladder, but create campaigns that actually help people, make a difference. Her free hand moves as she talks, punctuating her words with graceful gestures. Back in my marketing firm, everything's about selling products, but I dream of working with nonprofits, telling stories that matter. That's amazing. Her passion is contagious, lighting her up from within. You've got the drive for it, that's for sure. Your turn. She nudges my shoulder. What makes Adrian Morrison tick? I stare into my cocoa for a moment. Honestly, for a while there, nothing did. After my divorce, I just went through the motions. Work, home, repeat. I take a deep breath, the admission feeling both heavy and freeing. But lately, I don't know. Things feel different. Brighter. I glance at her, catching her eye. Meeting you last night. It's like someone turned the color back on. She leans closer, her shoulder pressing more firmly against mine. The market lights dance in her eyes, and, for a moment, everything else fades away. The crowd, the music, the cold. It's just us, sharing this perfect moment under the twinkling lights. For a brief moment, I close my eyes and let myself imagine that we're the only people here. Life is more peaceful that way. More invigorating. Then, Leah shifts on the bench, turning to face me more fully. You know what's funny? I came to Chicago thinking it was my dream. The big city, the career fast track, but sometimes... She trails off, watching a family pass by, their little girl clutching a stuffed reindeer. Sometimes I miss the simplicity of hometown. Yeah, nothing can beat that small town charm, huh? Her eyes widen. Right. She laughs, the sound warming me more than the cocoa. I moved away 3 years ago, chasing the corporate dream. But lately I've been questioning if that's what I really want. What do you want? The words come out softer than intended. She takes a slow breath, her gaze dropping to her nearly empty mug. Connection. Real connection. Not just LinkedIn networks and client meetings. Her voice carries a vulnerability that hits me right in the chest. Back home, people knew each other. Really knew each other. Here I have 1,000 contacts, but... She shakes her head. But no one who sees you, I finish. Something inside me resonates with her words, like a tuning fork struck at just the right frequency. Exactly. She looks up at me, and there's something in her eyes that makes my breath catch. It's weird. I've known you for what, 24 hours? But talking to you feels more real than conversations I've had with people I've known for years. My hand finds hers on the bench between us. Her fingers are cold despite the warm mug she's been holding, and they fit perfectly between mine. I know what you mean. After Sarah, my ex, I thought I was done. Closed up shop, you know. But sitting here with you... The market bustles around us, but we might as well be alone. The way she's looking at me, like she's seeing parts of me I didn't even know were visible. It's terrifying and exhilarating all at once. I've never felt so exposed, yet so at ease. Her hand tightens in mine, and the world narrows to just this. The soft press of her fingers, the way her breath catches when I lean closer. The market fades to background noise, Christmas carols and laughter blending into a distant hum. Even the scent of cinnamon and pine from the nearby stalls can't compete with her subtle perfume. Adrian! Her voice is barely above a whisper. The lights reflect in her dark eyes, creating constellations I want to map with my fingertips. She's looking at me like I'm something precious, something worth discovering. Damn if that doesn't make my heart pound harder. I release her hand to brush my thumb along her jawline. Her skin is soft, warm, despite the winter chill. She leans into my touch, and that small movement demolishes any remaining hesitation. Everything I thought I knew about timing and taking things slow goes right out the window. There's something happening here that defies all my careful planning, all my promises to myself about keeping my distance. The first brush of her lips against mine is electric, soft, tentative, testing. Then she sighs, a small sound that shoots straight through me, and the kiss deepens. Her fingers curl into my jacket, pulling me closer. She tastes like chocolate and possibility, like every Christmas wish I never knew to make. Around us, the market continues its festive dance. Bells chime in the distance, carolers lift their voices in song, and the scent of pine and cinnamon wraps around us like a blanket. But all I can focus on is the way Leah fits against me, how perfectly her lips move with mine, the small tremor in her hands as they slide up to my shoulders. When we finally break apart, her eyes flutter open slowly, like she's waking from a dream. The smile that spreads across her face outshines every Christmas light in Chicago, making my heart stutter in my chest. She's radiant, glowing with a happiness that makes me want to kiss her all over again. "Wow," she breathes, and that one word contains volumes. My thumb rests on her bottom lip, tracing the curve I just finished kissing. "You're a beautiful woman, Leah, and I'm so glad I met you." The words come out rougher than I intended, my voice thick with emotion I haven't let myself feel in years. Her eyes glisten amidst the stars, reflecting the twinkling lights above us. I mean every word. It's been a long time since I felt alive again, since I felt this spark of possibility coursing through my veins. And it's all thanks to her. Sarah never made me feel like this, not even in the beginning. This is different. This is real.
Chapter 11. Leah. I wake up to the gentle rustle of sheets, the warmth of another body pressed against mine. Morning light filters through the hotel room curtains, casting a soft glow on everything. I'm in Adrian's bed, again. His hand, large and confident, cups my chest, his thumb tracing circles that send shivers down my spine. I could stop him, but I don't want to. His touch feels too good, too right. His breath is warm on my neck, his body a furnace behind me. He's half asleep, his movements lazy and unhurried. His hand trails down, skimming my stomach, dipping between my thighs. I gasp, my body arching into his touch. He groans in response, his voice a low rumble in his chest. "Morning," he murmurs, his lips brushing against my ear. His fingers explore me, slow and deliberate. He knows what he's doing, knows how to touch me to make my body sing. I let out a soft moan, pressing back against him. His arm tightens around me, pulling me closer. "Adrian," I whisper, my voice barely audible. His name on my lips is a secret, a confession. I'm not supposed to be here, not supposed to be enjoying this, but I am. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. A contented hum escapes my lips as I revel in the moment. This is how I want to wake up every Sunday morning, wrapped in Adrian's arms, our bodies sated and entwined. But as the haze of pleasure starts to lift, a sinking feeling sets in. My stomach twists with the knowledge that this perfect moment can't last forever. Adrian's grip on me loosens, his body relaxing against mine. His warm breath tickles my skin as he presses a soft kiss to the spot he bit, murmuring, Morning gorgeous. His hand traces lazy patterns on my hip, making me shiver. I smile, turning my head to look at him. Morning yourself. The stubble on his jaw catches the early morning light, and I resist the urge to reach up and touch it. His eyes meet mine, those striking blue depths pulling me in, and for a moment, everything feels right. Perfect, like we're the only two people in the world. But then reality creeps in, harsh and unwelcome. Adrian's only in Chicago for today. Then he leaves tomorrow. Our time together is running out, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. And there's nothing I can do to stop it. He senses the shift in my mood, his brows furrowing as he studies my face. What's wrong? His voice is soft but concerned, those piercing blue eyes searching mine. I shake my head, trying to chase away the thoughts that are threatening to destroy this perfect morning. Nothing. Just thinking. My fingers trace idle patterns on his chest, avoiding his gaze. Adrian rolls onto his back, pulling me with him so that I'm draped across his chest. His skin is warm against mine, and I can feel his heartbeat steady beneath my palm. He looks up at me, his hands stroking my back in long, soothing motions. About? I hesitate, not wanting to ruin the moment. The last thing I want is to sound needy or clingy, but the words slip out before I can stop them, betraying the anxiety that's been building inside me. You're leaving soon. His expression softens, understanding dawning in his eyes. The hands on my back still for a moment before resuming their gentle caress. He sighs, his chest rising and falling beneath me. Yeah, I am. The resignation in his voice matches the heaviness in my heart. The room falls silent, the weight of his impending departure hanging heavy in the air. I can't help but feel a pang of disappointment, wishing we had more time, but I push the thought aside, determined not to let it ruin what time we do have left. Well, I say, forcing a smile, we should make the most of it then. Adrian grins, his hand sliding down to cut my bottom. I couldn't agree more. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. Adrian. Sunlight filters through the hotel curtains as I watch Leah pack her small overnight bag. Her graceful movements, the way she folds each item with care. It strikes me how natural this feels, like we've done this dance 100 times before. You know what I'll miss most? Leah zips up her bag. Those little moments between the big ones. Like how you always seem to know exactly when I need coffee. Speaking of... I hand her a fresh cup from the room's coffee maker. Our fingers brush, and that familiar spark shoots through me. Though I have to admit, watching you demolish that deep dish pizza last night was pretty memorable too. She laughs, the sound hitting me right in the chest. Hey, you went in Chicago, right? You showed me parts of the city I never knew existed. I lean against the wall, trying to keep my voice steady. Makes my town seem pretty small in comparison. Adrian. She sets down her coffee and steps closer, the morning sunlight catching the gold flecks in her brown eyes. Your town isn't small. It's where you built something real, something that matters. You've created a legacy there. But the thought of going back there to those familiar streets without her, the weight of it settles in my gut like lead, making my chest tight. My ex-wife's words echo in my head about how I was too set in my ways, too anchored to one place, too damn stubborn to see beyond my own backyard, she'd said. The truth of it stings even now. You're thinking too loud. Leah's hand finds mine, her fingers warm and soft against my rougher skin. I can see those wheels turning. You get this little crease right here. Her other hand almost reaches for my forehead but stops short. Just wondering how Monday morning coffee's gonna taste without you critiquing my brewing technique. I try to keep my tone light, but damn it if the words don't catch in my throat. Terrible, obviously. Her smile doesn't quite reach her eyes, and I notice how her fingers tighten ever so slightly around mine. But you'll survive. You're good at that. I pull her closer, breathing in the vanilla scent of her hair. Will I? Because right now I'm not so sure. The words come out rougher than intended. Damn it, Leah. 3 days wasn't supposed to be enough time to... She presses a finger to my lips. Don't. Let's not make this harder than it needs to be. But it's already harder than anything I've faced. The idea of walking away, of returning to my predictable life when she's shown me how unpredictable and beautiful things could be. It feels like trying to stuff sunshine back into a bottle. You know what? Leah's eyes light up with that spark I've come to crave, the one that makes my heart skip like some lovesick teenager. We still have a few hours. Let's grab lunch. The suggestion lifts some of the heaviness from my chest, replacing it with a surge of relief. Now that's the best idea I've heard all morning. Hell, the best idea I've heard in days, besides taking her back to my hotel room on Friday night. She threads her fingers through mine as we step out of the hotel room, and damn if her touch doesn't send electricity straight through me. The gesture feels so natural, so right, that my throat tightens. We navigate through the lobby, past the revolving doors, and into the crisp Chicago air, her shoulder brushing against mine with each step. The streets pulse with weekend energy, tourists snapping photos, locals rushing past with shopping bags, the endless stream of yellow cabs honking their impatient symphony. But with Leah's hand in mine, her thumb absently stroking my skin, the chaos fades to background noise. It's like the whole world narrows down to just us, walking these bustling streets together. Oh, look at that place. Leah nods toward a small diner on the corner. Its red awning flutters in the breeze, and through the windows I spot worn leather booths and chrome fixtures that remind me of simpler times. It has that whole retro vibe going. Perfect. I give her hand a squeeze. Though I should warn you, growing up in a small town means I'm kind of a diner connoisseur. I've eaten at pretty much every greasy spoon within 50 miles of home. Is that so? She bumps her hip against mine, and damn if that playful contact doesn't send a jolt through my entire body. Well, Mr. Connoisseur, prepare to have your standards elevated by some city cooking. We cross the street, dodging a courier on a bike, and I catch a glimpse of our reflection in a store window, her graceful height matching my broader frame, our hands linked like we've been doing this forever. The sight punches me in the gut with how right it looks, how complete. Something about seeing us together like this, our bodies in perfect sync as we navigate the sidewalk, makes my chest tight with possibilities I haven't let myself consider in a long damn time. The diner's bell chimes as we step inside. The aroma of coffee and grilled onions wraps around us, and an elderly waitress with a name tag reading Betty waves us toward a corner booth. Leah slides in across from me. The vinyl seat squeaks beneath her, making her laugh. You know what? I haven't had a proper burger in ages. She scans the laminated menu, her eyes lighting up. My friends back at the office are all about those fancy gastropub places with their deconstructed whatever. Nothing beats a classic diner burger. I lean forward, watching how her fingers tap against the menu's edge. Though fair warning, sharing a milkshake might be risky in this weather. Please, I'm not letting a little Chicago chill stop me from having a proper date. She sets down her menu, her dark eyes meeting mine. Besides, I hear sharing body heat is the best way to stay warm. The way she says it, casual yet loaded with meaning, sends heat rushing through my body. Your trouble? You know that? Betty returns with her notepad, and we order 2 classic cheeseburgers, large fries to share, and yes, 2 separate milkshakes. Chocolate for her, vanilla for me. So predictable. Leah reaches across the table, her fingers brushing against mine. Let me guess. You're a vanilla ice cream kind of guy, too? Hey, there's nothing wrong with knowing what you like. I capture her hand, running my thumb across her knuckles. Though I've got to say this weekend's made me appreciate trying new things. Her smile softens and something in my chest tightens. The way she looks at me, like she sees past me and straight to who I really am. Our food arrives, and Leah's eyes widen at the size of the burgers. She dives in without hesitation, and watching her enjoy something so simple, so unpretentious, it hits me how rare that is. No airs, no pretense, just pure joy in the moment. This is perfect, she says between bites, stealing one of my fries from right out of my hand. Sometimes the simplest things are the best, you know? I nod, not trusting my voice. Because she's right. This is perfect. She's perfect. And in a few hours she'll be gone, back to her life in the city. The thought sits heavy in my stomach, but I push it aside. Right now I just want to memorize everything about this moment. The way she licks salt from her fingers, how her laugh echoes in this tiny diner, the sparkle in her eyes when she catches me staring. Here. I pull out my phone, unlocking it with slightly unsteady fingers. We should exchange numbers. I haven't felt this nervous asking for a woman's number since high school. Leah wipes her hands on a napkin and reaches for her phone, too. Good thinking. Though I have to warn you, I'm terrible at texting back sometimes when work gets crazy. I can handle that. I slide my phone across the table, trying to play it cool despite the way my pulse kicks up. Just put your number in there. Our phones trade hands, and I watch as she types her name into my contacts. Her fingers move with quick precision, and I notice she adds a little heart emoji next to her name. The sight makes my chest tighten. Something so simple shouldn't affect me this much, but damn if the tiny heart doesn't feel like a victory. I enter my details into her phone, debating for a split second before adding a wolf emoji after my name. Might as well match her playfulness. So, I clear my throat as we swap phones back. Any chance you might find yourself heading my way sometime? Small town charm's pretty hard to resist once you get a taste. She takes a long sip of her milkshake, her eyes dropping to the table. I don't know, Adrian. Work's been intense lately. We've got this big campaign launch coming up, and then there's the quarterly review, and... Hey! I reach across the table, catching her hand. No pressure. Just thought I'd ask. I want to, she says softly. It's just... complicated, I get it. The weight of reality settles over our little bubble. My shoulders slump despite my best efforts to keep it together. One damn weekend. Somehow the thought of not seeing her face across the table tomorrow morning feels like someone's reached into my chest and squeezed. She squeezes my hand. I'll call you, though. Promise. I nod, forcing a smile I don't quite feel. The rest of my fries sit forgotten on the plate, gone cold while we navigate this moment neither of us seems ready for.
Chapter 13. Leah. I stare at my boots, unable to meet Adrian's eyes. The hotel lobby bustles around us, but all I hear is the thundering of my heart against my ribs. A group of tourists drags their luggage past, their chatter fading into background noise. So, Adrian's voice comes out rough, almost gravelly. His hands are shoved deep in his pockets, shoulders tense beneath his leather jacket. The way he's standing reminds me of a caged predator, all coiled energy with nowhere to go. So, the word catches in my throat, and I hate how small my voice sounds. The massive crystal chandelier above casts shadows across his face, highlighting the sharp angles of his jaw. He takes a step closer, and my breath hitches. The spicy notes of his cologne wrap around me, familiar now after these past days together. It's the same scent that's been driving me crazy since that first night at the bar. This is ridiculous. He runs a hand through his hair, messing up the styled strands. We're acting like teenagers at prom. His blue eyes lock onto mine, intense and searching. A weak laugh escapes me and I fidget with the strap of my purse. Is that what this is? Because I definitely didn't have a date to my prom who looked like you. My prom date had been a lanky basketball player with braces, nothing like the commanding presence of the man in front of me. His lips quirk up, but the smile doesn't reach his eyes. When are you driving home? I ask, tilting my head slightly. First thing tomorrow. It's a few hours' drive, he replies, reaching out to graze his hand along my chin. And you'll be staying here, in the big city. I could always stay a little bit longer, you know. Push back some meetings back in town. Adrian, I shake my head. We've already discussed this. Prolonging goodbye won't make it hurt less. He shifts his weight, and for a moment, I think he might reach for me, but his hands stay firmly in his pockets. The distance between us spans only feet, yet it might as well be miles. You've got my number? His voice drops lower, private. And I've got yours? I nod, not trusting myself to speak. The weight of everything unsaid presses down on my shoulders. Chicago and his small town might as well be different planets. My career, his business. We both have lives we can't just walk away from. A sharp ache blooms in my chest. I want to memorize him like this. Strong and solid and real. Want to bottle this moment before it slips away like sand through my fingers. When will you be back in Chicago? The words tumble out before I can stop them, my voice catching on the last syllable. I don't know. His jaw clenches, the muscle twitching beneath his skin. But I will be. The conviction in his tone makes my heart stutter. I nod, feeling a prickling behind my eyes that I'm desperate to blink away. My throat constricts with all the things I want to say but can't. I should go. The words taste like ash in my mouth, bitter and dry. My Uber's probably waiting. Adrian's shoulders stiffen, his expression darkening like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. His hands flex at his sides. Let me walk you out. No. I force my lips into what I hope passes for a smile, though it feels more like a grimace. Every cell in my body screams to let him, to steal a few more precious seconds. I've got this. His hand drops to his side, and I catch the slight tremor in his fingers before he curls them into a fist. The gesture is so unlike his usual confidence that it makes my chest ache. This man who commands every room he walks into, who never shows weakness. Seeing him affected hits harder than any goodbye speech could. I hitch my purse higher on my shoulder, using the motion to steady myself. The marble floor stretches endlessly between us and the revolving doors. Each step feels like moving through molasses. Leah. His voice stops me halfway across the lobby. I turn, keeping my smile firmly in place even as it threatens to crack. The afternoon sun streams through the glass doors behind me, casting long shadows across the polished floor. Adrian stands frozen where I left him, his tall frame backlit by the warm glow of the chandelier. Our eyes meet across the space, And for a moment, I see everything we could have been, everything we can't be, reflected in those blue depths. The weight of Chicago's skyline looms outside, a constant reminder of the life I've built here, the life that's waiting for me to return to it. My heel clicks against the marble as I take a step backward. Then another. The sound echoes through the lobby, mixing with the soft music playing overhead. The revolving doors cool under my palm. I push through, refusing to look back until I'm on the other side. Through the glass, I catch one last glimpse of him. He hasn't moved, but his hands are now braced against his thighs, head bowed slightly. The city air hits my face, carrying with it the familiar sounds of traffic and street vendors. I inhale deeply, letting the rhythm of Chicago ground me as I walk toward the waiting car. I slide into the back seat of the Toyota Camry. The leather seat feels cold against my legs, making me shiver slightly. Through the window, the hotel shrinks into the distance, taking Adrian with it. Each passing second puts more space between us, and my chest aches with a pain I wasn't prepared for. The first tear falls silently, sliding down my cheek before I can catch it. I swipe it away with trembling fingers, but more follow, betraying every emotion I tried so hard to keep locked away. The city blurs into a kaleidoscope of colors through my watery vision, streetlights and storefronts melting together like a watercolor painting. "Miss?" The driver's eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror. His weathered face creases with concern, deep lines appearing around his kind eyes. "Are you okay?" "Yes." My voice comes out steady despite the storm raging inside, years of boardroom presentations finally paying off. "Thank you." I turn toward the window, hoping he won't notice how I'm gripping my purse like it's a lifeline. He nods, turning his attention back to the road. The radio plays softly, some pop song about love and loss that hits too close to home. My phone sits heavy in my purse. Part of me wants to pull it out, to text Adrian to say, "What?" That I miss him already, that the thought of never seeing him again makes it hard to breathe. Another tear traces down my face. I press my forehead against the cool glass, watching buildings streak past. My chest feels hollow, like someone reached in and scooped out everything inside. The ache spreads through my ribcage, settling deep in my bones. Traffic crawls along Michigan Avenue. Each red light feels like torture, stretching the journey home into an eternity. I close my eyes, but all I see is Adrian standing in that lobby, his shoulders rigid with tension, looking more lost than I've ever seen him. The spicy notes of his cologne still cling to my jacket from our last hug. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to hold on to that final memory, even as it slips away like smoke through my fingers. I let out a deep sigh once the car comes to a gentle stop. I thank the driver and step out onto the sidewalk in front of my building. My heels drag across the concrete as I make my way to the entrance, each step heavier than the last. The doorman tips his hat. "Welcome back, Miss Joyce." I manage a weak smile and head for the elevator. The mirrored walls reflect my mascara-stained cheeks, and I quickly look away. The familiar ping announces my floor, and I fumble with my keys, desperate to get inside where I can fall apart in private. My apartment feels cold and empty. I drop my purse by the door and kick off my shoes, padding across the hardwood floors in my stockings. The city sparkles beyond my windows. All those lights I used to find so inspiring now just remind me how alone I am. Mom's voice echoes in my head. "All the success in the world won't keep you warm at night. Baby girl." She'd said that last Christmas when I'd bragged about my promotion. Dad had nodded along, squeezing her hand across the dinner table. I sink onto my couch, pulling my knees to my chest. They'd been right. Here I am, crushing it at work, living in my dream apartment with a view that would make most people jealous. And what do I have to show for it? A string of missed connections and first dates that went nowhere. Until Adrian. My throat tightens as I remember how his eyes crinkled when he laughed, the way his hand felt against the small of my back, how safe I felt when he pulled me close. It wasn't supposed to be like this. He was just supposed to be a handsome stranger at a bar, not someone who could shake my whole world in just a few days. I grab my phone, opening my photo gallery before I can stop myself. There we are, caught mid-laugh at Navy Pier, his arm around my shoulders, my head tilted back in pure joy. I trace his face on the screen, remembering how alive I felt beside him, how everything else faded away when he looked at me. "Stupid, stupid, stupid," I whisper, letting my head fall back against the cushions. I had my chance. I could have asked him to stay, could have figured something out. Instead, I did what I always do, chose the safe path, the responsible path. And my heart is breaking into pieces of that decision.
Chapter 14. Adrian. The house feels too damn quiet. I lean back in my leather armchair, bourbon in hand, and stare at the crackling fireplace. The shadows dance across the hardwood floor, a stark difference from the bright Chicago lights I left behind yesterday. My phone sits dark and silent on the side table. No messages, no calls. The urge to reach out to Leah gnaws at me, but I force myself to wait. Give her space. Let her process everything that happened between us. Damn it. The word echoes through the empty room. I close my eyes, and there she is. That brilliant smile lighting up her face as we walked through Millennium Park. The way her fingers intertwined with mine, warm despite the December chill. Her infectious laughter when I pulled her close, stealing a kiss beneath the twinkling holiday lights. The bourbon burns down my throat, but it doesn't erase the memory of her lips against mine. Sweet. Passionate. Perfect. My gaze drifts to the Christmas tree in the corner, still undecorated. I'd planned to do it alone, like everything else since Sarah left. But now all I can think about is how Leah's eyes lit up when she talked about her family's holiday traditions. The way she described hanging ornaments while dancing to Motown Christmas songs. Get it together, Morrison. But the silence just amplifies her absence. The ghost of her perfume lingers on my jacket by the door. The echo of her voice, deep and melodic, fills my head. That moment when she looked up at me, really looked at me, and I saw past her carefully constructed walls. Christ, when did I become such a sentimental fool? I set the glass down harder than necessary. At 42, I shouldn't be sitting here pining like some lovesick teenager. But there's something about Leah Joyce that gets under my skin, that makes me want things I'd convince myself I didn't need anymore. The fire pops, sending sparks dancing up the chimney like tiny fireflies. Outside, snow begins to fall, soft and silent, coating the world in a blanket of white that makes everything feel muffled and distant. I set the bourbon aside, ice cubes clinking against crystal, and drag the old cardboard box from beneath the coffee table. Dust coats my fingers as I lift the lid, leaving gray smudges on the weathered cardboard. The scent of aged paper and forgotten memories hits me like a punch to the gut, storing up feelings I'd rather keep buried. The first photo shows Sarah and me on our wedding day. Her white dress, my black tux. We looked like every other cookie-cutter couple starting their perfect life. My smile looks forced now that I really look at it, like I was trying too damn hard to be something I wasn't. What a load of nonsense that turned out to be. Well, this was a terrible idea. But I keep digging through the stack anyway, like picking at an old wound. Here's one from the grand opening of Morrison Hardware. Dad's proud smile as he handed me the keys, his weathered hands passing on the family legacy. Sarah standing off to the side, her arms crossed and expression distant, already checking out even then. I should have seen the signs, should have noticed how she never quite fit into the life I was building. But hindsight's always crystal clear, isn't it? Another photo slides free. Our first house. A tiny starter home with peeling paint and a crooked mailbox that I'd promised to fix every weekend for a year. We'd had such plans. Kids running through the sprinkler on hot summer days. Sunday barbecues with the neighbors we never got to know. Family game nights around the scratched coffee table I refinished myself. None of it happened. Not a single thing we dreamed about came true. My hands shake as I unearth more snapshots, each one like a punch to the gut. The bourbon I poured earlier isn't helping worth a damn. Sarah's 35th birthday party. The forced smile on her face as she blew out the candles on the chocolate cake I'd special ordered from that bakery downtown. Even then, I was still trying so damn hard to make her happy. I tossed that one aside, but the next isn't any better. Christmas at my parents' house 5 years ago. Everyone wearing those ridiculous, matching sweaters Mom insisted on, red and green monstrosities with prancing reindeer. Sarah's wearing hers, but her eyes are cold, disconnected, like she was already planning her escape route. The box holds 15 years of moments that meant something once. Now they're just paper ghosts of a life I thought I wanted, memories turned bitter with time and truth. Each photo feels heavier than the last, weighted down with shoulda, coulda, wouldas. The kind of regrets that keep you up at 3 a.m, staring at the ceiling and wondering where it all went wrong. My throat tightens as I reach the bottom of the box. Our honeymoon in Hawaii. Both of us young and stupid, thinking love was enough. The photo's edges are worn, like it's been handled too many times. I don't remember the last time I looked at these, but the regret hits fresh and sharp. I shove the photos back in the box, pushing it away with more force than necessary. My mind drifts to Leah, the way she smiles, the way she laughs, the way she knows how to make me happy without even trying. How different she is from Sarah, from anyone I've ever known. Chicago's only a couple hours away. Not exactly next door, but not impossible either. The distance shouldn't matter, but it does. It complicates things. Makes whatever this is between us harder than it needs to be. When has anything worth having ever been easy? The words come out rough, matching the burn in my chest that has nothing to do with bourbon. Running a successful business taught me that playing it safe gets you nowhere. Sure, I could stay here in my comfort zone, stick to what I know. Keep managing the hardware store, drinking bourbon alone, and pretending I'm content with this half-life I've built. But Leah... I walked into that Chicago bar, my eyes landed on her amidst her corporate work party, and she turned my world upside down in the span of one night. Made me laugh harder than I have in years. Made me feel alive again. The spark in her eyes when she talks about her marketing campaigns. The fire in her voice when she argues her point. It awakens something in me I thought died along with my marriage. My fingers drum against the armrest, a nervous habit I thought I'd kicked years ago. The practical side of me, the side that's kept Morrison Hardware running smoothly for 2 decades, lists all the reasons this is crazy. The age gap that should bother me more than it does. The distance that stretches between my small town and her Chicago high-rise. The fact that she's building an impressive career in the city while I'm settled here with the family business. Roots planted too deep to pull up. But for the first time in forever, I want to say to hell with practicality. To all the careful planning and measured decisions that have defined my life since Sarah left. To take a chance on something, someone, that makes my pulse race and my mind spin with possibilities. Someone who looks at me like I'm more than just the guy who inherited his dad's hardware store. The snow falls harder outside my window, thick flakes coating the parking lot in pristine white. And I think about that kiss in Millennium Park. How right it felt. Her body fitting perfectly against mine despite the bulky winter coats between us. How everything else faded away until it was just us, standing there in our own private world, her lips soft and eager against mine. The way she'd smiled afterward, snowflakes caught in her dark curls. Maybe it's time to stop playing it safe, I muttered to myself, already reaching for my phone. Maybe it's time to live again. My phone buzzes. Tom's name flashing across the screen. Damn it. In my Leah-induced haze, I completely forgot about him. My stomach does that guilty twist it always does when I've screwed up with my friend. Hey, man. I braced myself for the inevitable ass-chewing. Tom's never been one to hold back when I deserve it. Morrison, what the heck? You were in Chicago and couldn't even shoot me a text? Tom's voice booms through the speaker, loud enough that I have to pull the phone away from my ear. I thought we had plans. Yeah, about that. I run a hand through my hair, pacing in front of the window. The snow's really coming down now. Something came up. Something. Or someone. There's that knowing tone he gets. The one that makes me feel like I'm back in high school getting caught sneaking out. I let out a breath, dropping onto the edge of my bed. Her name's Leah. Met her at this bar near my hotel. And before you say anything, it wasn't planned. My voice comes out more defensive than I mean it to. Hold up. You're telling me you ghosted me because of a woman? The accusation in his tone shifts to curiosity, and I can practically see him leaning forward in his chair, ready for all the details. Look, I'm sorry, I should have called. Stop that, tell me everything. The excitement in his voice catches me off guard. What's she like? She's... I pause, searching for words that won't make me sound like a complete idiot. Different. Smart as hell. Works in marketing. Has this laugh that just... Holy crap. Tom's laughing now. I haven't heard you talk about anyone like this since... well, ever. Yeah, laugh it up. No, man, this is good, really good. After everything with Sarah, you needed this. Consider your ghosting forgiven. Just like that? Just like that. About damn time you started living again instead of hiding out in that hardware store.
Chapter 15. Leah. The phone call with Mom and Dad leaves me drained but lighter somehow. Their voices carry the warmth of understanding I desperately need right now. I can't handle this broken heart on my own, and they understand this. Hell, they clocked it the moment I called them. Come home, baby girl, Mom says, her voice gentle but firm. Sometimes you need to step back to move forward. You know we've got your favorite sweet potato pie waiting. That's all it takes. One quick email to HR about using my stored vacation days, all 20 of them that I've hoarded like a workaholic squirrel. And I'm throwing clothes into my suitcase without even bothering to fold them properly. Chicago's steel and glass towers fade in my rearview mirror as I point my car toward home, leaving behind the concrete jungle that's been both my refuge and my prison these past months. 3 hours later, I roll down my window despite the December chill that bites at my cheeks. The scent of pine and wood smoke fills my lungs, so different from the city air I've grown used to, with its mixture of exhaust fumes and food cart hot dogs. My hometown stretches before me, wearing its holiday best like a cozy sweater. Strings of twinkling lights already draped across Main Street's lampposts. Main Street hasn't changed. The lampposts wear their traditional wreaths, red ribbons dancing in the winter breeze. The local shops have transformed their windows into miniature winter wonderlands, complete with fake snow and twinkling lights. Well, if it isn't little Leah Joyce. Mrs. Little waves from her bakery doorway, her apron dusted with flour. The smell of fresh gingerbread wafts across the street. I manage a small wave back, but keep driving. My throat tightens as I pass the ice cream parlor, where Dad used to take me after dance recitals. The community center where Mom taught me to wrap presents properly. Corners sharp as glass, baby girl. The memories hit harder than expected. Each familiar sight brings another moment rushing back. Building snowmen in the park, caroling with the church youth group, drinking hot chocolate at the annual tree lighting ceremony. I grip the steering wheel tighter. Everything here reminds me of simpler times, before career ambitions and city dreams, before Adrian. My chest aches at the thought of him, but it's different here. Softer somehow, like an old bruise instead of a fresh wound. The local radio station crackles with White Christmas as I turn onto Cedar Lane, someone's front yard hosts an inflatable Santa that waves mechanically in the wind. 2 kids bundle past on the sidewalk, scarves trailing behind them like victory banners. I park the car right outside my childhood home, which looks cozy as always. Mom and Dad have decorated the house with lights, snowmen, and a few reindeer outside on the yard. The familiar red brick facade glows under the twinkling white lights they've strung along the gutters. They've even put up that goofy light-up penguin I begged them to buy at a yard sale when I was 12. As I grab my luggage from the trunk, I take a deep breath and try not to start crying. I should be coming home to them with Adrian, introducing him to my parents. But instead, I'm alone. Like usual, I have no one to call my own by my side. The string of failed relationships and almost relationships weighs heavy on my shoulders. But this one hurts differently. Mom flings open the front door before I can even reach for my keys. There's my girl. She's wearing her favorite Christmas apron, the one with dancing gingerbread men that's practically ancient. The warmth hits me first, both emotional and physical, as she wraps me in a hug that smells like vanilla and cinnamon. Over her shoulder, I spot Dad hovering in the hallway, trying to act casual while clearly fighting back tears. He's wearing that ratty old sweater I got him 3 Christmases ago, pretending to be super interested in adjusting the wreath on the wall behind him. "Let her breathe, Marie," he says, but his voice catches. My dad's always been terrible at hiding his emotions, especially when it comes to his only daughter. The familiar scent of Mom's famous sugar cookies wafts from the kitchen, mixing with pine from the Christmas tree I can glimpse in the living room. She's arranged everything perfectly, just like always. I can see the twinkling lights reflecting off the antique ornaments we've collected over the years. For a split second, the comfort of it all makes me forget why I'm here. Makes me forget Adrian's face when, not now. I can't let myself go there. Not when I'm barely through the door. "You're just in time," Mom says, pulling back to study my face with that knowing look that makes me feel like I'm 10 years old again. Her hands rest on my shoulders, warm and steady. "The first batch is almost done. And don't worry about your bags. Your father will get those." I got it. I try to keep hold of my suitcase, but Dad's already wrestling it from my grip. Going into full protective father mode, like he always does when I'm home, the familiar routine of it makes my throat tight. Kitchen. Mom steers me through the house like I might get lost in my childhood home. I need a taste tester. The kitchen is a holiday explosion. Every surface sparkles with sugar or flour. Cookie cutters scatter across the counter like metallic confetti. The timer dings, and Mom rushes to rescue another batch of perfectly golden cookies. I sink into a chair at the breakfast nook, where I used to do homework while Mom cooked dinner. Everything here is so unchanged, so certain. While I feel like a snow globe someone's shaken up, still waiting for all the pieces to settle. "Here." Mom slides a warm cookie across the table. Sugar makes everything better. I take a bite, and the sweetness floods my mouth. But instead of comfort, I feel tears pricking at my eyes. Because all I can think about is how Adrian would love these. How his face would light up at that first taste. How he'd probably steal 3 more when Mom wasn't looking. God, I wish I could tell them. About him. About us. About how it felt to finally find someone who saw me, really saw me, only to have it all fall apart within a weekend. But how do I explain falling for someone so different from anyone they'd expect? How do I make them understand when I barely understand it myself? The cookie turns to ash in my mouth. I force myself to swallow, to smile, to nod at Mom's expectant face. But inside, I've never felt more alone. The sweetness that should comfort me just makes everything worse, reminding me of shared desserts and stolen kisses that now feel like a lifetime ago. "Want to help set up some more decorations, honey bun?" Mom asks, sending me a warm smile. I put aside some ornaments for you, the special ones from when you were little. I follow her out of the warm kitchen and help Mom sort through boxes of decorations, each ornament wrapped in tissue paper like a tiny present. The familiar rituals should be soothing, but my mind keeps wandering back to Adrian's smile, the way his eyes crinkled at the corners when he laughed, how he'd lean in close when I spoke, making me feel like everything I said mattered, like I mattered. This one's still your favorite, right? Mom holds up a crystal angel, its wings catching the afternoon light. The same angel that's topped our tree every year since I was 5, its delicate features now familiar as an old friend. But even this cherished tradition feels different now, tainted by the weight of everything I'm keeping locked inside. Yeah. My voice comes out rougher than intended. That weekend with Adrian feels like a lifetime ago, yet the memory of his touch burns fresh. The way he'd pulled me close while we were at the Christmas market. How natural it felt to lean into him. One perfect weekend that ended too soon. Mom bustles around the kitchen, humming carols under her breath while mixing another batch of cookie dough. I mechanically fold paper snowflakes, but each crease reminds me of how Adrian's hands engulfed mine while we walked through the snowy streets of Chicago together. Want to help me wrap the stair railings? Mom waves a length of garland. Sure. I follow her to the foyer, pine needles scratching my palms as we wind the garland around the banister. The house slowly transforms into the winter wonderland of my childhood, but something feels hollow this year, like I'm watching everything through frosted glass. The radio plays All I Want for Christmas Is You, and my chest tightens. Adrian would have hated this song. Probably made some smart-ass comment about overplayed holiday music. God, I barely knew him, and yet I can picture exactly how he'd roll his eyes, that half smirk playing on his lips. He'd probably grab my hand, pull me close, and suggest we find something better to do with our time. You seem distracted, baby. Mom's hand squeezes my shoulder. Her eyes search my face with that knowing look only mothers seem to master. Just tired from the drive. I focus on tucking pine branches between the railings, trying to lose myself in the familiar motions. The scent of fresh evergreen fills my nose, but instead of comfort, it reminds me of walking past decorated storefronts with Adrian's arm wrapped protectively around my waist. But even as Christmas magic settles over the house like fresh snow, that ache remains. One weekend shouldn't have this much power over me, yet here I am, hanging ornaments and fighting back tears over a man I barely got to know. A man whose touch still burns on my skin and whose laugh echoes in my dreams.
Chapter 16. Adrian. I pull into the familiar driveway, my car's headlights sweeping across the weathered brick facade of my parents' 2-story home. The same house where I skinned my knees learning to ride a bike, where I snuck out as a teenager, where I brought my prom date. Now at 42, divorced and questioning every life choice. I'm back here seeking something. I drum my fingers on the steering wheel, not ready to go inside yet. The engine idles, sending little puffs of exhaust into the frigid December air, while I gather my courage. Mom's gone all out with the decorations this year. Icicle lights drip from the gutters, casting a soft blue glow across the fresh snow. A giant wreath dominates the red front door, and those same old plastic reindeer, probably older than me, stand guard on the frost-covered lawn. Dad must have spent hours arranging everything just so, probably using that ancient wooden ladder he refuses to replace. The house looks like a damn Christmas card. Perfect. Welcoming. Everything my empty home isn't right now. After the divorce, I couldn't bring myself to put up a single decoration outside. The inside has the Christmas tree, but that's it. My phone buzzes. Mom's third text in an hour. Are you almost here? The pot roast is getting cold. Classic Mom using food as emotional leverage. I can practically smell the rosemary and garlic from here, a recipe she's perfected over 4 decades of marriage. Another reminder of everything I failed at. I grab the bottle of wine from the passenger seat and step out into the December chill. The familiar crunch of snow under my boots takes me back to countless winter nights coming home late, trying not to wake my parents. Now they're waiting up for me on purpose. Standing in the driveway, I breathe in the crisp air. Wood smoke curls from the chimney, mixing with the scent of pine from Dad's meticulously maintained trees. Some things never change in this town. Maybe that's why I never left Rockford even after the divorce. Maybe that's what I need right now, something steady, unchanging. The Christmas lights blur slightly and I blink hard. This holiday stuff always gets to me, but this year it's different. First Christmas since Sarah left. First time I'm actually dreading the family traditions instead of looking forward to them. I straighten my shoulders, adjust my grip on the wine bottle. Time to put on the face they expect, their successful son who has it all figured out. Even if right now I don't have a damn clue about anything. Through the bay window, Mom flits between rooms like a Christmas sweater-clad hummingbird, her silver hair catching the warm light from inside. Even from here I can see she's got that determined look, the one that means she's orchestrating everything down to the last detail. Even at 73, she's still as spry as she's always been. The path to the front door winds past the massive oak tree where my tire swing used to hang. Now there's just a thick rope scar in the bark, worn smooth by years of neighborhood kids taking turns. The memories hit me like a physical force. Summer afternoons spent climbing those sturdy branches. Winter mornings building snow forts beneath its protective canopy. My boots leave fresh tracks in the pristine snow. And suddenly, I'm thinking of different footprints. Leah's boots against Chicago sidewalks as we ducked into that diner together. For a moment, the bite of Illinois winter fades, replaced by the warmth of that afternoon. The peaceful quiet of suburban Rockford only highlights how alive I felt in her presence, how the bustling energy of Chicago seemed to pulse through us both during that whole weekend. I pause at the bottom of the porch steps, my hand resting on the snow-dusted railing. Mom's decorated the posts with evergreen garland, just like she has every year since I can remember. But instead of focusing on the familiar sight, my mind wanders to Leah's hands, gesturing animatedly as she told stories over coffee, her passion for life evident in every word. Two worlds colliding, my roots here in Rockford and that electric weekend in Chicago, both feeling equally real, equally important, yet somehow impossible to reconcile. I shake my thoughts clear and climb the steps. Time to focus on what matters. Family, tradition, moving forward. This Christmas won't be like last year, spent arguing with Sarah over who gets to keep the vintage ornaments her grandmother left us. No more dwelling on what's gone. The door swings open before I can reach for the knob. Mom stands there in her favorite red sweater, the one with tiny jingle bells sewn along the collar. Even after all these years, they still chime with her every movement, a sound that takes me straight back to childhood Christmases. "You're letting all the heat out," Dad calls from somewhere inside. His gruff voice carries the same mock annoyance it always has, hiding the warmth underneath. Mom pulls me into a hug that smells like cinnamon and pot roast. "Adrian, sweetheart, we were starting to worry." Her arms squeeze tight, and I lean into her embrace, letting myself feel like a kid again for just a moment. The house is a Christmas explosion garland, wrapped around every banister, nutcrackers standing sentinel on every surface, and the massive Douglas fir in the corner practically groaning under the weight of ornaments collected over decades. The chaos of decorations should feel overwhelming, but instead it wraps around me like a familiar blanket. Mom's always gone overboard with holiday decorating, and this year seems even more intense than usual, probably her way of making sure I feel at home. My throat tightens when I spot the construction paper star I made in 3rd grade still hanging front and center. Wonder what Leah would say about that. Probably tease me about my questionable artistic skills as a kid. The glitter's mostly fallen off by now, leaving behind ghostly patterns of dried glue that somehow make it look even more pathetic. "Here." I thrust the wine bottle at Mom, desperate for a distraction from memories of elementary school art projects. something to go with dinner. Dad appears from the kitchen, wiping his hands on a dish towel. His eyes light up at the label. Good choice, son. Sarah always picked those sweet whites. Robert! Mom cuts in with a sharp look, her shoulders tensing. It's fine. I shrug off my coat, draping it over the back of a chair. The divorce might be fresh, but the wounds aren't as raw as they think. Sarah's taste in wine was the least of our problems. Mom guides me toward the dining room, her hand gentle on my arm like I might break if she grips too hard. Her voice drops to that soft, concerned tone she uses when she's worried. How are you doing with everything? Really doing? The table's set with her best china, 3 place settings arranged just so. The fancy stuff she only breaks out for holidays and special occasions. The empty 4th spot at the table hits harder than expected, a glaring reminder of what's missing, but I force a smile anyway. No need to let Mom see how much it actually stings. I'm good. The business is doing great. I actually landed 2 new contracts last month. Big ones, too. They'll keep us busy well into next year. That's not what I meant. I know what you meant, Mom. And I'm fine. The divorce was the right call for both of us. The words come easier now, practiced enough to almost sound convincing. Sarah and I had been over long before we made it official. My mind drifts to a certain someone's dark eyes and her brilliant smile over coffee, to conversations that flowed effortlessly between us like we'd known each other for years instead of hours. The Christmas lights strung around Mom's dining room seemed to sparkle a bit brighter at the memory, casting everything in a warm, hopeful glow that matches the feeling in my chest whenever I think about Leah. The pot roast is perfect as always, Mom. I take another bite, savoring the tender meat and rich gravy. The familiar taste of home-cooked comfort food should be enough to keep my mind anchored here, but my thoughts keep drifting. I added extra carrots this time. You always loved them as a boy. Mom beams across the table, pride evident in her voice. Dad launches into a story about his latest project, something about rebuilding the garage workbench, but I find myself imagining Leah sitting here with us. She'd probably charm them both within minutes, match Dad's dry wit with her own sharp humor. Mom would adore her confidence, that infectious energy she brings to every conversation. Adrian? Mom's voice cuts through my daydream. You haven't touched your potatoes. Sorry, just thinking about work. The lie comes easily, but it tastes bitter compared to the memory of Leah's laugh. Always working too hard, Dad grumbles, reaching for more bread. You need to slow down, enjoy life more. If they only knew. I've done more living in that single weekend with Leah than in months of going through the motions here in Rockford. She'd fit right in at this table, probably compliment Mom's cooking with genuine enthusiasm, share stories about her marketing campaigns that would fascinate Dad. Remember when Sarah used to make those sweet potato... Mom catches herself, shooting me an apologetic look. It's okay, Mom, really? And it is. Because for the first time since the divorce, thoughts of Sarah don't sting. Instead, I'm picturing Leah in this warm kitchen, helping Mom decorate Christmas cookies, adding her own creative flair to our family traditions. Well, there's apple pie for dessert, Mom says, changing the subject. Your favorite. I smile, but part of me wishes it was Leah's voice filling this comfortable silence, her presence brightening our familiar family dynamic. Mom would love having someone else to fuss over during the holidays, and Dad would appreciate Leah's straightforward nature, her ability to cut through pretense. The Christmas tree lights twinkle in the corner, casting dancing shadows across the dining room, and I can't help but think how perfectly she'd fit into this picture.
Chapter 17. Leah. I pull my wool coat tighter around my shoulders, watching my breath curl into wisps in the frosty air. Main Street hasn't changed much since I left Rockford. Same historic buildings, same twinkle lights strung between lampposts, same holiday spirit that transforms our small town into a winter wonderland. The market stretches before me, a maze of wooden stalls and canvas tents. Vendors call out their wares while children dash past, their laughter mixing with the instrumental version of silver bells drifting from hidden speakers. Hot chocolate? Fresh made with Belgian chocolate. A woman in a red apron waves from her booth. No thanks. I force a smile and keep walking. My boots crunch through fresh snow as I weave between shoppers. A table of hand-blown glass ornaments catches my eye, delicate spheres and jewel tones that remind me of the ones Mom used to collect. Next to it, an elderly man demonstrates wood carving, his weathered hands creating miniature reindeer from blocks of pine. Everything feels familiar yet foreign, like looking at an old photograph of yourself and barely recognizing the person staring back. These are my hometown streets, my childhood memories, but I'm watching it all through a plate glass window. Excuse me. I step aside as a group of teenagers hurries past, their arms loaded with shopping bags and candy canes. The scent of roasted chestnuts and cinnamon fills the air. Couples walk hand in hand, sharing cups of mulled wine and stealing kisses under the mistletoe archways. My fingers flex in my pockets, suddenly aware of their emptiness. A choir starts up near the town square gazebo, their harmonies rising above the general bustle. I recognize faces in the crowd, old neighbors, high school classmates, my former piano teacher. But I keep my head down. Chicago's anonymity has become my comfort zone. Here, every face holds a story, a connection, a reminder of the life I left behind. The market glows with warmth and joy, but I feel like a ghost drifting through the celebrations, untethered and unseen. The string lights twinkle mockingly above, casting shadows that dance across faces full of holiday cheer, while I stand here, caught between two worlds, the life I built in Chicago and the memories that haunt this town. My gaze drifts to a young couple sharing a candy apple, his arm draped around her shoulders as she laughs at something he's whispered. The sight hits like a punch to the gut. Not too long ago, that was Adrian and me, walking down Michigan Avenue as snowflakes caught in his sandy hair. The memory of his warmth against my side, the rich sound of his laughter, and the way his fingers would absently trace patterns on my shoulder. It all feels both painfully fresh and impossibly distant. I pull out my phone, thumb hovering over his contact. The last message sits there from 5 days ago. Made it home safe. Thanks for everything. Such a simple text, but loaded with everything left unsaid between us. I've typed and deleted at least a dozen responses, each one feeling more desperate than the last. What do you say to someone who turned your world upside down in the span of one weekend? Thanks for everything. Like that captures the whirlwind weekend we spent together. The way he'd spotted me at that crowded bar. How his blue eyes lit up when I mentioned working in marketing. The easy conversation that turned into breakfast in his hotel room the next day after a night of amazing sex. A child's squeal of delight pierces through my thoughts. She's getting her face painted at a nearby booth, transforming into a glittering snowflake, just like the ones Adrian brushed off my coat before pulling me close after we left the ice rink together. This is crazy, he'd murmured against my hair. I haven't felt this way about someone in... His voice had trailed off, and I'd felt his chest rise and fall against my back, his strong arms tightening around me, but then reality crashed in. My career in Chicago awaits me like a looming cloud. With that promotion I've been gunning for just within reach, the 16-year age gap that shouldn't matter but somehow does, especially when I think about what my friends would say. Better to leave it as one perfect weekend, untarnished by complications and compromise. My phone weighs heavy in my hand. His voice echoes in my memory, deep, confident, with that hint of gravel when he laughs. The way it sends shivers down my spine every single time. One call wouldn't hurt. Just to hear him say my name again, the way he did that last morning when he traced his fingers down my bare shoulder and whispered, "Leah," like a prayer. Number, that's not worth it right now. I can't afford to get caught up in what ifs and maybes. I tuck my phone away, forcing my mind back to the present. The market's cheerful bustle washes over me, the smell of fresh kettle corn, children's laughter, holiday music floating through the air, until everything stops. Across the crowd, between shuffling shoppers and vendor displays, I see him, Adrian. My heart slams against my ribs as those piercing blue eyes find mine through the sea of faces. For a moment, I forget how to breathe, how to think, how to do anything except stand frozen in place. He's wearing that navy peacoat I remember running my hands over, the one that makes his shoulders look even broader. A gray scarf loops around his neck, new, I think. His hair is slightly windswept, those distinguished touches of silver at his temples, catching the market's twinkling lights. He looks exactly like he did that last morning, yet somehow even more devastating, more dangerous to my carefully reconstructed peace of mind. The world narrows to a pinpoint. The carol singers fade to a distant hum. My fingers go numb inside my pockets, and I can't tell if it's from the cold or the way he's looking at me. Like he's seeing a ghost, like he's seeing everything he wants, like he could devour me whole right here in the middle of this crowded market. His jaw tightens, and I watch his hands clench at his sides. Even from this distance, I can feel the intensity radiating off him in waves. 5 days. It's only been 5 days since that weekend, but my body remembers every moment. The rough warmth of his hands, the way his stubble scraped against my neck, how safe I felt wrapped in his arms, watching the sunrise paint Lake Michigan gold. I can't move, can't breathe, can't do anything but stand here, as memories and desire crash through me like a tidal wave. All my carefully constructed reasons for walking away seem paper thin under the weight of his gaze. His lips part slightly, and even from this distance, I see him mouth my name, Leah. The longing hits me so hard my knees nearly buckle. Every cell in my body screams to close the distance between us, to feel his arms around me again, to bury my face in his chest and breathe in that woodsy cologne that haunted my dreams all week. The market swirls around us in a blur of colors and motion, but all I can focus on is Adrian. The space between us crackles with electricity, making my skin tingle despite the winter chill. His presence pulls at me like a magnet, awakening every nerve ending in my body. Memories flood my mind, unbidden and overwhelming. The way his eyes crinkled when he laughed at my terrible puns over coffee. How he listened, really listened, when I talked about my dreams, my fears, my family. The gentle brush of his fingers across my cheek as we slow danced in his hotel room, to music only we could hear. "You're different," he'd said that night, his voice low and intimate. "I can't explain it, but you make me feel—" I'd silenced him with a kiss, afraid of what might come next, afraid of how much I wanted to hear the rest of that sentence. Now, standing here with snow dusting his broad shoulders, he looks like everything I've been trying to convince myself I don't need. My fingers itch to smooth the collar of his pea coat, to feel the solid warmth of him beneath the wool, to trace the strong line of his jaw and watch his eyes darken with desire like they did that first night. The market lights dance across his face, highlighting those laugh lines I'd mapped with my fingertips in the early morning light. I remember how he'd held me against his chest, our hearts beating in sync as Chicago woke up 16 stories below. The safety I'd felt in his arms, the rightness of it all, it terrifies me how easily those feelings come rushing back. 5 days feels like 5 years, and 5 seconds all at once. I'd thought distance would make this easier, that coming home to Rockford would help me forget the way he made me feel. But standing here now, watching him watch me, I realize how wrong I was. Instead, coming home to Rockford has somehow brought me back to him.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 18. Adrian. The winter market bustles around me, but I barely register the cheerful holiday music or the excited chatter of shoppers. My entire world narrows to a single point across the crowded square. Leah. My pulse kicks up as I watch her weave through the crowd. The strings of twinkling lights crisscross overhead, casting a golden glow across her beautiful face. Her coily hair is swept up in an elegant bun, exposing the graceful curve of her neck. She's bundled up in a coat that makes her rich brown skin glow. And damn if she isn't the most stunning woman I've ever seen. I didn't think I'd see her again so soon after Chicago. That weekend feels like a dream now. The kind you desperately try to hold on to when morning comes. But here she is, real and radiant, walking through my hometown's holiday market. The universe must have a warped sense of humor, dropping her right in my backyard like this. Damn, I whisper under my breath, frozen in place like some lovesick teenager. She hasn't noticed me yet. I drink in every detail of her, the way she moves with such natural grace, how her eyes light up as she takes in the festive decorations. When she smiles at something in a nearby stall, my chest tightens. That smile knocked me sideways the first time I saw it, and it hasn't lost any of its power. Hell, if anything, it's more devastating now. Lonely days of remembering that smile in dreams and quiet moments hasn't prepared me for seeing it again in person. My fingers itch to reach for her, to see if her skin is as soft as I remember. The crowd shifts between us, but I can't look away. Everything else fades to background noise. The carol singers, the children's laughter, the calls of vendors hawking their wares. All I see is Leah. All I hear is the thundering of my own heart. She turns slightly and our eyes meet across the market square. Her steps falter. Those gorgeous brown eyes widen in recognition and her lips part in surprise. Leah, I whisper, as if I'm quietly beckoning her towards me despite the distance that separates us. And then she starts walking towards me. In response, my feet move on their own accord, drawn to her like a magnet. The market crowd parts around us, but I barely notice them. Might as well be alone with her under these twinkling lights. Each step closer brings back memories of Chicago in vivid detail. Her laugh over coffee, the brush of her hand against mine, that spark when our eyes first met. She walks toward me with the same purpose, her smile growing wider. She's even more beautiful up close. The holiday lights catch the warm undertones in her skin, and I catch a hint of her perfume, vanilla, and something uniquely her. Adrian. Her voice wraps around my name like silk, hitting me right in the gut with the memories of that weekend. Of all the holiday markets in all the world, you had to walk into mine. I grin, closing the final distance between us, fighting the urge to reach out and touch her. Didn't expect to find you here in my neck of the woods. My voice comes out deeper than intended, rougher with the emotions I'm barely keeping in check. I'm visiting my parents for the holidays. I had no idea this was your hometown. It's mine, too. She adjusts her scarf, and the familiar gesture sends warmth through my chest. That little nervous tick of hers. Some things haven't changed. Though I probably should have guessed from all your stories about small-town life. Her eyes dance with amusement, and man, if it doesn't make me want to pull her close right here in the middle of the market. Those boring stories stuck with you, huh? I can't help the half-smile tugging at my mouth, remembering our late-night conversations in my hotel room. Nothing about you is boring. Her eyes meet mine, holding that same intensity from Chicago. The connection hits me like a shot of whiskey smooth burn, familiar heat. I forgot how those eyes could see right through me, past all my carefully constructed walls. The market bustles around us, but we've created our own quiet bubble. Standing this close, I notice the subtle changes since I last saw her. A new sparkle in her eyes, a different way she styled her hair. The winter sun catches the highlights in her coils, making them shine. But that pull between us, that hasn't changed one bit. If anything, it's stronger, making my fingers itch to reach out and touch her. It's good to see you, Leah. The words come out rougher than intended, loaded with everything I'm not saying. Like how I've thought about her every damn day since Chicago. How seeing her here feels like some kind of twisted Christmas miracle. She reaches out, briefly touching my arm. The contact sends electricity straight through my jacket. It's really good to see you, too. Her voice has that soft edge to it, the one that makes me want to drag her away from this crowded market and find out if she tastes as sweet as I remember. So, what brings a big city marketing director to our humble market? I gesture at the rustic wooden stalls and handmade crafts, trying to ignore how the winter sunlight catches the undertones in her skin. The whole setup looks like something out of a Hallmark movie, complete with twinkling lights and the scent of fresh pine. Please, you make it sound so fancy. She rolls her eyes, that playful spark dancing in them. I'm just here hunting for the perfect gift for my mom, though I have to admit, the market's pretty charming. Her gaze sweeps over the bustling scene, taking in the local artisans and their wares. Just the market that's charming? The words slip out before I can stop them, and her answering smile hits me square in the chest. Damn if she doesn't know exactly what she does to me with that look. Well, she steps closer, adjusting her scarf again, and the subtle scent of her perfume makes my head spin. The company's not bad either. Her voice drops just enough to make my pulse kick up a notch. I miss this. The easy banter, the way she matches me step for step. That electric current running between us grows stronger with each passing second, making the winter air feel charged with possibility. Not bad, I'm wounded. I press a hand to my chest in mock offense, and her laugh rings out clear and bright. Still fishing for compliments, I see. She bumps her shoulder against mine, the brief contact sending warmth through my entire body. Some things never change. Some things do change, though. Like how seeing her again after a few days without her makes me realize just how empty my life has felt. That weekend in Chicago wasn't just a fleeting connection. They were a glimpse of something real. Something I've been searching for without even knowing it. You know what hasn't changed? I lean in slightly, lowering my voice. The way you light up a room just by walking into it. Her eyes soften, and for a moment, we're back in that hotel bar in Chicago, two strangers finding something unexpected in each other's company. But now there's history between us, shared memories that make each look, each word carry more weight. Still smooth with the lines, Morrison. But there's a catch in her voice that tells me she feels it too. This pull between us that's only grown stronger with time. Want to help me find that perfect gift? Leah gestures toward the market stalls. You seem to know your way around here. It's been a while since I've been back in Rockford. Oh, sure thing. I fall into step beside her, hyper-aware of how close she is. The winter air carries the scent of roasted chestnuts and pine, but all I can focus on is her. Though I should warn you, my taste in gifts is questionable at best. I'll take my chances. Her smile lights up her whole face as we pause at a stall selling handmade jewelry. Her fingers trace over a delicate silver pendant, and I watch her hands move, remembering how they felt intertwined with mine that last day in Chicago. The market lights cast a warm glow over everything, catching the highlights in her hair as she leans in to examine a piece. When she glances up at me, that spark hits me again, like lightning in my veins. What about this one? She holds up an intricate bracelet, but I'm caught in the way the light plays across her features. Beautiful. I'm not talking about the jewelry. She knows it too, if that knowing look in her eyes is any indication. We drift from stall to stall, shoulders brushing. Each accidental touch sends electricity through my body. The crowd moves around us, but we're in our own world. Her laugh carries over the holiday music when I tell her about the time I knocked over an entire display of ornaments as a kid. You were a menace. She shakes her head, eyes dancing with amusement. Still am. I wink, and her responding eye roll makes my chest tight with affection. At a stall selling handmade scarves, she holds one up against her coat. The deep purple makes her skin glow, and I have to shove my hands in my pockets to keep from reaching out to touch her. Your professional opinion? She turns to me. Damn if she doesn't take my breath away. Standing there under the twinkling lights, snowflakes starting to fall around us. Perfect. My voice comes out rough. Her eyes lock with mine, and time seems to stop. The market fades away until it's just us, caught in this moment that feels bigger than both of us.
Chapter 19. Leah. The soft glow of twinkling lights casts shadows across Adrian's face as we settle onto the wooden bench. His shoulder brushes against mine, sending sparks of electricity through my body despite the winter chill. 5 days felt like 5 years. Adrian's deep voice cuts through the ambient chatter of the holiday market. His fingers drum against his thigh, inches from my knee, sending waves of awareness through my body. Each tap feels deliberate, like he's fighting the urge to reach for me. I tug my coat tighter, more from nerves than cold. My hands tremble slightly as I adjust the lapels. I kept checking my phone, waiting. The confession slips out before I can stop it, and I fight the urge to look away from his intense gaze. Leah. I wanted to call. Typed out about 100 messages. He shifts, angling his body toward mine, his cologne wrapping around me like a warm embrace. Kept deleting them. Nothing seemed right after. His voice trails off, thick with unspoken words. I get it. Don't worry. I felt the same way. The memory of our goodbye in Chicago floods back. Of me walking away from him, leaving him behind in the hotel lobby while I had to enter that Uber. The way his jaw had clenched, his hands shoved deep in his pockets as he watched me go. 5 days of silence that had felt like torture. Wondering if what we'd shared had been real or just a dream. Yeah. His eyes lock with mine, that intense blue making my breath catch like it always does. Something electric passes between us. Finding you here in Rockford? I still can't believe it. Keep thinking I'm gonna wake up and this'll all be some dream. Small world. I let out a shaky laugh, trying to steady my racing pulse. Or maybe just a small town, though what are the odds we'd both end up here? Must be fate. His hand finds mine, rough palm against my skin, his thumb tracing slow circles that send shivers up my arm. The touch is gentle but possessive, like he's afraid I might disappear again. The market bustles around us, children laughing, carols playing, the scent of cinnamon and pine in the air. Vendors call out their holiday specials, and somewhere nearby, a bell keeps chiming. But under this canopy of lights, with Adrian's hand warming mine, it's like we're in our own private snow globe, sheltered from everything else. The rest of the world fades away until all I can focus on is the way he's looking at me, like I'm the only thing that matters. I almost didn't come home for the holidays, I admit. Work's been crazy. Thank God you did. His thumb traces circles on my wrist. Because I haven't stopped thinking about you since Chicago. My heart hammers against my ribs. Neither have I. The string lights above us paint everything in a soft, dreamy glow. Adrian's presence beside me feels simultaneously familiar and thrilling, like finding something you didn't know you were missing. It's been different since Chicago. I stare down at our intertwined hands, finding courage in his steady touch. Going back to my empty apartment, throwing myself into work, but nothing felt the same. Like something shifted that weekend, and I couldn't just slop back into my old life. Adrian's fingers tighten around mine, his calloused thumb brushing over my knuckles in a way that sends tingles up my arm. The market sounds, the chatter, the music, the laughter, all fade into white noise as I continue, words spilling out like water breaking through a dam. I'd catch myself reaching for my phone to text you about the smallest things. A funny billboard. The worst coffee I've ever had at this pretentious new place downtown. Just wanting to share moments with you. My voice wavers, and I hate how vulnerable I sound. And then remembering I couldn't, that it was supposed to be just one weekend. Leah, let me finish, please. I take a shaky breath, forcing myself to keep going before I lose my nerve. I've always been fine on my own, proud of it even, built my whole life around being independent. But after meeting you, being alone started to feel different, like something was missing, like I'd gotten a glimpse of what it could be like to share my life with someone who gets me. Adrian shifts closer on the bench, his thigh pressing against mine. The warmth of him seeps through my jeans, and his cologne, that same woodsy scent I remember from Chicago, wraps around me. His free hand comes up to brush a stray curl from my face. The gesture so tender, it makes my chest ache. His blue eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that steals my breath. I know exactly what you mean. His voice is rough. These past few days, I've been going through the motions, running my business, seeing friends, but it all felt hollow. He releases a heavy breath, started questioning everything. If I was ready for something real again after the divorce, if I deserved it. The vulnerability in his confession catches me off guard. This strong, confident man sharing his doubts with such raw honesty. It makes my heart race to see him like this, stripped of his usual self-assured demeanor. Walking into my shop, pretending to focus, but all I could think about was you, your laugh, the way you challenged me, how right it felt, being together. His jaw tightens, that muscle I've come to notice flexing with tension. Then I'd remember the age gap, the distance, all the reasons this could go wrong. And it scared the life out of me because I wanted it anyway. His thumb traces absent patterns on my skin, sending shivers down my spine. I squeeze his hand, understanding exactly what he means. The fear of wanting something, someone, so much that it consumes your every thought, makes you question everything you thought you knew about yourself. I've been doing the same dance these past days, trying to talk myself out of these feelings. I've never felt like this before, he admits, voice dropping to nearly a whisper. This certain about anything. The weight of his words settles between us. Heavy with promise and possibility, he shakes his head, chuckling as he runs a hand along his chin. God, I even bought one of those fancy coffee makers. Adrian's laugh rumbles through his chest. The kind that grinds the beans fresh each morning. You mentioned loving that cafe near your office, and suddenly my regular coffee wasn't good enough. A giggle escapes me. I reorganized my entire closet. Color-coded everything because you said your ex used to drive you crazy with her messy habits. Wow, really? His eyes crinkle at the corners. I alphabetized my spice rack. Mr. the guy who used to keep ketchup packets as backup condiments? No way. I shift to face him better, our knees touching, and the contact sends a little zip of electricity through me. Mr. I can make anything taste good actually organized his kitchen. The same guy who once told me takeout containers count as proper food storage? Wanted to impress you if you ever. He clears his throat and I catch the way his jaw tightens slightly. You know, came over. The admission hangs between us, loaded with possibility. My heart skips, and I have to remind myself to breathe normally. The intensity in his eyes makes me wonder just how many times he imagined me in his kitchen. I started watching those home renovation shows you mentioned. I confess, trying to match his vulnerability. Even though I live in a rental and can't change a thing. I've got like 3 Pinterest boards full of ideas I can't use, and I may have practiced cooking that pasta dish you said was your favorite. The market noise fades further as we trade these small confessions, each one a thread weaving us closer together. Every shared revelation feels like uncovering a piece of a puzzle we didn't know we were solving. See? His fingers thread through mine. We've been living parallel lives, both trying to fill this space that opened up after Chicago. His face is inches from mine now, those blue eyes darkening as they flick to my lips. The market lights dance across his features, casting shadows that make him look almost otherworldly. My heart pounds so hard I wonder if he can hear it over the distant carolers and chattering crowds. Leah. The way he says my name, soft, reverent, makes my skin tingle. His free hand comes up to cut my cheek, thumb brushing along my jawline. I don't want to fight this anymore. Then don't. The words come out barely above a whisper. The string lights reflect in his eyes like stars. And I lean into his touch, drawn to him like a magnet. His cologne mingles with the crisp winter air, that familiar scent that's haunted my dreams since Chicago. The warmth of his palm against my cheek contrasts with the December chill, grounding me in this moment. These past 5 days. He shifts closer, our breaths mingling in the small space between us. Trying to convince myself that what happened in Chicago was just a weekend thing, that I could go back to my life here and pretend you hadn't changed everything. I nod, understanding exactly what he means. The connection between us pulses like a living thing, stronger than the miles that separated us, more powerful than the doubts that plagued us both. Here, under the twinkling lights with holiday music floating on the breeze, it feels like magic. Like every Christmas wish I never knew to make coming true at once. His thumb traces my bottom lip, the touch so gentle it makes my breath catch. I'm done pretending, he murmurs, voice rough with emotion. Done trying to talk myself out of how I feel about you. The festive lights cast a warm glow around us, creating our own intimate bubble in the midst of the busy market. Everything else fades away. The crowd, the music, the cold, until all I can focus on is Adrian. The way he's looking at me like I'm something precious, something worth holding on to despite the distance, despite the complications.
Chapter 20. Adrian. Sunlight streams through my bedroom window, and for the first time in years, I wake up feeling complete. Leah's warm body nestles against mine, her coily hair tickling my chin. The gentle rise and fall of her breath matches the steady rhythm of my heartbeat. I drink in every detail of this moment, the way her hand rests on my chest, the soft cotton of her borrowed t-shirt against my skin, the faint scent of her shampoo mixing with my sheets. Last night was the happiest I've felt in a long time. It was about connection. About finally finding someone who makes the world make sense again. We talked for hours, sharing stories and dreams until sleep took over. Having her fall asleep in my arms felt more intimate than any physical encounter could have been. She stirs, and I resist the urge to pull her closer. A smile plays on her full lips as she burrows deeper into my chest, still lost in dreams. My fingers trace lazy patterns on her shoulder, memorizing the softness of her skin. The morning light paints shadows across her face, highlighting her features in a way that takes my breath away. I've never seen anyone more beautiful, more real. The weight in my chest that's been there since my divorce lifts, replaced by something lighter, brighter. Her eyes flutter but don't open. What time is it? Early enough. I keep my voice low, not wanting to break the spell of this moment. Go back to sleep. You're comfy. Her words slur with drowsiness as she wraps her arm tighter around my waist. My heart swells. This woman, this incredible force of nature, chose to stay with me, to trust me, to let her guard down and just be here, in this moment. I press a soft kiss to her forehead, savoring the simple intimacy of it. I slip out of bed carefully, making sure not to wake her fully. My bare feet pad across the hardwood floor as I head to the kitchen. The morning light fills the space, and for once, the house doesn't feel empty. In the kitchen, I pull out ingredients with practiced efficiency. Eggs crack against the bowl's rim. Bacon sizzles in the pan. The coffee maker hums to life. My movements are automatic, but my mind keeps drifting back to the woman in my bed. 10 minutes later, I balance a tray loaded with breakfast. Eggs, crispy bacon, buttered toast, and 2 steaming mugs of coffee. The rich aroma fills the hallway as I make my way back to my bedroom. Leah sits up against the headboard, her hair slightly mussed from sleep. The early morning light catches her features just right, making my breath catch for a moment. You didn't have to do this. I wanted to. I set the tray carefully between us and climb back into bed, settling against the headboard next to her. Hope you like your eggs over medium. Wasn't sure if you were a runny yolk kind of woman. Perfect, actually. She takes a sip of coffee, and her eyes light up with pleasure. You remembered how I like it. Black with 1 sugar. I pay attention. I can't help but watch as she takes her first bite of eggs, something warm and unfamiliar spreading through my chest at her satisfied expression. It's been a long damn time since I've had breakfast in bed with anyone, and somehow this feels right. Leah takes another bite of toast, her eyes dancing with amusement. This reminds me of that morning in Chicago, remember? Room service breakfast after our first night together. How could I forget? You nearly ordered everything on the menu. I steal a piece of bacon from her plate, earning a playful swat. I was hungry, and you weren't complaining when I shared those waffles with you. She leans back against the headboard, cradling her coffee mug, though I have to say, your cooking beats hotel food any day. Damn right it does. I take a sip of my coffee, watching her over the rim. Pretty sure that breakfast cost more than my first car. Worth every penny. She checks her phone, scrolling through messages. My mom's been texting. I should probably call her later. A soft smile plays on her lips. I think they know something's up. That right? Pride swells in my chest. Parents always know. I reach over, taking her free hand in mine. Her fingers intertwine with mine naturally, like they belong there. They do. It's actually kinda nice, you know? Not having to hide how happy I am. She squeezes my hand, and that simple gesture says more than words could. I can't help but smile, watching her finish her breakfast with her hand still in mine. The morning sun catches her face just right, and I'm struck again by how perfectly she fits into my life, into my home, into this moment. I was thinking. I set our empty plates aside, my heart racing a bit faster than I'd like. There's this Christmas thing happening in town square today. Snowman building contest, hot chocolate, the whole 9 yards. The words tumble out before I can overthink them. Being vulnerable isn't my strong suit, but with Leah, I want to try. Would you want to check it out with me? We could grab lunch after, maybe walk around downtown a bit. Adrian Morrison, are you asking me on a proper date? Her eyes sparkle with playful delight. And damn if it doesn't make my heart skip a beat. Yeah, I guess I am. I run a hand through my hair, feeling like a teenager again. Christ, I haven't been this nervous asking someone out since high school. You're different than anything I've ever known, Leah. Different than anyone. Leah shifts closer, her knee brushing against mine, sending electricity through my whole body. Different how? The way she looks at me, head tilted slightly, makes me want to tell her everything. You make me want to be honest about things I usually keep locked up tight. My voice comes out rougher than intended, thick with emotion I usually keep buried. When I'm with you, I don't feel like I need to be the guy who has it all figured out. You see past all that stupidness, past the business owner, past the divorced guy, past all the walls I've built up, and instead of running, you're still here. That's because I like the real you. She cups my face with her hand, her thumb tracing my jawline. The one who makes me breakfast and remembers how I take my coffee. The one who's brave enough to tell me how he feels. Even if it makes me sound like a damn Hallmark movie. Especially then. She leans in, pressing a soft kiss to my lips. And yes, I'd love to go build snowmen with you. The tension in my chest eases. This is what it means to let someone in, to share the quiet moments and the vulnerable ones, to trust that they'll handle your heart with care. Fair warning, though. I'm competitive as hell when it comes to snowman building. Her eyes dance with challenge. Wouldn't expect anything less from you, sweetheart. I pull her closer, breathing in the moment. But I've got years of small-town winter experience on my side. After cleaning up the dishes and throwing on some warm clothes, we head out for the middle of town where the festivities are happening. Leah and I walk hand in hand through the snow-covered town square. Christmas decorations sparkle in the midday sun, and families mill about carrying hot chocolate and dragging sleds. You know, I used to dream about having my own business. The words slip out before I can stop them. Back when I was young and working to make a living, when my dad wanted to give me the business, I thought it'd be a crazy life change, and it was, but it turned out fulfilling everything I wanted. She squeezes my hand. What made you take the leap? Mom got sick back then. Dad couldn't handle both the business and taking care of her. I stepped up, learned everything I could. I paused, watching a group of kids roll a massive snowball. Best decision I ever made, even if it scared the life out of me at first, and it helped rekindle the fire in my own parents' marriage, way back when. That's what I love about you. Leah's eyes meet mine. You're not afraid to take risks when it matters. Speaking of risks, I pull her closer as we walk. I've been thinking about expanding the business, opening a second location in Chicago. Her steps falter. Adrian, I know it's early to talk about this stuff, but being with you, it makes me want to dream bigger. My heart pounds against my ribs. Makes me want to build something more than what I have. Tell me more about these dreams of yours. She leads us toward an empty bench, brushing off the snow before we sit. I want it all with you, Leah. The late-night talks, the morning coffee, the challenges, the victories. The words pour out, raw and honest. I spent such a long time keeping people at arm's length after my divorce. But you make me want to tear down every wall I've built. Even the scary ones. Especially those. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to maintain eye contact. I'm falling for you. Hard. And instead of running from that feeling, I want to lean into it. Share everything with you. My fears, my hopes, all of it. She leans her head against my shoulder and I feel her smile. I want that too.
Chapter 21. Leah. The winter chill nips at my cheeks as I follow Adrian through the bustling town square. Christmas music floats from speakers mounted on lampposts, and the scent of hot cocoa wafts from the vendor cart nearby. You sure you're ready for some heavy lifting? Adrian's eyes sparkle with mischief as he hands me a box of ornaments. These are pretty intense decorations. His voice drips with playful sarcasm as he taps the side of the clearly lightweight container. I peek inside the cardboard box, finding it filled with shiny baubles and tinsel. Oh, please, I could hang these with one hand tied behind my back. I lift the box with exaggerated effort, making him laugh. That a challenge? He grabs his own box, biceps flexing beneath his flannel shirt. Because I bet I can get twice as many up before you finish your box. The competitive edge in his voice sends a little thrill down my spine. Game on, Morrison. I square my shoulders, already mapping out my strategy for maximum ornament deployment. We join the crowd gathered around the massive evergreen. The tree towers above us, its branches stretching toward the gray December sky, making me feel delightfully small in comparison. Mayor Gonzalez directs volunteers with theatrical waves of her clipboard, her holiday sweater jingling with every gesture, and children dart between adults' legs, giggling as they chase each other through the forest of winter coats and boots. Catch. Adrian tosses a shiny red ball my way, his eyes glinting with mischief. I snatch it from the air with a quick grab, my competitive instincts kicking in. You trying to sabotage my technique? Because I gotta tell you, throwing ornaments isn't exactly playing fair. Just keeping you on your toes, he winks, reaching up to hang a silver star near the top, his flannel shirt riding up to reveal a slice of skin that I absolutely do not notice. Though I gotta say, your technique could use some work. You're treating those ornaments like they're made of glass. Oh, really? I grab a handful of tinsel and fling it his way with perfect aim. The strands catch in his hair, draping across his broad shoulders and making him look like a disco ball gone wrong. Because from where I'm standing, you're the one who needs help with your aesthetic choices. Silver's not really your color, Morrison. You did not just start a tinsel war? He shakes his head like a wet dog, sending silver strands flying everywhere. Some of the nearby kids giggle at our display, pointing at the grown adults acting like children. What are you going to do about it? I taunt, already backing up a step, ready to dodge whatever he throws my way. He grabs more tinsel, his jaw set with determination. This means war, Joyce. The way he says my name sends an unexpected shiver down my spine that has nothing to do with the December chill. We circle the tree, ducking behind branches and tossing decorations back and forth. Our laughter mingles with the holiday music, and even Mayor Gonzalez can't hide her smile as she pretends to scold us. You two are worse than the kids, she calls out, but her eyes crinkle with amusement. Adrian emerges from behind the tree, tinsel draped across his shoulders like a sparkly cape. She started it. Real mature? I hang another ornament, trying to suppress my grin. Blame the innocent party. Innocent? He snorts. That's rich coming from the tinsel terrorist. His eyes sparkle with mischief, and I have to bite my lip to keep from laughing. I weave between evergreen branches, searching for the perfect spot for a glittering snowflake ornament. The scent of pine needles surrounds me, mixing with the crisp winter air. My fingers brush against the rough bark, and I catch myself stealing glances at Adrian when I think he isn't looking. That one's crooked. Adrian points to the ornament I just hung, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It is not. I adjust it anyway, knowing he's just trying to get under my skin. The stubborn set of his jaw tells me he's enjoying this way too much. He reaches past me, his chest brushing against my shoulder as he plucks the snowflake from its perch. Here, let me show you. His voice drops lower, sending warmth through my chest despite the cold. The heat from his body lingers where he touched me, and I'm suddenly very aware of how close we're standing. Damn him and his perfect tree decorating opinions. You're impossible. I watch him hang it in exactly the same spot I had chosen. Impossibly right. His smile reaches his eyes, creating little crinkles at the corners that make my stomach flip. My chaos method is working just fine. He grabs for the glass angel I'm about to hang, holding it above my head with a teasing grin. Still does. I reach for it, but he keeps it just out of reach. Adrian Morrison, give that back. Make me. His eyes dance with challenge, and for a moment I forget we're surrounded by people. The air between us crackles with something that feels dangerous and exciting all at once. I jump for the ornament, and he catches my elbow to steady me, his touch sending electricity through my arm. His laugh rumbles deep in his chest, and I can't help but join in. Fine, keep it. I turn back to my box of decorations. I have plenty more. We continue helping with the tree decoration, sneaking glances at each other whenever we can. In my peripheral vision, I notice how Adrian helps a little girl reach a higher branch, lifting her with steady hands as she carefully places a glittering star. The sight makes my chest tight with unexpected emotion. His gentleness with the child contrasts sharply with his usual commanding presence, and I find myself studying the way his eyes crinkle at the corners when he smiles. You missed a spot. He points to an empty space near the top of the tree after setting the girl down. Did not. But I reach up anyway, stretching on my tiptoes. My sweater rides up, and I feel his gaze on the exposed skin of my waist. Here? He steps behind me, his chest warm against my back as he helps me reach the branch. His breath tickles my ear, and I nearly drop the ornament. Careful there, Joyce. I had it under control. But my voice comes out breathier than intended. We work in comfortable silence, moving around each other like we've done this dance 100 times before. It feels natural, right? The way he anticipates where I'm heading, how he hands me decorations before I ask, the subtle brush of his fingers against mine. It all speaks of a familiarity that shouldn't exist after just a few weeks. The tree transforms under our combined efforts, twinkling lights catching the metallic surfaces of ornaments and sending rainbow reflections dancing across the snow. My heart feels full, watching children point excitedly at decorations we've hung, hearing their delighted squeals when Adrian pretends to be a tinsel monster. When's the last time you had this much fun decorating a tree? He asks, adjusting a crooked candy cane. I pause, considering. Can't remember. And it's true. Somewhere between building my career and maintaining my independent life, I'd forgotten how to just play, to let go and enjoy simple moments like this. Adrian's hand finds the small of my back as we step back to admire our work. The touch feels both exciting and familiar, like coming home to a place I've never been before. The holiday music fades into background noise, and all I can focus on is the warmth of his presence beside me and the way my heart speeds up when he looks at me with those intense blue eyes. The crowd begins to thin as the afternoon wears on, but Adrian and I remain, adding final touches to the tree. His shoulder bumps mine as we hang the last few ornaments, and each casual touch sends sparks through my body. Think we outdid ourselves. He steps back, crossing his arms with satisfaction. The setting sun catches his profile, highlighting the strong line of his jaw. We? I arch an eyebrow. Pretty sure I did most of the heavy lifting. Is that right? His hand finds my waist as he guides me around a patch of ice. The gesture's so natural it makes my breath catch. Because I distinctly remember saving at least 3 ornaments from certain doom when you almost dropped them. Only because you kept distracting me. The words slip out before I can stop them, and his eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that makes my knees weak. Distracting, huh? His thumb traces small circles where it rests against my hip, and I forget what we were even arguing about. Mayor Gonzalez calls out that they're serving hot chocolate at the pavilion, breaking the moment, but Adrian's hand lingers, warm and steady against my back as we walk. He grabs 2 steaming cups, passing one to me with a gentleness that contrasts his usual commanding presence. Our fingers brush during the exchange, and he doesn't pull away immediately. Instead, he lets his touch linger, sending warmth through my body that has nothing to do with the hot chocolate. You've got... He reaches up, brushing his thumb across my upper lip, where some whipped cream must have landed. The tender gesture makes my heart stumble in my chest. These little moments keep piling up, his protective hand at my back, the way he anticipates my movements, how his eyes find mine across the crowd. Each interaction feels like pieces of a puzzle clicking into place, building something I hadn't even realized I was missing. I catch myself leaning into his touch when he drapes his scarf around my shoulders, claiming I looked cold. The wool carries his scent, pine and something uniquely him, and I have to resist the urge to bury my face in it.
Chapter 22. Adrian. The winter night wraps around us like a blanket as Leah and I sink into the fresh snow outside my house. Holiday lights cast a warm glow across her features, dancing off her coily hair in shades of red and green. You know, most people would think we're crazy for sitting in the snow. I brush away a few flakes that have settled on her shoulder, letting my fingers linger for just a second longer than necessary. The soft fabric of her coat catches against my calloused hand. Most people don't know what they're missing. Her laugh echoes through the quiet night, pure and genuine in a way that makes my chest tighten. Look at those stars, Adrian. You can't see this in Chicago. I lean back, taking in the vast expanse above us. The sky stretches endlessly, dotted with countless stars that seem to shine brighter tonight, like they're showing off just for her. But my gaze keeps drifting back to her, drawn by something I can't explain and don't want to fight. Cold? I shift closer, noting how she pulls her coat tighter. The space between us shrinks, and I fight the urge to wrap my arm around her shoulders. A little, but worth it. She tilts her head back, and the holiday lights catch the curve of her smile. Her eyes reflect the starlight, dark and mesmerizing. There's something about the way she takes in everything around her, like she's memorizing each detail, that makes it impossible to look away. Something settles in my chest, a warmth that has nothing to do with the bourbon we shared earlier. The way she takes in everything with such wonder, finding joy in these simple moments. It hits different. The contentment washing over me feels foreign yet familiar, like finding something I didn't know I was missing. The holiday lights cast shadows across the snow, creating a private world where only we exist. Her joy is infectious, her presence grounding. Tell me about your favorite constellation. She nudges my shoulder, her eyes sparkling with genuine curiosity. I point upward, tracing patterns in the sky, but I keep getting distracted by the way she listens, how she leans in closer, how her whole face lights up when she finally sees the shape I'm describing. You know what's crazy? I trace another pattern in the sky, but my mind's somewhere else entirely. A month ago, I was convinced I had it all figured out. Business was good. Life was manageable. At least, as best as it could be after a divorce. Then you walked into my life and turned everything upside down. Leah shifts beside me, her shoulder pressing against mine, sending a jolt of electricity through my body. Good upside down or bad upside down? Her voice carries that playful lilt that drives me crazy. The best kind. My voice comes out rougher than intended, thick with emotion I can't quite contain. You make me question everything I thought I knew in the best possible way. The way you see the world, how you tackle every challenge head on. It's inspiring as hell. I mean, I've never met anyone who makes me want to be better just by being themselves. Adrian. She starts to speak, but I can't let her derail my thoughts. Not when I finally have the courage to say what's been on my mind. Let me finish. I prop myself up on one elbow, needing to see her face, to drink in every micro-expression that crosses those beautiful features. I know we've got obstacles. Chicago's not exactly around the corner, and you're killing it in your career. I've got the business here, and neither of us is looking to give up what we've built. But damn it, I can't stop thinking about how to make this work. The holiday lights cast shadows across her features as she processes my words. Snow continues to fall around us, each flake a tiny reminder of how perfect this moment feels. The world has gone quiet around us, muffled by the blanket of white, making it feel like we're the only two people left on Earth. But when I think about not trying, about letting distance or fear get in the way, that feels like the bigger risk. I reach out, brushing a snowflake from her cheek, letting my fingers linger against her warm skin. I want to figure this out. All of it. The logistics, the challenges, everything, because what we have, this connection, it's worth fighting for. Hell, it's worth moving mountains for. Her eyes meet mine, filled with an intensity that matches my own. The spark between us is almost tangible, crackling in the frigid air. You make it sound so simple. Simple. No, worth it. Absolutely. I let out a breath that clouds in the cold air, watching it dissipate into the night. I've spent too much time playing it safe, Leah, following the expected path. But being with you, it feels right in a way nothing else has. You challenge me, you excite me, you make me want to be better, and damn it, I'm not letting that slip away because of a few 100 miles. I slide my arm around her waist, drawing her closer until our bodies align. The heat of her through our winter layers sends electricity crackling down my spine. Her hair brushes against my chin, carrying the faint scent of coconut. Listen, I know your career means everything to you, and it should. You're brilliant at what you do. My voice drops lower, meant only for her ears despite the empty night around us. I want to be there through all of it. The late-night strategy sessions, the pitch meetings, the victories, even the setbacks. Whatever comes up, I've got your back. She turns her face toward mine, snowflakes catching in her lashes. The sight steals my breath. She's gorgeous, especially with that uncertain hope in her eyes. You'd really do that, even with the distance? In a heartbeat. I trace patterns on her arm with my fingertips, feeling her shiver beneath my touch. I've helped my business grow. I know what it takes. The dedication, the sacrifices, the nights when you can't shut your brain off because you're running through scenarios. I want to be your support system, not another obligation. Someone who gets it, will have your coffee ready after those marathon meetings. The porch lights from my home cast a soft glow across her features as she processes my words, highlighting the sharp intelligence in her eyes, the gentle curve of her lips. A gentle snow continues to fall, each flake carrying its own bit of holiday magic. The moment feels suspended, crystallized like we're the only two people in the world. Sometimes I worry. She pauses, vulnerability creeping into her voice, her fingers curling into the fabric of my coat. That I'm too focused on work. That I'll wake up one day and realize I've missed out on everything else. The real stuff, you know? The things that actually matter. Hey, I shift to face her fully. That drive is part of who you are. It's one of the things that draws me to you. We'll figure out the balance together. The night wraps around us like a cocoon, the festive decorations twinkling above, creating our own private wonderland. Her body relaxes against mine, trust evident in the way she lets her guard down. I dream about having it all sometimes, she confesses. The career, the connection, the partner who gets it. Never thought I'd find someone who actually understands. Well, you found me. I pull her closer, sheltering her from a gust of wind. And I'm not going anywhere. Her hand finds mine in the snow, our fingers intertwining naturally. The simple touch sends warmth spreading through my chest, settling into a certainty I haven't felt in years. You're an interesting woman, Leah. I traced my thumb across her knuckles. A few months ago, I had my life mapped out. Neat little boxes, everything in its place. Then you came along and scattered those boxes everywhere. Should I apologize? Her eyes dance with mischief. Hell no. I squeeze her hand. Those boxes needed scattering. Being with you. It's like finally seeing in color after living in black and white. She shifts to face me, snowflakes catching in her hair. Even with all the complications. Especially with the complications. The truth flows easily now. Look, I've done the safe route before. Followed the expected path, but this? Us? This feels real in a way nothing else has. The distance, the logistics, they're just puzzles to solve, not roadblocks. You make it sound so certain. Because I am certain. I reach up, brushing snow from her cheek. Every time you explain to me the intricacies of your career, every time you challenge my perspective on something, every time you light up talking about your dreams, it hits me all over again. This is what I want. Supporting each other, celebrating wins together, being there through the hard stuff. The whole package. Her eyes search mine, and I let her see everything. The conviction, the determination, the absolute certainty that we can handle whatever comes our way. The funny thing is, I continue, I used to think love was about finding someone who fit into your life. But with you, it's about building something new together, something better than what either of us could create alone. She leans into me, her presence both grounding and electrifying. The stars above us cast a soft glow, and in this moment, I know with bone-deep certainty that this is right. That she's worth every mile between Chicago and here, worth rearranging schedules and late-night calls and whatever else it takes. The challenges ahead don't feel like obstacles anymore. They're just part of our story, steps on the path we're building together.
Chapter 23. Leah. I wake to the soft glow of winter sunlight filtering through my childhood bedroom's curtains. The same pink and purple flowers I picked out at 16 still dance across the fabric, a reminder that some things never change, unlike my life in Chicago, which feels like it's shifting beneath my feet. My phone buzzes on the nightstand. Another email from the office about next quarter's projections. I swipe it away, but my mind's already racing through spreadsheets and campaign metrics. Leah, honey, breakfast is ready. Mom's voice carries up the stairs, warm and familiar. Coming. I stretch and sit up, my gaze catching the vision board I made last New Year's Eve. The glossy magazine cutouts mock me from across the room. The corner office, the speaking engagements, the power suits, everything I thought I wanted with crystal clarity. Until Adrian walked into my life and turned everything upside down with his magnetic presence. I grab my phone again, thumb hovering over our text thread. His last message from last night sits there, making my stomach flutter. Sweet dreams, beautiful. 3 simple words that kept me tossing and turning way past midnight, imagining his deep voice saying them. Focus, Leah, I mutter, pressing my palms against my eyes until I see spots. The Smith account needs that proposal by January 3rd. Get it together. But the pep talk falls flat, even to my own ears. Instead of marketing strategies, all I can think about is Adrian's smile, the way his hand felt on the small of my back in town square yesterday, strong and protective, sending electricity through my whole body. How he looks at me like I'm the only person in the room. Those intense blue eyes making the rest of the world fade away. God, when did I become such a cliché? One gorgeous man walks into my perfectly planned life, and suddenly I'm struggling to string 2 coherent thoughts together. The smell of cinnamon rolls wafts upstairs, and my stomach growls loud enough to make me wince, but I remain frozen on my bed, caught between the life I planned and the unexpected path that's opening before me. The spreadsheets on my laptop mock me with their neat rows and columns, Everything's so perfectly organized, unlike my current emotional state. The promotion I've been eyeing would mean more travel, longer hours, less time for everything else, everyone else. The thought of telling Adrian makes my chest tight. I've worked my ass off for 3 years to get to this point. Senior marketing director by 30 was the goal. Now that it's within reach, why does it feel like I'm about to make the biggest mistake of my life? My phone buzzes again. This time it's him, and my heart does that stupid little flip it always does when his name appears on my screen. Good morning, gorgeous. Can't stop thinking about you. I press the phone to my chest and fall back against my pillows, torn between smiling and screaming into them. The familiar scent of his cologne still lingers on my sweater from yesterday, making everything 10 times harder. How did one man manage to completely derail my 3-year plan in less than a month? Not wanting to linger in bed anymore, I get up and hurry downstairs to join Mom and Dad at the dining room table. Mom is distributing plates of cinnamon rolls, while Dad serves coffee to each mug before sitting down to read his morning paper. Wow, these look beautiful, I say, giving Mom a peck on the cheek as she passes by. Taking a quick bite, my eyes nearly roll back into my head. These cinnamon rolls are incredible, Mom. I take another bite, letting the warm, sugary comfort distract me from the storm in my head. The kitchen table's familiar scratches and nicks ground me in memories of countless family breakfasts. But still, my thoughts are preventing me from relaxing, preventing me from enjoying the moment with my parents. Dad peers over his newspaper, his reading glasses perched on the edge of his nose. You look like you hardly slept, sweetie. Those dark circles tell quite a story. Just tired from all the holiday preparations. I force a smile, pushing the gooey cinnamon roll around my plate in slow circles. The sweet aroma that had been so enticing moments ago now makes my stomach churn with anxiety. Mom reaches across the table, her hand warm on mine. Her fingers squeeze gently, the way they always have when she senses something's wrong. Everything okay at work? You seem distracted. You've barely touched your breakfast. Work's great. The lie tastes bitter, worse than burnt coffee. Actually, there's talk of a promotion. That's wonderful. Mom beams, her whole face lighting up with maternal pride. She's always been my biggest cheerleader. Yeah, it would mean... The words catch in my throat like thorns. I clear my throat, taking a quick sip of coffee to steel myself. It would mean relocating to New York. The silence that follows weighs heavy, thick as morning fog. Dad sets down his paper with deliberate slowness, coffee forgotten. His eyes meet mine across the table, and I can see the wheels turning behind them. New York? Mom's voice wavers, her fork frozen halfway to her mouth. But you just got settled in Chicago. Your apartment, your friends, everything's there. Nothing's decided yet. I stab at a piece of roll, probably with more force than necessary. The butter knife scrapes against the plate with an awful screech. It's a huge opportunity. Senior marketing director position. The kind of role people wait years for, sometimes decades. My phone vibrates against the table, Adrian's face lighting up the screen. His blue eyes seem to stare right through me, even in the photo. I flip it over, guilt churning in my stomach like I've swallowed broken glass. What about... Mom starts, but my work phone cuts through the tension with its harsh ring. Thank God for Janet's impeccable timing, even if she doesn't know it. Sorry, I need to take this. I push back from the table, chair legs squealing against the hardwood floor. It's Janet. Could be important. I escape to the living room, professional voice sliding into place like a mask I've worn 1,000 times before. Janet. Hi. Leah, sorry to bother you during the holidays. My boss's clipped tone sends my anxiety spiraling. Just wanted to give you the heads up that the merger moved up. They want the full marketing integration plan first week of January. My throat tightens, a knot of anxiety forming in my chest. First week? But I know it's tight. Janet cuts in with that no-nonsense tone she uses when she's already made up her mind. But this could fast-track that promotion we discussed. You're still interested, right? I swallow thickly, fumbling with the hem of my pajama shirt, twisting the soft fabric between my fingers. Of course, I say, the words hollow and automatic, like I'm reading from a script. I'll start working on it today. That's what I like to hear. We'll need you back in Chicago by the 2nd. The New York team wants to see what you've got. Her voice carries that hint of challenge she knows I can't resist. I end the call, pressing my forehead against the cool window pane, watching my breath fog up the glass. Behind me, the sounds of my family's breakfast continue. The clink of forks, quiet conversation, normalcy I might have to leave behind. The familiar scent of Mom's coffee and the echo of Dad's deep laugh make my chest ache with what I'm about to give up. My fingers trace the condensation on the window, drawing mindless patterns as my reflection stares back at me. The promotion dangles before me like a golden carrot, everything I've worked toward since graduating, senior marketing director. The title alone makes my spine straighten, my chin lift, but instead of pride, all I feel is this hollow ache in my chest. Adrian's text still waits for a response. Can't stop thinking about you. God, neither can I. The way he looked at me last night as we sat outside his home, like I was some rare treasure he couldn't believe he'd found. His deep laugh when I told that terrible joke. The warmth of his hand finding mine underneath the stars. The imaginary corner office in New York looms in my mind. Sleek, modern, everything I thought I wanted. But it feels cold now. Empty. Damn, I whisper, pressing my forehead harder against the glass. The cool surface grounds me, but my thoughts keep spiraling. 3 years of 60-hour weeks, networking events, and sacrificed weekends led to this moment. I should be ecstatic. Instead, I'm standing in my parents' living room, wondering why success suddenly tastes like ash in my mouth. My phone buzzes again. Another email from Janet with the merger timeline. The sight of it makes my stomach clench. Every step up the corporate ladder has come with a price. Missed birthdays, canceled plans, relationships that withered under the weight of my ambition. But Adrian, he's different. He gets it, supports it, never makes me feel guilty for chasing my dreams. And that's what makes this so much harder. Because for the first time in my life, I'm not sure if the next rung on the ladder is worth what I'd have to leave behind. The thought of never seeing those blue eyes light up when they meet mine, never feeling his arms wrap around me after a long day, it cuts deeper than any failed project or missed promotion ever could. Fate is giving me a glimpse of what life would be like with Adrian by my side, here in Rockford. Sure, it would mean giving up my career, everything I've ever worked for. But when it comes to a love like this, I'm not sure it's something I'm willing to give up. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 24. Adrian. Telling my parents about my relationship with Leah isn't what I thought I'd be doing this snowy morning, but here we are. And Mom's staring at me with wide eyes as if I've grown another eyeball in the middle of my forehead. Hell, maybe I should have waited until after she'd finished her second cup of coffee. Mom sets down her coffee mug, her eyes wide. 16 years younger? Adrian, that's... I know how it sounds. I lean back in my chair at their kitchen table, running a hand through my hair. The familiar scent of Mom's coffee cake fills the air, but even that comfort can't ease the tension. But Leah's different. She's mature, successful. I pause, trying to find the right words to make her understand. How do you explain to your mother that age means jack when you found someone who makes your whole world shift on its axis? She's barely older than a college graduate, Mom cuts in, her voice sharp with concern. Dad remains quiet, methodically stirring his coffee. The morning sunlight streams through the window behind him, casting shadows across his weathered face. She runs the marketing department for a major firm in Chicago. When we met, I pause, remembering that electric first encounter. We connected instantly, spent the entire weekend together. One weekend? Mom's eyebrows shoot up. And now you're in love? We walked through a Christmas market together, talking about everything and nothing. She challenged every assumption I had, made me laugh harder than I have in years. The memory brings an involuntary smile to my face. Adrian. The next day we grabbed lunch at this hole-in-the-wall diner. She stole fries off my plate and didn't even try to hide it. Just gave me this mischievous grin that... I shake my head. We spent hours together. The way her eyes light up when she talks about something she's passionate about. But the age difference doesn't matter. I meet Mom's concerned gaze. When we're together, it's like everything clicks. She's not some kid, Mom. She's brilliant, driven, knows exactly what she wants in life. And for some reason, that includes me. Mom exchanges a look with Dad. It's just so sudden after your divorce. And this isn't a rebound or a midlife crisis. What Leah and I have, it's real. Deep. Different from anything I've experienced before. Did you ever feel this type of passion for Sarah? Mom asks, narrowing her eyes. Throughout all those years of marriage? With Sarah. I drum my fingers on the table, searching for the right words. It was comfortable, safe. We fell into a routine because that's what everyone expected. But with Leah? I shake my head. Every moment feels alive. Electric. She calls me out on my nonsense. Challenges me to be better. Dad finally speaks up, his voice steady. And you're sure about this? When I left Chicago that Sunday, I thought that was it. Just this perfect weekend I'd remember forever. I leaned forward, clasping my hands together. I drove home convinced I'd never see her again. Told myself long distance wouldn't work, that the age gap was too much, that we lived in different worlds. The kitchen falls quiet, except for the gentle hum of the dishwasher. Outside, snow continues to fall, coating everything in white. But then recently I see her in town for the holiday market. I think I'm dreaming, but no, it's actually her in the flesh. And she looks beautiful. Beautiful as ever. I smile, remembering how our eyes locked in the middle of the crowd. Turns out she's here visiting her parents for the holidays. Of all the places... She's from Rockford. Mom's expression shifts slightly, her eyebrows arching with that look she gets when she's trying to piece something together. Born and raised. Her parents still live over by Cedar Street. I run a hand over my jaw, feeling the rough stubble there. What are the odds? Out of everywhere she could be from, she's from here. I mean, we may have even crossed paths before without even knowing it. That's quite a coincidence, Dad says. A hint of something, maybe understanding, in his voice. He leans back in his chair, that knowing look in his eyes I've seen so many times before. Or fate. The word slips out before I can stop it, and I almost wince at how damn corny it sounds. I know how that sounds, but When you meet someone who makes everything else fade away. Someone who fits into your life like they've always been there. I meet their eyes, first Mom's, then Dad's, silently willing them to understand. You don't question it. You hold on. Sometimes life throws you a curveball that turns out to be exactly what you need. Mom's expression softens, her fingers tracing the rim of her coffee mug. I've never seen you like this before, Adrian. Not even with Sarah, the way you talk about this Leah. Because this is different. I lean forward, my elbows on the worn kitchen table. Everything about this is different. Dad sets his mug down with a gentle clink. Son, I can see it in your eyes. You're a man in love. He stands up and stands beside me, reaching over to pat my shoulder. If she makes you this happy, you have my support. God knows you deserve it after everything. Thanks, Dad. The knot in my chest loosens a bit. I just want you to be careful. Mom's voice carries that familiar, worried tone. She's so young, Adrian. Young people can be impulsive, immature. Christ, Mom! I shake my head. Leah runs an entire department. She manages a team of 15 people. Last month, she closed a 7-figure deal with a major client. I straighten in my chair. She's more put together than most people I know, regardless of age. Hell, she's more mature than I am sometimes. But she rents her own apartment and pays for it herself. A nice fancy one in the middle of Chicago. Got it herself at 24. How many people her age can say that? Pride seeps into my voice. When we're together, the age difference disappears. It's just us. Mom's expression sighs, her fingers curling around her mug. Adrian, finding the right person. It's not just about attraction or having fun together. It's about finding someone who challenges you, who pushes you to grow. Someone who makes you want to be better. You can't base your decisions off of lust and passion because that dies out quickly. That's exactly what Leah does to me, though. I lean forward, the words tumbling out. She makes me see the world with a brand new mindset. That night I met her, I felt like I was young again. Oh, Mom's eyebrow raises. She sees right through me, doesn't let me get away with anything, but she does it in this way that... I shake my head, searching for the words. She makes me want to level up, to match her energy, to be worthy of her. Every time I talk to her, she's got these fresh perspectives I'd never considered. Makes me think differently about everything. And damn, sorry, Mom, but she's brilliant. The way she breaks down problems, how she sees opportunities where others see obstacles. Dad's weathered face breaks into a knowing smile. You know, that's exactly how I felt about your mother when we first met. Still do. He reaches across the table, taking Mom's hand. When you know, you just know. Age, timing, distance. None of that matters when you've found your person. That's what this feels like, I say, my voice steady and sure. Leah's everything I never knew I needed. She's ambitious but kind. Challenges me but supports me. Makes me laugh until my sides hurt, but can also dive into serious conversations that keep me up at night thinking. Mom's features soften. You really care about her, don't you? More than I've ever cared about anyone. And it scares the life out of me sometimes, but in the best possible way. What about her career? Mom's question cuts through the momentary warmth. Chicago's a long way from Rockford. Marketing's competitive. She can't just leave a position like that. I wouldn't ask her to. I straighten my shoulders. That's not who I am, and it's not what our relationship is about. But eventually, son, Dad leans forward. Someone will have to make a choice. Long-distance relationships. He shakes his head. They're tough. Trust me, I know. Adrian, Mom's voice softens. She'll be faced with a choice. Her career or you. How do you know she'll choose you? The question hits like a punch to the gut. I stare down at my coffee, now cold and forgotten. I don't... Silence fills the kitchen. The truth of it weighs heavy on my chest. I don't know what she'll choose. I look up, meeting their concerned gazes. But I trust what we have, what we're building together. It's not just some fling or casual thing. But her whole life is in Chicago, Mom presses. Her job, her friends. And mine's here, I know. I run a hand through my hair. Look, I don't have all the answers. We're still figuring this out. But what I do know is that when something's real, when it matters, you find a way to make it work. And if she doesn't see it that way, Dad asks. Then I swallow hard. Then at least I know I gave it everything. But I believe in us, in what we share. Maybe that makes me sound stupid or foolish, but I'd rather take that chance than spend the rest of my life wondering, what if? Mom reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. Just be careful with your heart, sweetheart. Too late for that. I squeeze back. She already has it.
Chapter 25. Leah. The holiday lights twinkle around downtown Rockford, casting a soft glow across the snow-dusted streets. My heart pounds against my ribcage as Adrian leads me away from the bustling crowd, his warm hand wrapped around mine. This way. His voice carries that commanding tone that makes my knees weak. Found this spot earlier. Thought you might need a breather from all that chaos. The way he says it, like he's been planning this moment, sends shivers down my spine that have nothing to do with the December chill. We approach a wooden bench tucked beneath a massive oak tree. Strings of white lights drape through its bare branches. The bench sits far enough from the main square that the carolers' voices fade to a gentle hum, replaced by the soft crunch of snow beneath our boots and the whisper of wind through empty branches. Adrian brushes snow off the bench with one sweep of his hand. After you. His eyes lock with mine, that signature half-smile playing at the corner of his mouth. God, how does he make such a simple gesture feel so intimate? I sink onto the cold wood, and he settles beside me, his thigh pressing against mine. The heat of him seeps through my wool coat, making it impossible to focus on anything else. My breath catches as he shifts closer, his arms stretching across the back of the bench behind my shoulders, not quite touching but promising more. It was a circus in there, wasn't it? He runs a hand through his hair, those blue eyes fixed on the distant festivities. The Christmas parade always brings everyone out. I fidget with my gloves, hyper-aware of his proximity, though I don't remember it being this packed when I was younger. Town's grown. Adrian shifts, draping his arm across the back of the bench behind me. The gesture feels protective, possessive even. Changed a lot since you left. His words hit something raw inside me. I've been carrying this weight, this thing I need to tell him. But the moment feels too perfect to shatter. A gust of wind sends snowflakes dancing around us. One lands on Adrian's jaw, and I fight the urge to brush it away. He turns to face me, and the intensity in his gaze steals my breath. You're quiet tonight. His fingers trace patterns on the bench behind my shoulder. What's going on in that head of yours? The words sit heavy on my tongue. Instead of answering, I watch another snowflake land on his eyelash, mesmerized by how the Christmas lights reflect in his eyes. God, those eyes. They've haunted my dreams since high school, and now here he is, closer than ever. I pull my coat tighter, buying time as the words stick in my throat. The festive lights blur together as tears threaten to form. I refuse to cry. Not now. Not when everything between us feels so delicate, so new. My fingers find a loose thread on my sleeve, and I twist it nervously. I got offered a promotion. The words tumble out before I can second-guess myself. Senior Marketing Director position. My heart pounds so hard, I swear he must hear it over the soft Christmas music drifting from the town square. Adrian's arm tenses behind me. He pauses, and I can feel his eyes studying my profile. His breath catches just slightly. That's fantastic, Leah. You've earned it. The words sound forced, like he's pushing them through gritted teeth. But it would send me to New York. The statement hangs between us like frost in the air, sharp and cold and impossible to ignore. The silence that follows feels endless. Adrian's breath catches, almost imperceptible, but I notice because I've become attuned to every little thing about him these past weeks. His arm drops from behind me as he leans forward, elbows on his knees. New York. He says it like he's testing how the words feel, like a foreign language he's trying to wrap his tongue around. His jaw clenches, the muscle ticking beneath his skin in that way that makes my stomach flip. When did you find out? Not too long ago? My boss called me herself. I twist my hands in my lap, missing his warmth already, feeling the ghost of his arm around my shoulders. The weight of his gaze makes my skin tingle. I have to give her an answer soon, by the end of the week. The carolers launch into Silent Night in the distance, the irony not lost on me. The peaceful melody floats through the cold evening air, a stark contrast to the tension crackling between us. Adrian straightens, turning to face me fully, his knee brushing against mine. His expression is unreadable, but there's a storm brewing behind those blue eyes, the kind that makes my heart race. What are you planning to do? His voice is low, controlled, but I catch the slight tremor in it. I don't want it. My voice comes out stronger than I expected, surprising us both. The words feel like freedom, like finally admitting something I've known deep down since the moment that phone call came. Adrian's eyebrows shoot up, his whole body going still. What? The promotion. New York, all of it. I turn to face him fully, my knee bumping against his. The contact sends sparks through me, even through the fabric of my jeans. I've spent years chasing titles and promotions, thinking that's what would make me happy. But being here with you, the words catch in my throat, but I force them out. This feels real. This feels right. For the first time in my life, I'm not second-guessing every decision. Leah. His voice carries a warning edge, deep and rough, but I cut him off. Let me finish. I press my palm against his chest, feeling his heart thunder beneath my touch. The solid warmth of him grounds me, makes everything clearer. My whole life, I've followed this path I thought I was supposed to take. Graduate, climb the corporate ladder, sacrifice everything else for success. But what's the point of success if you're alone? What's the point of a corner office if there's no one to share the victory with? Adrian captures my hand in his grip almost painful. His calloused fingers wrap around mine possessively. You need to be damn sure about this. I won't have you resenting me down the line. This isn't something you can take back once you've made the choice. I've never been more sure of anything. The truth of it hits me as I say it, settling deep in my bones with absolute clarity. Do you know what scared me most about taking that promotion? It was the thought of leaving you. I squeeze his hand, feeling the strength in his grip, the way his fingers interlace perfectly with mine. I've dated before, but what we have, this is different. This is real and raw and terrifying in the best possible way. This is love. Adrian's voice is rough, raw, like gravel over silk. Yes. The admission leaves me breathless, my heart thundering against my ribs. And I'm choosing it, choosing you, if you'll have me. His free hand cups my face, thumb tracing my cheekbone with a tenderness that contrasts sharply with his commanding presence. If I'll have you. A harsh laugh escapes him, and his eyes darken with intensity. Damn, Leah. You're giving up New York for Rockford. For me, the job you've been working toward your whole career. Are you absolutely certain? I've never been more certain about anything in my life. My voice doesn't waver, and I hold his gaze, letting him see the conviction behind my words. Adrian's fingers tighten in my hair as he draws me closer, his lips meeting mine with a tenderness that makes my heart ache. The kiss deepens, slow and deliberate, his other hand cupping my face like I'm something precious, something cherished. The world narrows to just this. The warmth of his mouth, the solid press of his chest against mine, the way his breath mingles with my own. When we break apart, his forehead rests against mine. No one's ever... His voice catches. He clears his throat, thumb tracing patterns on my jaw. No one's ever given up something this big for me before. The raw vulnerability in his voice makes my chest tighten. It's not giving up. I press my palm against his chest, feeling his heartbeat strong and steady beneath my touch. My career will always be there. I have skills, experience. I can find another path, build something new. My fingers curl into the fabric of his shirt, needing that physical connection to ground me. But you? What we have, this doesn't come around twice. I've dated enough to know the difference between something good and something extraordinary. Leah. His voice is rough with emotion. I'm not walking away from this. I cut him off, pulling back just enough to meet his gaze. The intensity in those sky blue eyes nearly takes my breath away. From you, I won't do it. Not when everything inside me is screaming that this is right. His eyes search mine, that intense blue darkened with emotion, making my heart skip several beats. His hand slides to the nape of my neck, grip firm and possessive, sending electricity down my spine. You're sure about this? His voice is rough, demanding. Yet I hear the vulnerability beneath the question. More sure than I've ever been about anything. The words come straight from my soul. No hesitation, no doubt. Adrian's response is another kiss, harder this time, claiming. His fingers tangle in my hair as he pulls me closer, and I melt into him, my hands gripping his shoulders for support. I let everything else fade away. The carolers with their festive songs, the twinkling holiday lights strung across the street, the whole damn world. None of it matters compared to this moment, this choice, this man. Every cell in my body knows I'm exactly where I'm meant to be, wrapped in his strong arms, choosing us despite the odds.
Chapter 26. Adrian. The light winter breeze nips at my face as we stroll down Main Street, her small hand warm in mine. Christmas lights twinkle overhead, strung between the lampposts like a canopy of stars. The familiar storefronts of downtown Rockford take on a magical quality in the evening light. I can't wrap my head around what Leah just told me. It seems too good to be true. You'd really give up everything for me? I still can't believe it. My thumb traces circles on the back of her hand, memorizing the softness of her skin. That's a huge deal, Leah. Your whole career is there. It's just a job. She squeezes my fingers, and the simple gesture sends warmth straight through my chest. There are marketing positions everywhere. I've already started looking at some opportunities nearby. But Chicago has nothing on Rockford. Her boots click against the sidewalk as we pass the old movie theater, its vintage marquee casting a warm glow over her beautiful face. Besides, Mom and Dad would flip if I moved back. They've been trying to get me to come home for years. She looks up at me with those captivating dark eyes. And now I have the perfect reason to stay. I stop walking, turning to face her. My heart pounds against my ribs as the implications of what she's saying sink in. You'd stay with them. For a little while. She steps closer, her dark eyes reflecting the holiday lights strung across the downtown shops. The sight of her looking up at me like this makes my throat go dry. Just until I find my feet here. Dad's already talked about clearing out my old room and getting me better furniture. He's probably in there right now, boxing up my old cheerleading trophies. You've thought this through. I can barely get the words out past the hope building in my chest. Every detail. The corner of her mouth lifts in that sexy, confident way that drives me crazy. You're not getting rid of me that easily, Morrison. My chest tightens. The way she's willing to uproot her entire life just like that. It's overwhelming. No one's ever done anything like this for me before. What about your apartment lease back in Chicago? Month to month. She tugs me forward by my jacket sleeve, and we continue walking down the lamplit street. Her shoulder brushes against my arm with each step. I can give notice any time. I've already drafted the email. And your team in Chicago? They'll survive without me. She bumps her shoulder against my arm. Stop looking for problems to solve. I know what I want. The certainty in her voice hits me right in the gut. Here I am, questioning every angle while she's already made up her mind. Maybe that's what scares me the most, how sure she is about us. Your parents really wouldn't mind? Are you kidding? She laughs. Mom's probably already planning all the dinners we're going to have together. And Dad, well, just know he gets emotional about having his baby girl close. My grip tightens on her hand as we pass the local diner where I've had breakfast almost every Sunday for the past decade. The same diner where I first learned my ex-wife wanted out via a divorce. But now, with Leah beside me, those memories feel distant, replaced by the warmth of possibility. You know what this means? I pull her closer, wrapping my arm around her shoulders, savoring how perfectly she fits against me. You'll have to put up with small-town gossip, everyone knowing your business. Mrs. Roberts from the flower shop will ask about our relationship status every time you buy groceries. And don't even get me started on old Mr. Oliver at the shoe shop. He'll want a full report on our future plans. Sounds perfect. She settles against my side like she belongs there, her body warm and soft. Better than dodging creeps on the L train at midnight after working late, or having Karen from accounting try to set me up with her nephew for the 100th time. The protective instinct in my chest flares, and my jaw clenches at the thought of her alone on those trains. No more late-night trains for you, not if I have anything to say about it. Just late-night walks with you? Her voice carries that teasing lilt that makes me want to kiss her senseless, and damn if she doesn't know exactly what she's doing to me. The way she looks up through those lashes, challenging and sweet all at once. As many as you want. I pause at the corner, turning to face her. Listen, I know moving back here is a huge change. If you need help with anything, finding a place, moving your stuff, dealing with Chicago logistics, I'm here. Whatever you need. I know you are. She reaches up, her fingers brushing my jaw. That's part of why I'm so sure about this. About us. The sincerity in her eyes cuts through every defense I've built since my divorce. This isn't like before. Leah isn't making promises she can't keep or trying to change who I am. She's choosing this, choosing us, with clear eyes and an open heart. I'm going to make sure you never regret this decision. The words come out rougher than intended, charged with emotion I usually keep locked down tight. I know that too. She smiles up at me and... damn if it doesn't feel like coming home. Now are you going to keep questioning everything? Or are you going to kiss me under these... pretty Christmas lights? I don't hesitate. My hand slides to the back of her neck, pulling her close as our lips meet. The Christmas lights blur into a soft glow behind my closed eyes as I lose myself in her kiss. Her fingers curl into my jacket and I can feel her smile against my mouth. Throat clearing breaks the moment. We part reluctantly to find Mrs. Baker standing there, bundled up in her signature red wool coat and matching scarf, a knowing smile playing across her weathered face. Damn, I'd forgotten we were right in the middle of Main Street. Well, well. Adrian Morrison, aren't you going to introduce me to this lovely young woman? Her eyes sparkle with the mischief of someone who's known me since I was stealing cookies from her display case. Leah shifts beside me, but I keep my arm firmly around her waist, not ready to let this moment end completely. Mrs. Baker, this is Leah Joyce. Leah, this is Juliet Baker, owner of the best bakery in town and maker of those gingerbread cookies you were eyeing earlier. Oh, Joyce? Marie and Harold's daughter. Mrs. Baker's eyes light up with recognition, and she clasps her gloved hands together in delight. I remember you when you were this high. She holds her hand at waist level, grinning. Always coming in with your mama for our sugar cookies. And now look at you, all grown up and caught under the mistletoe with our Adrian. She emphasizes the hour like she has some kind of claim on me, which, given how long she's known me, maybe she does. I glance up. There's no mistletoe in sight, but trust Mrs. Baker to create romance where she sees fit. We're together, I state firmly, feeling Leah tense slightly beside me. I know what she's thinking. In a small town like this, people will talk about the age difference. Together? Mrs. Baker clasps her hands together. Now that's what I call a Christmas miracle. About time someone new caught your eye, Adrian. And during the holidays, no less. She turns to Leah. You know, dear, we've all been hoping someone special would come along and put that spark back in his eyes. And here you are. The tension melts from Leah's shoulders as Mrs. Baker continues to beam at us. Thank you, Mrs. Baker. That's very sweet of you to say. Love doesn't check birth certificates, dear. Mrs. Baker winks. It just knows when it's right. Merry Christmas, you two. Mrs. Baker waves as she shuffles away, her red coat disappearing around the corner of Main Street. Leah lets out a long breath beside me, her shoulders dropping. Well, that was interesting. She bites her lower lip, a habit I've noticed when she's overthinking something. If Mrs. Baker mentioned the age gap right away, my parents... Hey. I press a kiss to her temple, breathing in the soft scent of her hair. We'll deal with that when it comes. Your parents know me from around town. I've done business with your dad before. Yeah, as the guy who owns the hardware store, not as the guy dating their daughter. She leans into my side as we continue down the sidewalk, past the antique shop's window display of vintage Christmas ornaments. There's a difference. A difference that doesn't matter. My thumb traces circles on her hip through her coat. Your mom and dad raised a smart, successful woman who knows her own mind. Give them some credit. You make it sound so simple. Because it is. I guide her around a patch of ice on the sidewalk. We're both adults. We know what we want. Anyone who has a problem with that can deal with it on their own time. She looks up at me, those dark eyes searching my face. When did you get so wise? Comes with the gray hair. I wink at her, and her answering laugh echoes off the storefronts. Now come on. I want to show you the new Christmas display at the park. They've added these light-up reindeer that actually move their heads. Such small-town charm. But she says it with a smile, snuggling closer as we walk. I think I could get used to this again.
Chapter 27. Leah. The snow crunches beneath my boots as I tilt my head back, taking in the massive Christmas tree towering above us. Thousands of twinkling lights dance across the ornaments, casting a warm glow over the town square. The star at the top pierces through the sky, just waiting to be turned on. I've never seen anything quite like this. I breathe, mesmerized by the way the lights reflect off the fresh blanket of snow. Back in Chicago, the holiday decorations were nice, extravagant even. But here, in this small town, everything radiates authenticity, and everyone stands united by the sense of community between us. Small town charm at its finest. Adrian's deep voice rumbles beside me. His shoulder brushes against mine as he shifts his weight, sending a spark of awareness through my body. Been watching them put this tree up since I was a kid. Every year, same spot, same time. The whole town comes together for it. As he says that, memories of my own childhood come to the forefront. My parents used to bring me here to watch the Christmas tree light up, and to think Adrian might have been in that same crowd while I was growing up, and I never knew it. A gentle breeze carries the scent of pine needles and wood smoke. Christmas carols drift from the nearby shops, their melodies intertwining with the soft murmur of other couples and families gathered around the square. Children dart between the adults, their laughter echoing off the storefronts as they chase each other through the snow. Must be nice having those kinds of traditions. I forgot what that was like after living in Chicago. My words form little clouds in the cold air. One year's decorations were never quite the same as the last. Everything was always trying to outdo the competition, bigger and flashier each time. But this? I gesture to the tree, to the simple beauty of white lights and handmade ornaments. This feels real. Stick around long enough. You might start some traditions of your own. The warmth in his voice draws my gaze to his face. The colored lights paint his features in soft hues, highlighting the curve of his jaw and the intensity in his eyes as he looks down at me. My heart skips a beat at the way his lips quirk into that crooked smile that's been haunting my dreams. That smile should be illegal. It makes my knees weak every damn time. Yeah? I manage to say, hyper aware of how close we're standing. The scent of his cologne mingles with the crisp winter air, making my head spin. Is that an invitation? His arm brushes mine again, and this time I know it's deliberate. The electricity between us crackles like the frost in the air. Every time he moves, even slightly, my body responds like it's being pulled by an invisible thread. Could be. He turns to face me fully, his broad shoulders blocking out the rest of the world. Depends on if you're willing to let this city girl routine go for something a little more permanent. My breath catches in my throat at his words. The intensity in his blue eyes pins me in place, making the rest of the world fade away. The Christmas music becomes distant. The crowd's chatter, nothing more than white noise. Even the festive lights strung across the square seem to dim, as if they know they can't compete with the electricity crackling between us. Maybe I already have. The words slip out before I can stop them, raw and honest. Found something permanent, I mean. My heart pounds so hard I'm sure he must hear it, must know exactly how he affects me. Adrian's hand comes up to cup my cheek, his thumb tracing along my jaw. The rough calluses on his fingers send shivers down my spine that have nothing to do with the cold. His touch is gentle but possessive, like he's claiming me right here in front of everyone. My skin tingles everywhere he makes contact, and I have to fight the urge to lean into his palm, like a cat seeking affection. Leah. My name on his lips sounds like a prayer. The way he says it, deep and gravelly, makes my knees weak. I've never heard anyone say my name quite like that before, like it's something precious, something worth savoring. I lean into his touch, drawn to his warmth like a moth to flame. The space between us shrinks, snow falling softly around us. His other hand finds my waist, steady and sure. My heart pounds against my ribs as I tilt my face up toward his. Time slows, stretches like honey. The colored lights from the Christmas tree paint patterns across his features, catching in his eyes. Our lips meet, soft and tentative at first. The kiss deepens, and my fingers curl into the front of his jacket. His mouth moves against mine with a tenderness that makes my knees weak. Yet there's an underlying passion that promises so much more. The world disappears completely. There's only Adrian, the taste of him on my lips, the solid strength of him against me. His kiss feels like coming home, Like every question I've ever had about belonging suddenly has an answer. When we finally break apart, I keep my eyes closed for a moment longer, savoring the feeling. His forehead rests against mine, our breaths mingling in the cold air between us. "Merry Christmas, Adrian." My voice comes out soft and breathless, still dizzy from our kiss. The taste of peppermint lingers on my lips, making me wonder if he'd been sneaking candy canes earlier. His arms stay wrapped around me, anchoring me to this perfect moment, and I can't remember ever feeling so safe, so completely at peace. "Merry Christmas, Leah." He brushes his lips against my temple. The gesture so tender, it makes my heart ache. His warm breath tickles my skin, and I feel the rumble of contentment in his chest where it presses against me. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd. I turn in Adrian's embrace, his chest warm against my back as we both look up at the massive tree. The star blazes to life, its golden rays cutting through the darkness. Light cascades down through the branches, igniting every ornament until the whole tree glows like a beacon. The twinkling lights reflect in the glass baubles, creating a mesmerizing display that makes the whole world feel magical. Adrian's arms tighten around my waist, and I lean back into him, knowing without a doubt that this is exactly where I belong. The illumination spills across the town square, bathing everything in a warm radiance. It catches the snowflakes as they fall, turning them into tiny diamonds. The light reaches across Main Street, touching the storefronts with its golden fingers and making the frost on the windows sparkle. Cheers erupt around us, the crowd's excitement electric in the crisp winter air. Children jump up and down, pointing at the star while squealing with delight. Parents lift their little ones onto shoulders for a better view, their faces glowing with joy. Couples draw closer together, sharing kisses and embraces beneath the magical display. The whole scene feels like something from those holiday movies I used to watch as a kid. Adrian's arms tighten around my waist, his solid chest pressed against my back. Beautiful, isn't it? His deep voice rumbles through me, sending a shiver down my spine that has nothing to do with the cold. I lean back against him, soaking in his warmth, watching our breath mingle in the cold air like wisps of smoke. Perfect. The word comes out barely above a whisper, but I know he hears it from the way his fingers squeeze gently at my hips. The star's light reflects in the fresh snow blanketing Rockford, transforming our small town into something out of a fairy tale. Every surface sparkles like it's been dusted with diamonds, and the usual familiar streets look brand new. For the first time since moving back, I feel completely, utterly at home. Not just in this town, but here in Adrian's arms, surrounded by the magic of the season and the steady beating of his heart against my back. Adrian's fingers intertwine with mine, his palm warm against my cold skin. He tugs me closer, his blue eyes sparkling with mischief in the glow of the Christmas lights. The way his thumb strokes across my knuckles makes my breath catch, and I can't help but lean into his solid warmth. "Want to walk home with me?" I raise an eyebrow, my pulse quickening at the implication. The heat in his gaze makes my knees weak. "Home? Yes?" His voice drops lower, sending tingles down my spine. "My home." He steps even closer, until I can feel the heat radiating from his chest, smell the spicy notes of his cologne mixed with the crisp winter air. My heart pounds against my ribs, the steady thump-thump drowning out the Christmas carols still playing in the square. The way he says it, my home, carries such weight, such promise. Like he's offering more than just shelter from the cold. His fingers tighten around mine, and I know this moment could change everything between us. The tension crackles like electricity in the space between our bodies, making every nerve ending come alive with anticipation. "You're home." The words taste sweet on my tongue. I like how that sounds. Adrian's grip tightens on my hand, and the smile he gives me could melt all the snow in Rockford. The possessive gleam in his eyes makes my knees weak, and I find myself leaning into him, drawn to his warmth like a magnet. Yeah? His thumb traces circles on my palm. Me too.
Chapter 28. Adrian. I push open the front door, letting Leah step inside first. The house is warm, inviting, much like the feeling I have with her here. I toss my keys onto the side table, turning to face her. The sound of them hitting the wood echoes in the quiet space, and I can't help but notice how right it feels having her in my home. "Can I make you some tea? Hot cocoa, maybe?" I ask, running a hand through my hair, watching her reaction. Leah looks around, taking in the space that I've decorated lightly, feeling a sudden wave of a holiday spirit take over me once she popped into my life again. When her eyes meet mine, there's a spark there, something intense and hunger-driven that makes my breath catch. "The only thing I want," she says, stepping closer until I can smell her perfume, feel the heat radiating from her body, "is you. That's all the invitation I need." I close the distance between us in 2 quick strides, one hand cupping her cheek while the other wraps around her waist, pulling her flush against me. I kiss her, deeply, passionately, like a man starved. Her lips part, letting me in, and I taste her desire, sweet and hot and absolutely intoxicating. I could get drunk on just her kiss. Her hands grasp at my shirt, fingers digging into the fabric, pulling me closer like she can't get enough. I can feel her need, her urgency matching my own, setting my blood on fire. My fingers find the zipper of her jacket, slowly tugging it down, savoring each inch of revealed skin. She shrugs it off with a graceful roll of her shoulders, never breaking our kiss. I start to guide her backwards towards the bedroom, my hands roaming possessively over her curves. We're a tangle of limbs and heated breaths, stumbling down the hallway. The pictures on my walls rattle as I press her against them, unable to resist tasting her neck. I push open the bedroom door with more force than intended, our lips still locked in a desperate dance. Her hands are at the hem of my shirt, pulling it up, her nails scraping against my abs in a way that makes me growl. I break away just long enough to toss it aside, then dive back in to claim her mouth again. Her eyes roam over my chest, appreciative. I smile, taking her hand and leading her to the bed. I sit down, pulling her to stand between my legs. My hands reach for her blouse, slowly beginning to undress her. One button at a time, revealing more of her smooth, dark skin. She shivers under my touch, her eyes never leaving mine. I lean in, kissing her stomach, her collarbone, her neck. She gasps, her hands gripping my shoulders. I stand up, our bodies pressed together. Her blouse falls to the floor. I reach for the clasp of her bra, our lips finding each other again in a hungry, passionate kiss.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
We collapse together, our bodies a tangle of limbs, our hearts pounding in sync. I wrap my arms around her, pulling her close, holding her tight. She nuzzles into my chest, a soft smile playing on her lips. We lie there, content, happy, entangled in each other's arms. This is perfection. This is peace. This is us. And in this moment, nothing else matters.
Chapter 29. Leah. The wreath on my parents' front door sparkles with tiny gold ornaments, matching the butterflies in my stomach. Mom always goes overboard with the holiday decorations, but this year the twinkling lights and shimmering ribbons only amplified my anxiety. Adrian's hand finds the small of my back as we step onto the welcome mat, his touch warm and steady through my wool coat. You ready? I glance up at him, searching his face for any sign of hesitation. Meeting the parents is a big deal. Born ready. His blue eyes crinkle at the corners, that signature confidence of his making my nerves settle just a bit. The way he says it, deep and sure, like he's faced scarier things than meeting my overprotective father and my nosy mother, makes me almost believe everything will be okay. I turn my key in the lock and push open the door. A wave of warmth hits us, carrying the mouth-watering scent of Mom's famous honey-glazed ham, collard greens, and what has to be her sweet potato pie. The sound of my family's laughter drifts from the living room, punctuated by the clinking of glasses and the low hum of Christmas music. Something smells incredible. Adrian shrugs off his coat, revealing the dark blue sweater that makes his eyes pop. The sight of him in that fitted cashmere almost makes me forget how nervous I am about introducing him to my family. Marie Joyce's cooking tends to have that effect. I hang our coats in the closet, straightening my emerald green dress and smoothing down the silk fabric that had bunched around my hips during the car ride. Fair warning, my mom's going to try to feed you until you burst. It's basically her love language. Looking forward to it. He steps closer, his solid frame crowding my space in the best possible way, voice dropping to that deep rumble that never fails to make my stomach flip. You know what else I'm looking forward to? Before I can answer, or catch my breath from the intensity in those blue eyes, Mom's voice rings out from the kitchen. Is that my baby girl? In here, Mom, I call back, heart racing as footsteps approach. I shoot Adrian a quick glance, silently praying he's ready for the whirlwind that is my mother during the holidays. Mom appears in the entryway, wearing her Christmas apron covered in flower handprints. Her eyes light up at the sight of Adrian, and I catch that telltale spark of motherly approval. Ah, Adrian Morrison. She wipes her hands on her apron. I've heard so much about you. Mrs. Joyce. Adrian steps forward, extending his hand. Thank you for having me. Your home smells amazing. The warmth of the house wraps around us like a blanket as more voices drift closer. The Christmas tree lights twinkle in the living room, casting a soft glow across the family photos lining the walls. This moment, introducing Adrian to my family, surrounded by holiday cheer, feels bigger than I expected, more significant somehow. Mom beams at Adrian, and I can already tell she's sizing him up, in a good way. Her eyes dart between us, probably noting how he towers over both of us, radiating that quiet strength I've come to rely on. Call me Marie, please. Mom waves off the formality, then turns toward the living room. Harold, come meet our daughter's special someone. Dad emerges from his favorite armchair, remote still in hand. The Bears game plays in the background, but he mutes it. A gesture that speaks volumes about how much attention he's willing to give this moment. Mr. Joyce. Adrian's handshake is firm, his posture relaxed yet respectful. Thanks for welcoming me into your home for Christmas Eve. Harold is fine. You never called me Mr. Joyce at the hardware store. Dad's usual stern expression softens as Adrian launches into a discussion about the Bears' defensive line this season. The way Adrian navigates the conversation, seamlessly weaving in questions about our family's holiday traditions between football talk, has me fighting back a smile. So Marie, Leah tells me you're the mastermind behind that incredible sweet potato pie I smell. Adrian's genuine interest in our traditions makes my heart swell. The way he leans forward, totally engaged in the conversation, shows he's not just making small talk. My grandmother used to make one every Christmas, but I've never managed to recreate it. Mom practically glows at the mention of her baking, smoothing her apron with pride. Well, you're in for a treat. Our family recipe goes back generations. She gives me a knowing look that says she approves of him asking about the pie, her ultimate test for any guest. Speaking of traditions, Adrian gestures to the collection of ornaments on the tree, each one carefully placed just hours ago. I noticed that beautiful angel on top. Must have a story behind it. The fact that he picked out the most meaningful decoration makes my stomach do a little flip. Dad's eyes light up, and I can already tell he's ready to launch into the full history. Sharp eye, that's been in Marie's family for 60 years. He settles back in his chair, clearly warming up to Adrian's presence in our home. The pride blooming in my chest threatens to overflow as I watch Adrian work his magic. He has my parents hanging on every word, sharing stories and laughing like old friends. When he mentions his own family's tradition of midnight hot chocolate on Christmas Eve, Mom practically squeals with delight. We do the same thing. She clasps her hands together, though ours comes with a splash of peppermint schnapps. Now that's an upgrade I can get behind. Adrian's laugh fills the room, deep and genuine. Mom beckons Adrian into the kitchen. Any man who dates my daughter needs to know his way around the kitchen. So come here. I lean against the doorframe between the living room and kitchen, watching Adrian help Mom plate a round of appetizers. The way he moves through our space, comfortable and at ease, sends a wave of contentment through me. He belongs here, like he's been part of our holiday celebrations forever. You have to try these deviled eggs. Mom loads Adrian's plate with 3 more, her eyes sparkling with that familiar pride she gets when sharing her cooking. Family secret, just a touch of curry powder. Been passing that one down since your great-grandmother's time. They're incredible. Adrian pops one in his mouth, nodding appreciatively, and I can't help but notice how his jaw works as he savors each bite. No wonder Leah talks about your cooking all the time. I've never had anything quite like these. Oh, wait until you taste the ham. Mom's already heading back to the kitchen, practically bouncing on her feet with excitement. She loves nothing more than feeding people she cares about. And the mac and cheese. And those collards need someone to appreciate them properly. Lord knows Leah never eats enough greens when she's away from home. Adrian catches my eye across the room, his smile soft and private. That look, the one that makes me feel like we're the only 2 people in the world, hasn't changed since our first date. If anything, it's grown deeper, more meaningful. Baby girl, come help me with these plates. Mom waves me over, and I join them in the kitchen. She hands me a stack of her best china, the ones reserved for special occasions. The delicate cream-colored set with the gold trim that's been passed down from my grandmother. Adrian, honey, grab those serving spoons. We work together, setting up the feast she's prepared. The harmony of it all, the way Adrian anticipates where things should go, how he jumps in to help without being asked, the natural way he moves through my childhood home, fills my chest with warmth. This is what I've always wanted but never knew how to ask for. Someone who fits not just into my life, but into my family's rhythm too. Someone who makes everything feel complete without even trying. Marie, these greens might be the best thing I've ever tasted. Adrian's already on his 2nd helping, and Mom practically glows with pride. He scoops up another forkful, making that little sound of satisfaction that I've come to recognize as pure contentment. The same sound he makes when he's had a particularly good day at work or when I surprise him with his favorite coffee in the morning. Finally, someone who appreciates proper seasoning. She shoots Dad a playful look. Harold always says they're too spicy. Watching Adrian pass the cornbread to Dad with easy familiarity makes my heart skip. He's not just going through the motions or playing nice. He's genuinely invested in every story, every tradition, every moment. So, Harold, Leah mentioned you restored that '67 Mustang in the garage. Adrian leans forward, his fork pausing midway to his mouth. I'd love to take a look at it after dinner if you're willing to show me. Dad's eyes light up. No one's ever shown interest in that car except him. You know your classics. My grandfather taught me everything I know about engines. Spent every summer helping him restore old beauties. The excitement in Adrian's voice matches Dad's, and I catch Mom's knowing smile across the table. By the way, the mac and cheese is incredible, Marie. Adrian takes another generous helping. The breadcrumb topping, that's got to be your secret weapon. Mom preens. 3 types of cheese, and my mama's special seasoning blend. I'll have to teach you sometime. The casual way she includes him in future plans, like he's already part of our family cookbook legacy, warms me from the inside out. Adrian catches my eye and winks, his hand finding mine under the table. I'd be honored. His thumb traces circles on my palm, though I doubt I could ever match your skill level. Oh, nonsense. You just need the right teacher. Mom waves her fork. And speaking of teaching, Leah tells me you're quite the businessman. Built that hardware store from the ground up after you inherited it. Adrian launches into the story of his family business, but I'm barely listening. Instead, I'm watching how Dad nods along, clearly impressed. How Mom keeps his plate full without asking. How natural it feels to have him here. His leg pressed against mine under the table, his deep laugh mixing with my family's voices. This isn't just dinner. This is Adrian sliding into place in my world like he's always belonged here. Like there was a space waiting just for him at our table. In our traditions. In our lives.
Chapter 30. Adrian. The crackling fire casts a warm glow across Leah's living room as snowflakes drift past the window. She settles next to me on the couch, both of us cradling mugs of hot cocoa. The TV plays some holiday movie neither of us is really watching. The whole scene feels so damn perfect it almost hurts. You were amazing today. Leah shifts closer, resting her head against my shoulder. Her coily hair tickles my neck, sending little sparks of electricity down my spine. I've never seen anyone charm my parents like that. Your folks are good people. I take a sip of cocoa, savoring the rich chocolate and fighting the urge to pull her even closer. Your dad's stories about his time in the Navy, that was gold. Reminds me of my Uncle Steve's wild adventures. Her laugh sends a pleasant vibration through my chest, making my heart skip a beat. The sound is pure joy, reminding me of wind chimes on a summer evening. My mom was so happy. I think she's already planning next year's dinner. She kept giving me these looks when you offered to help with the dishes. Next year, huh? I can't help but smile at the thought, remembering how naturally I'd fit into their family dynamic today. The idea of more holidays with Leah and her family fills me with a warmth that has nothing to do with the fire or the cocoa. Damn, when did I become such a sap? I wrap my arm around her shoulders, pulling her closer, loving how perfectly she fits against me. The fire pops and hisses, casting dancing shadows across the room. Cold? She snuggles deeper into my side, her fingers absently tracing patterns on my chest. Perfect right here. Her contentment wraps around me like a second blanket, and I silently agree. This is exactly where we both belong. Through the window, the snow falls harder, coating Rockford in a pristine white blanket. The storm creates a cocoon around us, isolating this moment from the rest of the world. Her breath evens out, matching the rhythm of mine. Thank you for making this Christmas special. Her words come out soft, almost drowsy. It means a lot that you fit in so well with them. I press my lips to the top of her head, breathing in the coconut scent of her hair. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Leah's fingers continue their lazy pattern on my chest, each gentle touch sending warmth through my entire body. You know, A month ago, I was dreading Christmas. Had this whole pity party planned. Take out Chinese food, crappy Hallmark movies, maybe a bottle of wine. In your Chicago apartment? The thought of her spending the holidays alone makes my chest tight. Hell, the idea of her curled up by herself in that sterile high-rise while everyone else celebrates with family pisses me off more than it should. Yeah, it's what I usually do. She lets out a small laugh, but there's an edge of old pain there that makes me want to hunt down whoever hurt her. Work keeps me so busy. I got used to making excuses not to come home, telling myself the city needed me more than family did. I tighten my hold on her, pulling her closer against my side. My hand spans her waist possessively. And now... She lifts her head, those dark eyes capturing mine with an intensity that steals my breath. The softness in her gaze does dangerous things to my heart. Now I'm here with you after the best Christmas dinner I've had in years. Funny how life works out sometimes. The fire crackles, throwing golden light across her features. My heart pounds against my ribs as I study her face. After Sarah, I'd sworn off the whole marriage thing. Told myself once was enough, that I'd learned my lesson. But with Leah... Move in with me. The words tumble out before I can stop them. She blinks, surprise written across her face. What? I mean it. And I do. I've never been more certain of anything. I know it's fast, but damn, Leah. I want to build a life with you. Not just holidays or weekends. Everything. I shift to face her fully. I want lazy Sunday mornings and arguing about whose turn it is to do the dishes. I want to wake up next to you every day and fall asleep with you every night. Her eyes widen, and for a moment I worry I've said too much. But then a smile breaks across her face, bright as sunrise. Adrian Morrison, are you getting soft on me? Only for you, baby. I cup her face in my hands, and I'm not done yet. Because one day, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next month, but one day I want to make you my wife. Her smile lights up the whole damn room, brighter than the Christmas tree in the corner. She shifts in my arms, turning to face me fully, and my breath catches at the joy radiating from her face. God, Adrian, you make me want things I never thought I needed. A home, a family, those quiet moments between the big ones. Her confession steals my breath, makes my chest tight with emotion I can barely contain. Yeah? My heart pounds harder with each word, hope surging through my veins like lightning. Everything I want, everything I never dared dream about after Sarah, suddenly feels possible. Yeah, I want morning coffee runs and fighting over the remote. Want to see you teaching our kids how to ride bikes and build snowmen. Her voice gets softer, more vulnerable, fingers trailing along my arm. I want everything with you too. The weight of her words hits me square in the chest. Our kids, the image of little ones with her smile in my eyes. Dark-skinned beauties running around our yard, calling me daddy. It's enough to make my throat tight. I pull her closer, needing to feel her warmth against me, to ground myself in this moment that feels almost too perfect to be real. Her body fits against mine like she was made for me, and maybe she was. You know what this reminds me of? She traces patterns on my chest. That feeling you get on Christmas morning, that magic in the air, like anything's possible. Being with you feels like that. Like every day could hold something wonderful. Even when I leave my socks on the floor. Even then. She laughs, the sound warming me better than any fireplace could. Love's like Christmas that way, isn't it? Some days it's all magic and sparkle. Other days it's more like untangling those damn string lights. Frustrating, but worth it. Speaking from experience with those lights, Princess, I can't help the smirk that spreads across my face, remembering yesterday's entertainment. You saw me wrestling with them yesterday. And she pokes my chest and I catch her finger, bringing it to my lips for a quick kiss. And you just stood there laughing. You were cute when you were cursing at them. I thread my fingers through her coils. especially that creative string of words when you shocked yourself. She settles back against me, her head finding that perfect spot on my shoulder, like she's carved out her own little niche there. But that's what I mean. Even the frustrating moments feel right with you, like we're building something real, something that lasts beyond the holiday magic. Her voice gets softer, more serious. Something worth fighting through tangled lights and sock-covered floors for. So you really put in your notice? My thumb traces circles on her shoulder, still processing her words from earlier. First thing Monday morning. She lifts her head, meeting my gaze. My phone has been blowing up from my boss and co-workers since I decided to let them know about my departure. So that's why I was avoiding my phone, just so you know. And you're sure about this? Leaving Chicago, the career you built. Her finger presses against my lips, silencing me. I've never been more sure of anything. That corner office stopped feeling like a dream months ago, started feeling more like a cage. She shifts in my arms, eyes bright with certainty. Besides, there are marketing firms here in Rockford. Good ones. And being close to family again. Her voice trails off, thick with emotion. Your parents are going to lose their minds when they find out you're moving back. Knowing Mom, she's going to want to do special dinners every Sunday, every week. She laughs, the sound mixing with the crackling fire. Fair warning, you're expected to attend. Wouldn't miss it. I press my forehead against hers. We'll figure this out together. The move, finding you a new job, all of it. I know we will. Her fingers trace my jaw. That's what partners do, right? The Christmas tree lights twinkle in her eyes, and something settles in my chest, a certainty I haven't felt in years. Partners. I like the sound of that. She curls back into me, her weight warm and real against my side. Outside, the snow continues to fall, but in here we're building our own kind of warmth, our own kind of future. The kind that starts with two people brave enough to choose each other, to build something new. 2 weeks, she murmurs. Then home for good. I tighten my arms around her. Home for good.